welcome to live coverage of the CG United Super 50 Cup. This is match 22. We are here in the beautiful Isle of Trinidad and Tobago at the U-Respect facility where we see the West Indies Academy takes on the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I'm Christopher Ramsaran. Alongside me is match referee Rion King, Naim Young, West Indies Academy captain, and Versami Fomo, the Guyanese Harpy Eagles captain. Today we have Naim with the toss. Guys, let's toss.
Okay. That call. And it's a tail. Naim must watch.
And there we see it. Naim Young has won the toss. Naim, what you guys going to do today?
We're going to bat first because that's kind of dry. I think there's been a lot more in the evening, so looking to take advantage of it when it's fresh.
We see you guys came up against that strong Red Force team, short of a victory. You guys coming up against that powerful Guyanese team as well. How did you guys prepare coming into battle today?
Yeah, we take every game seriously. Obviously, we plan and have plans with different players, and it's obviously good. It's best to execute them. Once you execute them, I think we do well against most of these teams. We came out short against Trinidad the other day. We played really good cricket in a lot of periods. So hopefully today we do a lot better than that and win this one.
Any changes?
Yeah, two changes. Kelvin Pittman misses out. Ashman Ed comes in. McKenny Clark misses out too, and Colin Tuckett comes in.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Cheers.
First, Sammy, we saw you guys lost the toss, but you guys had a superb victory against that Barbados Pride team. You guys could see yourself in the playoffs with a victory today against this prolific young team, but they are no walkover in the park. How did you guys prepare for that?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're playing some good cricket as a young academy team. At the same time, we ain't taking them any lightly. It's cricket, and you know that once you go out and you give it all, any team to win. So at the same time, we ain't taking them any lightly.
Any changes?
Yeah, young Samson in, and I can't remember who. So.
No problem. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There we have it, folks. In the middle, the West Indies Academy has won the toss. Now we're on.
Yogi-o.
A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the U-Respect, the Sir Frank Royal Field, as we get ready for another important game in the CG United Super 50 Cup for 2023. It's the West Indies Academy against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and both teams are looking to solidify their places in the semi-finals, so points at a premium in this one. And as you just heard there, the toss won by the West Indies Academy, and they have elected to bat first. Their usual opening pair, Kimani Milias and Matthew Nandu, at the crease. I'm Ruskin Mark, and of course working along here with Andy Payne out of Barbados. Andy, let me say good morning to you.
Good morning, Ruskin, and good morning to all viewers. Another lovely day here at this Frank Walker Field.
We say that we keep our fingers crossed because it starts off one way, and by midday this afternoon, we have a different scenario.
Local knowledge.
Yes. And but I think by now these teams are probably used to that because they probably leave their hotels under one set of conditions and say great, and by the evening time they're singing a different tune. But
very fortunate yesterday we got all the overs in, so let's hope for such a repeat.
And it was a similar thing at the Oval where we did have a drizzle, but the umpires didn't go off and the players played through it, and we were able to complete that game as well. A big victory there for the Leeward Islands. So here we go with the first ball of the morning, and Kevin Sinclair has taken up the attack, and again, these two teams, I suppose, they're right there. They can afford, well, I don't know if you could say could afford a loss, but you don't want a loss at this point.
You don't want to lose at this stage. And yeah, Guyana Harpy Eagles coming off an impressive win against the Barbados Pride the last game, so played right here. So they should be looking to, carry on that good form.
And I suppose the usual technique is to bowl Sinclair in the power play overs, even give him the new ball. I don't think he anticipated much spin or much turn.
And yeah, I think when the academy won the toss, before the coin was down, we heard Naim Young say he definitely going to have a bat. So yeah, think it's going to get a bit slower and lower in the evening, so he wanted to make the most of what it's offering in the morning session.
And well, that's the other thing. I suppose captains and the technical teams would be factoring now is the fact that all of these wickets would have been used 2 or 3 times now.
Yeah, as the tournament goes on, it's a bit more wear and tear, so you try to capitalize as much as you can on the early morning starts. Yep.
And even yesterday, one of the things I noticed, well, we saw that there was a little delay for about 7 or 8 minutes where they actually dug out a square from on the side where the cycle track was normally, what I call the nursery.
Yeah.
And because Alzari Joseph kept putting his foot in a hole, literally, and just as he's about to get into that delivery stride, and you could see him, every time he delivered the ball, he was looking back at that spot, and he kept, so eventually they came and they dug out a whole square and they brought this thing and put it in.
Yep.
And then they had to pong it in to,
Yeah.
and he bowled well.
Turf maintenance has become a thing now. I mean, from being in the golf industry, you're seeing these things happening daily, just replacing the turf. And within a matter of minutes, you have a new turf.
Yep. So I say that probably the first drop-in pitch we had in the Caribbean. It wasn't a whole pitch, but it was a whole piece of turf. They just slapped it in there. And that is out. He goes, went down the wicket, failed to make contact. Again, a little bit of drift. Just take it away from the outside edge, and Milius has to go without troubling the scorers. And Sinclair picks a wicket pepper there, early o'clock, just what the doctor ordered.
Yes, Ruskin, well bowled there by Sinclair. Just using the newer ball, not a lot of turn like we said to start, but some nice drift. That one probably moved on a bit with the arm, and Milius missed that one. And what a good stumping that one by Ilmat.
Yeah, he looked like he was still going forward when Imlak was removing the bails, because he had gone into the drive and missed it completely. And I played with a old wily veteran, a fellow called Leo John, and he always used to tell batsmen that he used to turn the ball chinky, so a little thing, so break off break action, but the ball turned in a little bit, so most of them going through straight or just like that would drift away. And you would always tell batsmen when he got them out, he said, don't come down if you can't go back. And that's exactly what happened to Milius there. He came out and he missed the ball completely, never had a chance.
Well bowled by Sinclair, like you said, bowling from the southern end, the breeze blowing from the east, so that should assist with a bit of a drift for him. So well pitched delivery just about the off stump, and Milius really misread that, and that's to his demise. So well bowled Sinclair. Guyana Harpy Eagles taking the advantage. The Academy just going one down without a score on the board. Bring the new batsman in, Julian Leonardo. Ruskin.
Yep. And he's batted well. In fact, there was some concern that whether he was going to play today or not, because in the last game, I think he was actually wicket keeping. Somebody threw the ball in at him, and he went down to field it, and the ball just jumped up and hit him in the. Actually, he wasn't wicket keeping. And the ball just hit him, and hit him right in the face, in the forehead, and he had to go off at that point in time. So there was some concern as to whether or not he would have been playing today. So I'm glad to see him out there. And here's another one, and he's out. Another delivery, back-to-back deliveries coming in on the left-hander this time. He was on the back foot and never really had a chance.
Plumb in front again with the arm just angling into the stumps, and you had Leonardo on the back foot missing that one completely, and I don't think it was much of a difficult decision at all for the umpire to make on that occasion. So Academy find himself in further trouble. No score on the board, 2 wickets down, and
he's on a hat trick just like that. And cricket is a strange game, isn't it?
Is indeed. I mean, after winning the toss, the Academy team, and thinking to make the most of this, they now find themselves in a deep hole at 0 for 2 after even the first 5 deliveries of the game. So Guyana, they've really taken the ascendancy here, even after before the completion of the first over.
Yeah, this is like, this is ideal. You know, when you're going over a game in the night and you're wondering how you're going to approach it and what you want to see happen, this is what you think about. I'm sure you could ask Riyadh in the back there. 2 wickets in the first over, and then you just keep going after that. And so this is really the perfect start for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
As we said, St. Clair, he's on a hat trick, so just entered the young, talented batsman in Teddy Bishop. He's been having a pretty good season so far, so he's here now to negotiate this and try to keep him out. So St. Clair, he should be cock-a-hoop. I mean, yeah, very much like that.
Look at more pressure now. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg.
So yeah, you can see Pamal really going on the attack here, and as rightly he should. I mean, with scoring nothing on the board, 2 wickets down. I'll be inclined to have even probably a silly mid off.
Probably, yeah, or even like a gully.
Yep.
Just to see, because he clearly is drifting the ball. It's coming in with the arm, and the batsmen keep playing for turn. And,
let's see how young Bishop's going to negotiate this to try to avoid his hat trick and try to get a score for his team. But if you can see, Ruskin, I mean, this Guyana Harpy Eagles team coming off of that victory off the Barbados Pride, they should be really, and they really are. It seems to be confidence level is really up.
Yep, it's right up there. They would have been down after they lost it to TNT, but they're right back in the thick of things. And here is Bishop negotiating that delivery. And I've never seen a one ball carry so much interest.
Enthusiasm there from St. Clair as you see them. You're lucky enough you didn't see the the bat flicks from St. Clair, but first over, after the first over, the Academy find themselves in deep trouble. There's no score on the board, 2 wickets down.
A maiden wicket, double
maiden wicket,
yep.
that is. So, yep.
Fantastic indeed. What a way to start. And then almost as if they want to add put more pressure, more salt in the wound. Gudakish Muti is going to come into the attack now.
Gudakish Moti, who seems to be in a lot of good form. The last 18 months or so, Raskin, he's been really bowling very well. I saw him bowl in that spell against the Pride. I thought he was really in good areas. That one delivery he bowled to Shea Hope. What a brute of a delivery that was. So more pressure, like you said, for the Academy team. As you can see, Pamal really going on the attack. He's got a slip in, and he's also got that silly mid on, and
think about Nandu. All that action took place at the other end, and he couldn't affect it in any way.
Yeah, so he's just taking his first delivery from Gudakish Moti. That one seems to get a bit of spin on it, as one spinning back into the left-hander.
That's part of the problem here. He's hoping to really give this innings a start. They haven't started as yet. As we would say, they haven't arrived on the ground as yet.
Well, for the Academy team, they're two of the more senior batsmen in the middle right now. They two have been having some scores. Nandu, who's had quite a few starts, so he's looked solid throughout the competition. So I'm sure he's seen all that at the other end, like you said. But here's his opportunity to really get his team going.
And as you talk about Nandu and Milius are 2 players who I think anybody who knows anything at all about cricket or just loves cricket would be attracted to those 2 youngsters, and they really wish that they would kick on in the interest of West Indies cricket.
Agreed with you 100%. And Nandu, like I said, he's looked very impressive in this tournament to date. He's had a few starts, like I said. He's actually played first class with these guys with Ghana, so he should be a little bit. He knows about these guys, so as we see him got off the mark with that one.
First run, first run off the bat.
Yeah, worked that one down to mid on and completed the singles. So Muti, he got through his over very quickly, so that completes the second over, and at the end of over number 2, the score is 1
for 2. No, you're not seeing anything. There's no mystery. It's 2 wickets down with 1 run on the board.
Yeah.
Yep. This reminded me, what game was it at the World Cup? Was it the Australia-India game? Remember that game when India made a decent score and then Australia made a low score,
yeah.
and then they took like the top three.
I think the first 4 overs or
Yep.
so. But you saw the experience of Virat Kohli and Rahul
Come in,
Dravid, who
yep.
just came in and played important innings. So that's pretty much what we would like to see from Bishop and Nandu here. Just hanging in, biding the time, and just getting the partnership.
And they have done that in the past. They've played, important innings. It wasn't like they were just batting and everybody was scoring runs. There are times when the team was in trouble and they sort of bailed them out. But they are being asked to do a similar thing here this morning. I tell you, people probably have spectators who now coming in probably saying, "What happened?" I came to see Millie as well. You might have to go and check him in the dressing room.
Yeah. So St. Clair will continue. Misley figures after that first over. It's a double wicket maiden.
But they've removed the silly middle. Well, they put him on a forward short leg, and they removed the leg slip for the left-hander.
Surprisingly, that they would take out the leg slip. I can understand the silly mid on. As we said, St. Clair is just drifting it into the left-hander. This time he's gone a bit wayward, and that was wide down the leg side, well taken by Ilma.
Certainly an opportunity for him to really drive home this advantage here, but it's going to take... He just has to do more of what he did in that first over. Just line up the deliveries. Don't try to experiment too much, and just allow the batsman to try to counter whatever he's doing. And I think if he bowls wicket to wicket, given the drift that he's getting, he could create more problems.
Yep. A very wily campaigner, St. Clair. He's played for the West Indies, so he's very experienced at this level. So I'm sure he would want to put as many balls just on off stump as you can imagine. Here's Bishop. A nice shot off the back foot, but can't beat the point feeler. So St. Clair, he's really putting them down on the pitch, and these Guyana spinners, they're getting through these overs at a rapid rate.
Which is good, because we've had instances where teams have been 3-4 overs behind schedule.
Ruskin, so like I said, I can't help but admire the nice morning conditions here at the Sir Frank World Field. See, St. Clair thought he was about to make a change, but if he's at his deep square, just get some interest in the game.
That's another lovely drive. That's going to be some runs here. If not a boundary, it is going to go for a boundary. The first of the morning. And what a wonderful shot there from Teddy Bishop. No real power or anything like that. He just stroked it and placed it even better and picked up 4 runs.
Exciting player Teddy Bishop. What a nice shot. You just see him coming on the front foot and caressing that one through the cover. No one had a chance to feel that one, and you just see it racing away to the cover boundary for 4. So a nice shot by the young man Bishop to take him off the mark, and he's off the mark with a boundary and running.
Trying to cut that one again, almost putting himself in danger there as the over comes to an end. The third of the morning, it's 7 for 2.
Yes, Ruskin, another tidy over there by St. Clair, but you just seen that over pitch one, and Bishop was rocked into it and caressed it through the covers, like I said. So a nice shot to get off the mark to the young man, so that should boost his confidence. He's been having good scores. He would like to carry on here today and get a century, as we saw a century being scored on this ground yesterday, and I was really impressed with the conditions. So hopefully he can bide his time and try to get a big score.
Yeah, it's going to take some doing though, because again, here's a change immediately, just a 1 over for Gurukesh Muti, and we certainly thought that they were going to continue with him to try to keep that stranglehold on them, but Versami Pomal has decided Joseph is a better option at this point.
Yep, just reining that change. But yeah, I think if Joseph is in the team, you want to get as much out of him with a newer ball. This young man, he's just coming in on leaps and bounds, showing a tremendous amount of pace in the last game that he's played as well. So just hope that he could show us some of that express here this morning. So good to see him. Shamar Joseph.
And he would have been one of the replacement. He was the replacement for Beaton,
Yes, he would have been.
like for like.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Word coming out of Guyana is that he's been bowling very fast in their competition, so it's good to see him get his opportunity here on this level at this stage.
And certainly a big opportunity for him. And you know, a lot of times when I sometimes I put myself in the picture of a spectator, and you know, spectators want to see players perform. But I often tell them, I say, put yourself in the player's shoes. Sometimes when this is like a big occasion for some of these players, you know, they're nervous. They've been thinking about this all their lives. You know, they finally get an opportunity. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on, and not everybody manages it the same way.
Yeah. Well, wide on that occasion, no shot being offered by Nandu. So yeah, Shamar Joseph, and he also got the opportunity to play at the CPL level. So he's coming into his own now. So I think all the viewers are excited to see him. As we, the West Indies fans, we want to see a bit more of that pace into the cricket. So to see a young man coming out here and showing that type of pace, it leads to a bit of excitement.
Yep, and well, you from Barbados, you see this all the time. You could go, if you go in the shop, you might see a fast bowler walking past you there. There's another good shot, good field in, and another opportunity there. Almost hit the stumps. He didn't on that occasion, but it was very, very close indeed, and almost resulted in a run out.
St. Clair again at that backward point area, and you see him moving along. What a nice stop. That one moving to his right, and had Nandu on all type of travel trying to get back. All he needed was a direct hit from the point area. But all's well, ends well. No further loss. Yeah, coming from Barbados, you've seen lots of pace. So again, this kind of excites us when you see a young fast bowler coming on the scene.
I saw one in the under-17 tournament recently. He looks like a real prospect. And radar off a little bit there. And he really looks like, is it Hall is his name? He really looks like he is a player that would be in a Barbados set up at the senior level sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
And, it's just a question of how you manage those resources.
Yeah.
Because if he comes in, somebody else might get left out. But then it's how you maneuver, what kind of moves you make to keep everybody happy. It's not easy. It's only one boy.
Yeah. So it's good when you have the pool, when you can have a pool of them, and pacers coming through. And Barbados has been known for that, as you know, or back in the heyday, or backup or bench was really strong with pace bowlers. So it'd be good to have that again. So for these younger guys, today we have young Johan Lane in the academy team. He's missed out today, and he's one of the up-and-coming fast bowlers from Barbados as well. So it's good when you can have a big pool of them coming through, and you need to produce some fast bowlers throughout the region.
Yeah, genuine fast bowling. It's something that you don't just pick from a tree. And it's good that he didn't go through that, because I saw when he sort of
missed his run.
He exceeded missed stride as he was coming up. As he did that, and we're talking fast bowlers, I remember back at U team level, Wayne Daniel was like that. Wayne Daniel will run up 6 times and misses run up 6 times. And you just didn't know which one he was going to actually deliver. And when he delivered it, Paul, it was coming so fast. It was like, man, I said, you're using this to your advantage.
And that's when you speak about pace bowling.
And he was quick. Even at youth level, he was fast.
Oh yes, Ruskin, another good delivery just on about the off stump, and Nandu solid in the defense. So yeah, you could see Nandu just trying to focus concentration there, just trying to get himself in on this track. But it would be good to see these two forge a partnership and just try to get their team a score on the board.
Well, that's what is required now, and one of the things that I also like about, apart from this team being included and the CCC being included in the tournament, is the fact that the coaches of this team are actually the West Indies coaches. There's a brilliant shot, and that could very well run away as well. No chance for the man at third man, and that's 4 good-looking runs again for Nandu as he pushes the score along the West Indies Academy after they won the toss and opted to bat first, find themselves in a spot of bother, but they end over number 4 at
Ruskin, just to say, he's 11 for 2 after
It's
the
11
fourth.
for 2 now, yep.
But Nandu, a short man, and as you can see, he grew tall on that one and punched it past the backward point. A shot of the morning. I mean, you saw the exquisite cover drive by Bishop in the over previously, but that back foot punch, that was well played by Nandu.
Actually, it's 12 for 2 because you did have a wide in there as well.
Just a little slow in our monitor. But yeah, it will be St. Clair to continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Bishop. You've seen Pomal going a little bit more defensive this time. He's taken this silly mid off out and he's plugged the extra cover region a little bit. So
Just out the one slip though. Anderson is at slip.
So with that slip, we can tell you they've also got looks like a 5-4 field here for the leg side. So it's just a short fine leg in the mid wicket. And the 2 out in the power play would be that deep square leg and the long on.
So he's giving him cover for the big hit, either behind square or in the arc on the onside, down over the bowler's head. Everybody else, and there you go, is aerial this time, and probably got a couple runs. Taking a risk there because he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, he just went inside out with it.
Yeah.
But to his credit, he deliberately tried to get under it.
And over the infield. Oh, yeah. You see him rehearsing the shot now. He recognized that he wasn't as close to it as he was like. But credit to him, a little bit of aggression. And moved his score along by 2.
Again, some indecision with the running, but that's part of the danger zone for not even young cricketers, even senior cricketers. The ball square the wicket seems to be a real trouble spot in terms of judging singles, whose call it is, and a lot of times they run into problems.
Yes, I think they can't quite afford a run out at this stage with the score just as it is, 14 for the loss of 2. So he just needs to occupy it and make sure that they're in control of this.
There goes again. That's another good shot, and that is even better than the one before because he got closer to this one and deliberately lifted it over the inner ring for another boundary. And so that will complete the over. Over number 5 is now 18 for 2.
Yes, Ruskin, another lovely shot over the cover area by Teddy Bishop. As viewers, Teddy Bishop's a very attractive player, one for the future definitely for West Indies. It's good to see his positive intent. That one was a little fuller, a little wider. Like we said, St. Clair not getting a lot of spin. So with the arm, he just extended his shots over the cover area and, is still in the power play. And like we said, the 2 men on the outside would be on the leg side. So he just cleared the infield. And that one would have run into the cover boundary. So positive stroke by young Teddy Bishop.
Joseph, again, on a much better line now. He just seemed to have settled down just a little bit. Like I said, some of the butterflies are probably going out. He's probably a little more relaxed now. Yeah,
and Nandu, again, solid in defense as he's been throughout the tournament. So he's equal to the task. But would you like to see another slip in there, Ruskin?
Yeah, given the state of the game, I wouldn't be disappointed if there is another slip. I'm sure he too would like to see another slip in there.
As we spoke about that one, that one played down past where a second slip would have been by Yo Nandu. So yeah, I would have liked to see another slip, encouraging that pace bowler to continue bowling those channels.
It's a good delivery. Nandu, to his credit, he sort of kept it down. He didn't go hard at it. He kind of played it with soft hands. It went down. Even if there was a second slip, it would have been a bit of a challenge for him to get under it.
It would have been played down to him, but he was.
At least he would have been there in the mix.
Yeah, and as fast bowlers, you always see those half chances, creating half chances. It kind of get you a bit up. So a little bit more of a support for him in that cordon would have been good. But I guess they're looking at the conditions, the pitch, and what he would want to be bowling. Probably a little fuller. Captain.
Yep. Down the wicket he comes, and away it goes. Almost as on cue, he just walked into that one and stroked it beautifully through extra covers for 4 runs.
Oh, this young man Bishop, another glowing drive. As we can say in Barbados, you need to keep it in your half with this man. Well, what a shot. As we see there, actually Joseph, as we said, the captain's probably asking to pitch it up a little bit more and get it a bit fuller, but that one was a bit over pitch, and Teddy Bishop, he didn't waste any time with that half volley on off stump, and he capitalized.
And when you consider he got that through there, and there's 6 players on the offside, including the slip. Brilliant. Good comeback, but it's a no ball. Well.
Yeah, let's have a look. I think he took the outside edge on that one. It was close to the edge.
Yep.
You saw Imlat going up. Don't think he was nicked it, but no ball nevertheless. So free hits coming up.
That's the double jeopardy of bowling a no ball.
As you saw him trying to pull his length back after that drive, but he's striving for extra pace probably and just went over the front crease on that occasion. So let's see what he would serve up here for the free hit. No change will be made to the field for the free hit. So Bishop, sure he's assessed where he want to go with this one.
If he pitches up again, I'm sure he's going to try to go cover with him once more. That's a wide, so he still has
good intention by Shamar Joseph, trying to keep it as wide as he could, but that one was a bit too wide, and free hit remains.
Has to be careful here. He's had a decent start. You don't want to mess it up by bowling no balls and wides. Nothing takes the air out of your bowling, saps energy as well.
He misses his stride again and pulling out because his run up. So yeah,
he has a lot on his mind.
He's got quite a lot in his mind. I mean, that flowing drive from Teddy Bishop has got him concerned about his lengths here for sure.
So, and the fact that he produced a wide also suggests that he has to defend the wide. That's another good shot. That could be another boundary. It's a long chaser for Muti. Does he get there? No.
So off the free hit, he tried to get his full into the block hole, as we say. He missed his length a bit, and there was Bishop reaching into that one on the free hit and hitting it straight back past the bowler. Muti chasing, but to no avail, and that's 4 more. So well played again by Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, he's really finding ways to cash in here. He realized the pressure the team was under, and now he's just trying to put that pressure back onto the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Transfer of pressure. Very good by Teddy.
Again.
Nice flowing drive again, Ruskin.
He's just so confident. And is it another no ball? Oh no, I don't think it was a no ball. She might have been just signaling.
It's his 5th ball of the over.
I saw her hand go like that. I'm
just
like, man.
to her colleague.
Yep.
She's just confirming that they're both on the same wavelength, 5 balls bowl.
And that's a part of the tournament that sort of goes unnoticed, when the umpires they're doing a good job, so you don't have any real set of complaints.
Oh,
okay, he goes again, more of the same. A little bit squarer this time, but the end result was the same. Another boundary. That's 4 more.
Another glorious cover drive by Teddy Bishop. Oh, with one offer, and he just latched into that one and exquisite cover drive into the cover boundary. So I'm sure these guys from the Guyana Harpy Eagles must be telling themselves we got to bowl a bit more backy length. So at the end of over number 6, the West Indies Academy, they've moved up to 33 for 2. So a partnership forming by these two, Bishop and Nandu, but the bulk of the scoring being made by Teddy Bishop. He's now taking his score to 22 off some 16 deliveries, and I'm sure he's probably got 5 fours in that, Ruskin.
Yes, and he's really played well. When you counter that with the boundary that Nandu got off the mark with as well, it just shows you that the amount of quality that you're seeing from these two youngsters, you really just want to see them bat, long. I don't think Guyana wants that, but But I think any fan who's walking by, because we're in the university compound here out in St. Augustine, so any of the students who are, or lecturers who are walking by would really relish the chance to see some more stroke play. And these two, I'm sure, can provide it.
Yeah, but good to see them, like I said, starting to forge a partnership and just transferring that pressure back onto the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But they need a lot of that, Raskin. Oh, here you see Nandu trying to work that one from St. Clair through the leg side. Just stopped by the fielder there, Silimidon. So Silimidon is still in on a slip. But,
Savary. Yep.
Just like Savary. Yep.
And again, thinking, and he wants that single, but it's not there. And they always say, don't run on a fumble. Sampson was the man at that short third man position there. Didn't stop it cleanly. It got away from him, but he was quick to retrieve it. And I think Bishop did the smart thing, send him back. And this was nicely played. There's no fine leg, so this is a long chase. It's rolling, rolling, rolling into the boundary.
Yeah.
It comes there. And so Anderson is quick, but not that quick. 4 runs again for Nandu. Now he's taking up some of the scoring responsibilities.
Yeah, and again, a bit too straight there by St. Clair, and Nandu just, like we said, tickling that one along the fine leg area. It seems the outfield seems to be running pretty nicely here this morning, and Kevin Anderson, as he said, as fast as he is, he couldn't pull that one back as we saw it run just in front of us here in the commentary booth. So 4 more to the score, so you've seen the academy moving along, and that's all they need to do, Ruskin. Just occupy the crease, just wait for those deliveries and just take a score.
Again, he's on the back foot, so he's pulled back his length a little bit here, Sinclair, and as a result, he's playing quite a number of deliveries off the back foot. It's the end of the over, and 7 completed. It's 37 for 2.
Raskin, as we said, these two, Nandu and Teddy Bishop, they've been having good starts with the individual scores. And if I recall the first game, Nandu, who was in a good score, I think he got up 80 odd before he was run out. So these two just need to think about their running between the middle. And I'm sure, because it seems to be the only mode of dismissal right now between them. They're solid in defense, as you've seen Bishop in quite a few exquisite drives. I'm sure they've got the Guyana Harpy Eagles thinking, so it seems like they're going to make a change. Shamar Joseph seems to be coming up with the attack, but they've turned the pressure back on. As you see, they've caused for a few changes from the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, so just to try to stay there as long as they could and then keep this partnership growing.
Well, it also shows you that you kind of like have to take your chances when you get them, or create your own opportunities. And when they got those 2 early wickets, he had a slip, forward short, and a leg slip, but then he kind of went away from it. Then he had just the 1 slip, and we were thinking maybe 2
slips
might be better
attack.
at the time, because that is the time you want to really, you want to stamp on them. You have them down. Don't give them a chance to get away. Yeah. And here we are now. They've just kind of loosened that vice grip that the Harpy Eagles had on the game. But it's Gudakish Muti who is coming back into the attack. He had just a 1 over from this end, and then he was taken out of the attack. But he's back with a long off and a deep mid wicket.
Yeah. So that can tell you that the academy team seems to turn on, because you've seen Pamal go into his more experienced bowler to try to pull it back a little bit. But this one, you've seen Teddy Bishop just working it through the leg side off Muti to keep the score ticking along. But to go back to Muti at this stage, you can see that shift of pressure from the academy team back onto the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well, he's asking him to get a wicket. That's essentially what he's doing here, because he wants to break this partnership as early as possible, try to nip it in the bud, as they say, before it really blossoms into something extraordinary, which it has the potential to do.
You're seeing Nandu correctly just hitting that one down to the long on area, and rotation of the strike very integral. Moti is what we could consider the danger man in this attack, so to try to keep him out and just keep to pick singles, the ones and twos off for him, that should argue well for the academy team. So good batting by this pair.
Yep, they have a slip and a forward short leg, so they're giving Muti some support. But they're picking him off one by one. They're not really trying to overly attack him.
And rightfully so. Like I said, that's good batsmanship by these two. Just the main bowler is on, and you're just not going to offer him that chance, as the captain has rightly brought him in to try to create. So they're just picking him off, getting the singles and rotation of the strike. So that's good. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination as well, Raskin. So you're asking him to change different lengths and lengths.
Yep, it's always a concern for bowlers. It puts a little extra concentration. It requires an extra bit of concentration on their part. The lines that they're bowling, and even the lengths, because these two batsmen are different in terms of their reach. So that's a ball that was flicked in the air a little bit, but it was well away from anyone.
You've seen, like we said, the left-hand, right-hand combination. That time Nandu, the left-hander, he just waited for that one to come into him a bit more. You've seen Muti just slowed it up a little bit, but he waited for it and just circled it around to the square leg area, albeit in the air, but it was safe. There's no one in that area.
Looking at the skies here, nice blue skies with some cloud, but no heavy clouds. Nice blue or clear clouds as well. Blue skies, clear clouds, nice conditions here. A little breeze as well, as the scoreboard ticks over by one more, and the over comes to an end. And 42 for 2 now after 8.
Sensible batting by this young pair. You've seen them just picked 5 singles off of that over. Just no chances at all. Just good batting. Just waited for the ball to come to them and just work it into the gap. So that 5 in that over from Muti.
5 singles.
5 singles. So well played by the pair.
And what that does too, it forces the captain to to think about ways of possibly stopping that proliferation of easy singles, because they were not risky singles. They were basically well thought out singles. They placed the ball into the gaps.
So I think Claire is going to continue that mid-wicket area again, where Bishop has worked it into Muti moving around to his right, but that's a little area of concern where the running is. I don't think they're really as astute. They're running when they played it in that mid-wicket area, so they need to just talk about it a little bit. This time he played it a little bit more to the right of Muti, and an easy single on offering, and rightfully so. They picked up just another one.
Well, I was just about to say that he probably needs to play it a little bit later, instead of playing it and just turning it towards that mid-wicket. Play it, let it come on to him, and then turn it a little bit squarer, and he will get an easy single, which is exactly what he did there. And I suppose his partner, now seeing that, would probably want to do a similar thing, and try, if he's gonna. And once you're gonna play defensively and there are all these gaps, you just turn the wrist.
Just waiting on it. So yeah, and they've had some 6 singles in the last 9 deliveries without any chances. So it's just about, like you said, just waiting on it and playing another single on offer there. You can see Yon Nandu just stroking that one up to.
Nothing Hetmeyer could do. Yep.
No, so.
Because he had to move to his right, and they're using, and this is why I was making the point about the West Indies coaches, because the instructions that these youngsters are getting is the same instructions the senior players are getting.
Yep.
And so it's really just that transfer of knowledge. He's cutting, and he's going to get another boundary. I don't think he's going to cut it off. He won't, and that's 4 runs again. And trying his best there was Joseph, but to no avail. And another boundary.
This young man, Teddy Bishop, continues to impress. That one is a little wider by Sinclair, and he had a bit of room, and he went to the cut, played it a bit late to the backward point area, and left of backward point. You saw Sharon Joseph there running it down with all his worth, but not being able to pull it back, and another boundary to Teddy Bishop. He's now moved up to 30.
A little bit annoyed with himself there that he didn't really pierce the gap with that one, but that completes the over. 9 completed. It's 48 for 2.
When you look at the context of how this game has gone so far for the morning, Ruskin, after some 9 overs, the score has just moved up to 98. So a good strike scoring rate, just over 5 over. Even with my bad maths, I think I worked that one out. So 5.3, the scoring rate after these 9 overs, seeing that they were in a spot of border, had 2 wickets down without a run on the board. So good partnership formed by these two, Bishop and Nandu. But you've seen them just working the balls in the gaps, picking up the singles. The bad delivery came around when he capitalized. So adding to that score. So this is good batting by these two at this stage of the innings, Ruskin.
Yeah, they've done very, very well so far. What we want to see is for them to just continue building and continue rotating the strike. They're doing so many good things, things that you take for granted. But those are the things that allow teams to be successful.
Yeah. This Muti will continue.
Hey.
Oh, he's going for a cheeky
Almost
one.
gave it away there. He was trying to get cute with one of those
Cheeky,
little scoop shots.
And that one actually did have a bit of bounce on it, a bit more bounce from Muti. So that one had him quite a bit of trouble. I mean, he escaped with it. But well ball again.
Fortune favors the brave.
What you were saying about the coaching staff, you know, we got Andre Coley, who's the head coach of the West Indies team. He's the head coach of this academy side. So, yeah, it's good for them to be seeing these youngsters and see all their work ethics, etc. See what their resume has.
Yep, because it's like I said, it's the same information that they're passing on to them. And it's just that they're getting it much earlier than some of the current players would have gotten, because a lot of them probably now coming into the West Indies team and getting all this information and all this methodology and all this processes, you know, for the first time in some cases.
Yeah.
Whereas here these youngsters are getting it this early. And here's another well-timed shot. Brilliant fielding though. No chance of it getting through.
So good observation, Ruskin. Yeah, just to see what the pathway is, the West Indies pathway. So to have these academy players, you know, embracing it and taking it back with them.
Yes, understanding what it is, because I'm sure even when they leave here, they're probably going to get notes or they'll have something sent to them, telling them areas that they're strong, areas that they need to work on, and what have you. And here's another sweetly timed sweep shot, and that's 4 more. He's placed it well, not a chance out there, and another boundary for that brings up the 50. So these two have really taken a liking to the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers, and they've stitched together a beautiful partnership, 53 of 55 balls.
See again, Bishop just capitalizing on that delivery from Moti. Pitched outside leg stump and he went into the sweep and executed it perfectly. No one at that backwards square area, so there's no trouble there, and that one rushed away again into the boundary. So with that, you've seen them move up to 34. But he's really cashed in on all the bad deliveries that bowled at him. With that, the end of the over is completed. The score is 53 for 2 after 10.
Yep, so Andy and I are going to take a bit of a breather. Riyad Emrit is coming to, I suppose, himself and the coach. So we'll take a little bit of a breather, and we'll have that coming to you soon, right after this.
Come on there, fella.
Good morning to our viewers. Good morning to Anil. Welcome back to the Sir Frank Royal field here at the University Grounds in St. Augustine.
Yeah, pleasant good morning to you, Riyad Emrit. Pleasant good morning to all our listeners and viewers, wherever you may be around the globe. Very good recovery indeed from both Matthew Nandu and Teddy Bishop.
Very good recovery after losing 2 wickets in consecutive balls in the first over. Very good partnership building here, 53. 10.2 overs. Teddy Bishop has been in excellent form. He's hit the ball to all parts of the ground. very talented youngster, as well as Matthew Nandu, who's looked compact. He's looked very good as well.
Yeah, Matthew Nandu just seems to be the perfect foil for the likes of Teddy Bishop. Take nothing away from Nandu as well. What he has done, he has also assisted with the scoring. So the heavy lifting is not only left to Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, Nandu he's played within his limitation. He'll know this Guyana attack pretty okay. He's been a part of the Guyana Harpy Eagles setup, so he'll know this attack. Teddy Bishop, you know, he's really exciting young player. Like the look of him.
And this one is square rhythm there, but some excellent work at backward point. So at the end of over number 11, the West Indies Academy winning the toss here at the Frank Worrell Field. They are 53 for 2. And when we consider what transpired in the first over, Riyadh, losing 2 wickets, it was a double wicket maiden in the first over. You know, we have to say that this is an excellent recovery from both Teddy Bishop and Matthew Nandu. But it's just my thinking here, Riyadh, that I felt that with 2 early wickets to the Guyana Happy Eagles, they possibly just took their foot off the accelerator a bit and was guilty of bowling 2 lengths to these batters.
I think fast bowlers, the only fast bowler bowled thus far, his length wasn't right. He bowled a bit too full. I think he got opportunity of a no ball. He bowled a no ball and got an edge. So it was not good bowling, but take nothing away from these 2 youngsters at the crease. They played some excellent shots. Teddy Bishop has hit the ball so all parts of the ground. He's played some sweeps. He covered drives that he plays. It's excellent. He's a very stylish youngster.
But what I like about this period is the fact that they were under pressure, having lost 2 wickets in the first over. But what they've done really well, they've transferred back that pressure that the Guyana Happy Eagles had on them. They've transferred back that to the opposition with the manner in which they played.
Yeah, they've came out positive. Teddy Bishop came out positive. He knows he's been that type of player throughout the tournament. He's been that type of player coming out and playing positive. What he don't want to do is to give his wicket away with a soft dismissal. I think the first 2 wickets that have gone, there's no danger in the wicket. You know, Milius running down the wicket and missing a straight ball. Then Leonardo Julian missing a straight ball again. So there's no big danger in the wicket. We'll see.
But it's Gulakesh Moti, skipper for Sami Permal, going to his main striker. You know, having had a wonderful outing in the last game here, getting 5 for 17 against the Barbados Pride. So just a hint of spin and bounce of this UE track.
That was a lot slower from Moti, so I think if you bowl slower, there is going to be some spin. You don't want to be bowling too slow. It's already a slow track. And he's bowling. Gulakesh Moti just bowling this one quicker. Nandu trying to play across the line and hitting the leg stump. Just as we spoke about bowling slow, he fires this one. Got some turn, Nandu playing all over it. And he's gone for 15.
Yeah, the classical left arm orthodox delivery, Riyadh. Just spinning, just pitching just on about that off stump and spinning back sharply between the gate. Matthew Nandu going for that booming drive, was never close to it, and it went through the gate and hit the leg pole. So wicket number 3 goes on for the West Indies Academy. Matthew Nandu a bit loose there, Riyadh.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that shot. After having a decent partnership here with Teddy Bishop, he probably would have been looking to carry on for as long as possible.
But undone by an excellent delivery by Gudakesh Moti.
Again, we see Moti using his experience, bowling slow, then changing his pace, getting the ball to spin into the left-hander, creating a bad shot, a foul shot there from Nandu. And West Indies losing their third wicket, so they need another good partnership here. Teddy Bishop will be looking to try to bat as long as he can. He needs some company, he needs someone to stay with him, and you see Kevin Wickham, a new batter at the crease.
Skipper Pramod bringing himself on from the southern end as well, replacing Kevin Sinclair. But it's Teddy Bishop to take strike from Pramod. Bowling with a slip, a backward point, a cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, and a deep backward square on the boundary. So with the power play out of the way, the Guyana Harpy Eagles do have that luxury Riyadh where they could station 4 boundary riders. They could station 4 boundary riders, in protecting the boundaries.
Yeah, I'm sure when Wickham comes on strike, they'll definitely look to attack him a bit more.
And this one is on driven down to long on. Just one on offer, so Teddy Bishop continues to prosper here at the Sir Frank Warrior Field. Excellent conditions. The UE Spec ground is bathing in sunshine at this time.
It's a nice day, a lovely day for cricket. Nice sunshine, nice breeze blowing across the ground.
Yeah, everything is just tailor-made for a mouth-watering contest.
Wickham is sweeping this ball back pass, short fine leg, and it's into the boundary for 4. Not a good start here from Sami Pramod. New batter on strike, just giving him a free ball down the leg side and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and that will give the likes of Kevin Wickham a lot of confidence. They're getting a freebie outside the line of the leg stump, but he still had to execute Riyadh, and he did that to perfection, beating the short fine leg, and into the boundary she goes. But from time to time, Pramod, because of the angles that he bowl, that ball just tends to just be going with the arm down the leg side, and the batsman was able to help himself. But bang on target, keeping Bishop tight.
Yeah, he's that sort of slingy left-arm orthodox bowler who looks to fire it into your pads. This one is a bit slower now.
I tell you what, Pramod wouldn't be too disturbed by the fact that Teddy Bishop is rocking onto the back foot. That arm ball, I'm sure he's going to be lining up that arm ball sometime. Kevin Wickham, he's going to be lining up that arm ball. That ball just holds his line and goes on its merry way. This one is played out to cover on the boundary. There's one on offer, and the score goes up to 60 without loss. 59, my apology.
So at the end of 13 overs, West Indies Academy is 60 for 3, losing 3 wickets. 2 in the first over of the match. Kevin Sinclair getting Milia's stump, and then Leonardo Julian LBW without scoring. We see Moti continues from the northern end. He's got no wicket off his last ball of the previous over, so he'll be looking to add to his tally here. He's already had a 5-wicket haul in the last game. Looking to add. Spinners tournament thus far, Anil. Spinners has been dominating the entire tournament.
And I'm not surprised at all, Riyadh, because of the fact that the pitches are dry and they are gripping, and we're almost to the back end of the tournament, so most of these pitches would have been used at least twice during the course of the tournament. So there is a lot of wear and tear on these pitches, and there's only one type of bowlers that are going to come more and more into the tournament, and it has to be the spinners.
Here we saw the first 300 run score here at the University grounds yesterday. The Barbados Pride. Excellent innings from Zachary McCaskey. And then had good contributions from Shamar Brooks. Shea Hope at the end. Good cameo. Roshan Primus. And then we saw a good fight back from the CCC. Shane Dorridge again. Excellent form, 70 odd. 86, my apology. Ran himself out. I'm sure he would have been eyeing up another century, especially against his home team Barbados.
Yeah, batted brilliantly was skipper Shane Dorridge. Just played to the situation of the game, and when we thought that the CCC was just edging their noses ahead, they lost 2 vital wickets.
Attempt of a run out here, Justin Wickham was called and then sent back by Teddy Bishop. Yeah, CCC were probably on course. They had a very good partnership from youngster Jordan Johnson and Captain Shane Dorridge.
Yeah, they were really putting the Barbados Pride under a lot of pressure at that back end of the innings. But once they departed,
this is a nice juicy full toss from Gudekesh Moti, and Teddy Bishop says thanks and hit it straight over long on. 4. Nice juicy full toss.
an excellent execution indeed from Teddy Bishop as well, knowing that the fieldsman at mid-on was just inside the circle. All he had to do was just lofted that ball over his head, and away she goes to a boundary. So 67 for 3. Teddy Bishop, he moves on to 41 from 35 deliveries. How well he's played.
He's a very attractive player, Teddy Bishop. He's very positive. He runs between the wicket hard. He just got a boundary. He just clips this one, looking for a single. So he's a very good cricketer. He always seems like he wants to get something done while he's batting. You always think that something is going to happen when he's batting. Either it be a quick single, a boundary.
A very busy player indeed.
Very busy.
Indeed, Riyadh. And it's great to see that these youngsters like Teddy Bishop, showing their worth at this regional level. And it does augur well for West Indies cricket going forward, when these youngsters are given the opportunity, to train as a unit and then come into the regional tournament and be able to really showcase their skill sets. It's very refreshing indeed.
Yeah, we keep saying, these two teams, the CCC as well as the West Indies Academy, it's good to see that some of these youngsters are really putting up their hands and making this opportunity count. It's good that the Cricket West Indies has allowed these two teams to participate in this tournament, and they're not just participating, they're really competing for a spot in the knockout stages.
Yeah, as we speak, the CCC is now in second position in the point stand in Riyadh, so that's just testimony of how well they've played consistently over the tournament thus far. And I'm sure they will be in the semi-final stage more than likely. But they're gonna be a handful. I'm telling you that they never give up. That CCC team. They've got a lot to believe. Promal nicely flighted delivery. Wickham just comes onto the front foot, shows him the maker's name, and plays it out to cover point. There's no run. The scores remain on 69. And this one peels outside, off the outside edge. Is heading towards the boundary. I don't think Savory is going to get there. He doesn't. And another boundary to the score. So a booming drive there from the batsman. And it peels out the outside edge. It goes to the right of the man at first slip. And into the boundary she goes. So a welcome boundary there for Kevin Wickham. I'm sure that's going to give him a lot of confidence indeed.
Yeah, a bit of an outside edge, just wide off first slip and heading into the boundary. Premal is trying to just bowl that ball just outside off stump, wanting Wickham to play that expansive drive, which he did in a couple of deliveries ago.
But
Be looking to get that edge again. Oh, and it's just in front of first slip, just as we said. He's looking to create that opportunity, and Anderson had slipped diving to his right. And it's sloppy feeling here from Savory.
allowing the opposition an extra run. There was no way they should have gotten 3 runs there. But again, at this stage, Pumal, I being the skipper of this team, with that ball spinning and gripping, I would definitely get a gully in position, Riyadh, at this stage. Try and look for wickets. Continue to look for wickets at this stage. If you are able to break the back of the top order of this West Indies Academy team, you could really put yourself in a very dominating position.
Especially if you're bowling to the new batter. Try to put him under pressure as much as possible.
No, it's not customary that you would see a slip and gully, in this 15th over of a 50 over contest. But once the conditions is right and the bowlers executing to perfection, then absolutely you want to give your team every opportunity to pick up pepper. But at this stage, it's going to be a blue waters break. We're going to be right back in just a moment.
We're back here at the University grounds in St. Augustine, where the West Indies Academy is 77 for 3 after 15 overs. Gudakesh Moti picking up 1 wicket. Kevin Sinclair with a double strike in the first over.
And we had an excellent recovery partnership between Teddy Bishop and Matthew Nandu. Unfortunately for Matthew Nandu, playing away from his body and being bowled neck and crop from Gudakesh Moti. That ball's pitching outside the line of the off stump and spinning back sharply between the gate. They're going to be at least 1, possibly turning for 2. No, they're going to not take it on. And wisely so indeed. Kevin Anderson was very quickly across the turf and ensuring that only a single is on offer.
Moti is looking to fire this ball into the leg stump. He's hoping to get another wicket just after the break. This is where we see a lot of wicket falling just after the breaks.
And intelligent indeed from Gudakesh Moti to do that, because normally after a break you're not really switched on totally, Riyadh. It does take you maybe a delivery or 2 to get back into your rhythm.
Yeah, you're sure right there, Anil. Nicely played by Wickham. Sitting this one through the cover region.
Yeah, stylish back foot cover drive there. Wickham just rocks onto the back foot and just plays it with some style through that cover point region. There's a single on offer. That takes Wickham on to 14, 78 for 3. Moti bowling with a slip. Backward point cover, extra cover. A man on the point boundary. Long on, long off, and a deep backward square. Mid wicket, short catch and mid wicket as well.
See Moti creating an opportunity there, just falling short of slip. Definitely slower your ball on this pitch. More spin you're gonna get.
Yeah,
you don't want to bowl too slow because it's already a very slow pitch.
Yeah, and if you bowl too slow, Riyadh, what's going to happen is the ball is just going to sit up in the surface as well. But we are seeing, very good variation from Gudakesh Moti, going wide of the crease, bowling closer to the crease. But what is very impressive is the pace at which he continues to change. A bit slower in the air, a bit quicker through the air with that arm ball. So very good from Gudakesh Moti. But at the end of the over, the score 78 for 3.
He's been bowling with some very good variations. Good Gudakesh Moti.
And we do know, Riyadh, that this young man Gudakesh Moti, we do have a lot of time for, but I must admit that he's maturing. Every time you see him, he's just getting better and better with every delivery that he bowls.
Excellent diving stop here, backward point by Savory, saving at least 2 runs.
Yeah, had that backward gone past Savory at that backward point position, it possibly would have gone into the boundary because it was supremely timed as well. Here he goes the other way, it goes down to the backward square. There's only a single on offer.
See Premal just persisting with that line outside off stump. Good sweep shot there from Teddy Bishop.
And you look at the execution of the sweep shot, Riyadh, and you've got to give these youngsters kudos as well, because it's one of the shots in recent times that has been introduced to the point where if you're struggling against the spinners, one of the most effective shots as a getaway shot is the sweep shot indeed.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of sweeps, a lot of reverse sweep here at the University grounds recently.
Yeah, so the guys are taking the opportunity to pull the broom out of the locker, and it's exciting to see that the guys like Craig Brathwaite and they taking on the reverse sweep as well. The coach of the West Indies senior team, Darren Sammy, has made a public call, Riyadh, in that he wants to see guys taking the game on. and doing it through innovation as well.
He did ask for guys to sweep the ball a lot more, reverse sweep, and we've seen that in this tournament.
But
Guys are
what
listening.
Yeah, but what we have also, as we speak, I'd like to say a special good morning to Mr. Darren Sammy as well. But what we are also seeing as well is the fact that that pickup shot that we often see now at the we're seeing at the World Cup, guys here on the regional setup is also attempting to execute as well.
For the World Cup viewers and listeners, the South Africa has gone a mammoth score of 357 for 4. Quinton de Kock 114, Rassie van der Dussen 133, David Miller 53. New Zealand struggling at the moment, 68 for 4.
So we're seeing Quinton de Kock scoring his 400 at the World Cup Riyadh. What do you make of this player, Quinton de Kock?
Yeah, very exciting player, Quinton de Kock. He's behind the great Rohit Sharma, who has 5 in a World Cup, so I'm sure he'll be eyeing that. But South Africa has been playing a different brand of cricket. You can see that the confidence is there. You know, the label as the chokers in ICC tournaments. They're looking to go
one step further.
And this is an easy wicket here for Gudakesh Moti. Teddy Bishop just prodding forward and getting a edge straight through to the slip.
And Kevin Anderson just saying thank you very much. Very easy catch at slip, but Gudakesh Moti, the man in the action again, Riyadh.
Not a bad delivery, not a bad shot by Teddy Bishop by no means. Just prodding forward and ball, just getting a little more bounce and hitting the top of the bat straight to slip. Well played 48 from Teddy Bishop. West Indies Academy 83 for 4 now.
And in a spot of butter. The set Teddy Bishop being dismissed by a very good delivery indeed from Gudakesh Moti, just pitching just above that off-stump line. But again, because he's putting so much revs, he was able to extract some alarming bounce. It took the outside edge, and Kevin Anderson picked it up at first slip, and that was the end of that. So wicket number 4 goes down at the Sir Frank Royal Field here in UE St. Augustine, EWI in St. Augustine. So it's going to be the man who we have a lot of time for, Akeem Augustine. Very exciting young player indeed, Riyadh.
Very, very good player. Another one of the youngsters who has shown what they are capable in this tournament. Very attractive left-hander. Another attractive batter replaces another one, so I'm sure he'll be looking to get a good start here. His team is in a spot about 83 for 4. Needs to get a good partnership here with Kevin Wickham. He has shown that he can bat for very long periods. He had a very good score against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So
yeah, he had a score of 86 not out against 86 against the Trinidad team, and I was on call in that game, and I must say that I am very impressed with this young man. And that was a very, very close indeed there. Very tentative indeed from Augustine there. Possibly Ria just struck outside the line of the off stump.
yeah, another good delivery there from Gudakesh Moti. Probably just outside the off stump.
But Gudakesh Moti really putting the revs on the ball here now. This ball is now spinning very sharply indeed. And it's something that we've grown accustomed to. This pitch here at UE Spec does offer a lot for the spinners. And Wickham just Plays this ball back to Gudakesh Muti into his 7th over, 2 for 24 thus far.
And we've seen that he's not afraid to fly the ball. He's been attacking. It's good to see that he still have the slip in play.
And he also does have that searing arm ball that, he's just looking to get in between that leg stump line, Riyadh, but missing his length on that occasion, and Wickham was able to help himself to a single. So at the end of over number 18, the West Indies Academy winning the toss and batting, they are 85 for 4, and they are in the spot of bother. What is required now is some reconstruction of this innings, Riyadh.
Yeah, they need to get a very good partnership going. As we see Kevin Sinclair, he's back. He's back at the southern end. He places skipper Visami Pramol. It's good for Pramol to keep changing his bowlers, rotating his bowlers. Sinclair's was given a break at the start. Now he's back. Be looking to pick up on another wicket or two.
So Kevin Sinclair getting a double wicket maiden in his first over of the innings. Coming back here now, skipper Pramol looking for more wickets, which he should at this stage of the game, Riyadh.
They need to continue to pick up wickets. The West Indies Academy is not going to lie down. They're very talented team. They have some really good young players, some very talented players.
And they are very well coached by Andrew Cooley, the West Indies white ball coach.
Red ball coach.
Red ball coach,
Red
my
ball
apologies.
coach.
Yeah. So a very talented group indeed. And this young man on your screen there, Akeem Agustin, he continues to announce himself here at the regional level, doing some wonderful things here for West Indies Academy. But a lot is dependent on this pair now. And this one, he just stylishly turns into the leg side. The deep backward square save comes off the boundary and rifles a return into the wicketkeeper Kevin Imlach and just one. So that single takes the score on to 87 for 4. But even at this stage, the projected score, Riyadh, still hovering around that 240 mark, which I'm sure they'll be very happy to get.
Yeah, at this position, they'll be happy to get anything over 200. Still a lot of overs to go. 31.3 overs still to go, so it's a lot of time, a lot of balls. And you see Kevin Wickham coming down the wicket and hitting straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Very good looking shot there from Wickham. A little air there from Sinclair. And he's down the wicket. Very good shot, very positive shot.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair just giving that ball a bit of air, and Kevin Wickham just took 2 strides down and lofted that ball high and handsome over long on. So again, we're seeing that these youngsters very fearless indeed in their approach, Riyadh.
Yeah, another very good looking shot there from Wickham. He's not afraid to use his foot. Sinclair, a bit of aggression there from Sinclair. Just firing that back at the batter.
And we do know that someone like Kevin Sinclair, he does play his cricket in a very aggressive mood, which is very good indeed.
Another attacking shot there from Wickham, slug sweeping into the deep mid-wicket area where there is a fielder.
Yeah, so just outside the line of the off stump, Wickham was very early to take that ball from outside the off stump and play that horizontal bat shot down to backward square. So at the end of the over, 19 completed in the books, 93 for 4. Kevin Wickham, he's on 24, and the talented Akeem Agusti, he's on 2. So still a lot of work for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're not done and dusted here. This West Indies Academy team, they're going to battle to the very end. And what a stylish punch down to long off. Just ease that a bit of width on offer and just caress that ball down to long off, and there is one on offer. So that takes a Wickham on to 25, takes the score on to 94 for 4.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that they can have a good partnership, these two. Wickham has looked good. Another one of the youngsters who has impressed in this tournament. Looking to carry on as much as possible. They don't want to be losing wickets at crucial time. They need to have another good partnership. There was a good partnership of 50 odd. Need to have another good partnership here. Himself and Ogis. They need to take it a very, very long way.
And like everything else, Riyadh, once you lose wicket in very quick succession, it's obvious that there's a lot of pressure. So Ogis just on drive this ball down to long on. Just one. And you can see, even though they've lost 2 wickets in the very first over of the game, they continue to play in that very attacking mood. And this one is swept into no man's land. It goes into the mid-wicket, but lovely work there from Savory there, really covering the ground and making a sliding a stop and rifling that return back into the bowler.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they've been positive throughout. They're not going to try to go into a shell. Most important thing is the shot selection. They need to be a little more assertive. The running between the wickets has been excellent. It's a bad ball there from Moti, just pitching outside leg and keep going down further.
And I'm sure Ogis had to say to himself, he missed out on a freebie there.
So good shot here from Ogis. Slug sweeping this through the vacant deep mid-wicket area. Runs into the boundary for 4. It's a good looking shot.
And we have to reflect back, Riyadh, on what we refer to as matchup. With the left arm orthodox spinner bowling over the wicket, giving him that angle, Ogis just picked it up and lofted into that vacant mid-wicket region. But a valiant attempt indeed from Shama Joseph, really giving chase to maybe 10 meters to his left there, trying to affect that stop, but it just beat him into the ropes. So the 100 comes up for West Indies Academy, and here Ogis just played it out. So at the end of over number 20, the score 102 for 4. We are going to give it up to Ruskin Mark and Christopher Ramsaran.
Okay, thank you very much. And Sinclair continues here. There's another stifled appeal, but there was some bat on to that one. As I say, good morning to Christopher Ramsaran. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning to you, Ruskin, as well. And good morning to all our viewers.
I know you were out there for the toss this morning. What the wicket look like when you were out there?
Oh, the wicket looks pretty dry. Looks like it would spin a lot and deteriorate as well as the innings go by, as we see spin on offer from the first ball of the innings. Pumol bringing in Kevin Sinclair and Gudakesh Moti to open the bowling.
Well, it certainly was justified in the sense that they got the 2 early wickets, and they haven't allowed the youngsters to get too far ahead. Although we had a wonderful partnership between Bishop and Nandu at one point that was going guns until they were separated, and then we just saw the fall of Bishop's wicket for a well played 48.
Yeah, definitely that partnership looked pretty good until
Yes, an appeal for a catch down the leg side, not out, says the umpire, but there's no wide signal, so there would have been a brush against the pad, and you can just see your geese indicating that it did brush the strap on the pad.
yeah, we see the spinners doing the job for the Harpy Eagles this morning.
They've already done well, and he gets through his overs very quickly. It's the end of the over. It's 103 for 4. So Sinclair really rushes through his overs. No delay at all. He doesn't take very long, and but because he bowls so many dot balls as well, so it's like it's either back to him, you know, or generally close to him. So the ball doesn't have very far to travel. You know, when it's not in play. So he clearly has a real knack for getting through his overs pretty quickly.
Yes, and of course, one thing the captain Permol would not have any issues with is slow over rate. As we see 21 overs bowled in quick time.
Yep, and we see Versami Permol is going to continue here from this top end. He's switched around. He's really looking for more success here now.
Yeah, and what this West Indies Academy team would like to do at this stage is try to get that big partnership to take them to at least 35 plus 40 overs.
I'm not sure what the umpire is talking about. So it might be maybe the language out in the middle. I'm not sure what it is, but you can see, look at Versami Permol. He looks perplexed. His hands on his hips, and he's giving the umpire Candice Laborde a little bit of an earful there. So it must be something that is being said, and I'm not sure what it is he wants, or if he wants her to move a little bit to her right, whatever it is. But we had a little delay, but now all is well. I thought all is well, but certainly Permol is not happy.
Yeah, Ruskin, as we watch on our screen, you can see the wicket is crumbling a bit.
Yes, that's a scarred, and that one is a nice back drive, so to speak, off the back foot down to third man. They want a third, no they won't. I get it, and they'll settle for 2 runs. It has to be said, the running between the wickets has been very impressive.
Yeah, indeed, and I was just about to mention that these young guys have been running well between the wickets during this tournament so far.
And it's been pretty impressive today, although there have been 1 or 2 instances where they kind of got their signals crossed. But in the mean, it has to be said, they've really done well with the running between the wickets. They've pushed their fielders and really challenged them time and again.
Yeah, as you see, Permol just gives that one some air, bowling it a bit slower.
Again, a nice use of the feet, and that too has been a nice little feature as well. I saw that in the last game also, where they were not afraid to come out to the spin bowlers.
Yeah, and we were speaking in the last game about that. You know, probably their head coach Andre Kohli has been teaching them that, you know, that to come down the wicket and play the ball when spinners are bowling, which we don't see often in cricket anymore.
And it doesn't have to be to hit a 6.
Yes.
You know, you could still get there and keep the ball on the ground. We tend to assume once you use your feet, you should be going aerial. And here's a ball played over the head of the man at square leg, but they're going to get the single in the end. Shorter delivery from Permol.
What I could say, Ruskin, is Kevin Wickham, for his 31 so far, he looks pretty good. He looks definitely a solid guy.
Yes, it's really, we could look at all the batsmen so far where we didn't get to see Milius, but we saw him in earlier games. We saw Julian also shape well. Again, Bishop, who started the tournament with a bang and he continues to do well. It's the end of the over, by the way, and at the end of 22 overs, 107 for 4.
Yeah, all these youngsters seem pretty decent. They all look the part for West Indies and for the future of West Indies cricket.
Look at Kevin Wickham. He is already up to 31 from 33 deliveries. So again, very positive. And you say that in the face of some quality spin bowling, but yet still he's able to score almost a run a ball. And there was a similar thing with Bishop. You know, he really scored some sumptuous boundaries while at the wicket.
Yeah, it's definitely good from these youngsters.
A little bit late on that one, a little bit extra pace there. So he has to be mindful. Sinclair is a wily character. He's in his 9th over now.
Yeah, and what I think Kevin Sinclair does pretty good is that he sticks to his basics. He lets the batsman make that mistakes. He sticks to bowling his line, his lengths, and letting the batsman make that mistake.
Which is good from his part.
Again, we see another dot delivery by Sinclair.
Yeah. And he has such a sort of a simple action. And look how quickly he gets back to his mark. The batsman hasn't even settled back in his crease and he's ready to go. You know, and hence the reason why he's so quick through his overs.
Yeah, it's more a repetitive motion for him.
And he's a sort of a busy character. He doesn't waste any time. He's always on the move, so to speak. And comfortable single this time, a little bit shorter from Sinclair, and Wickham playing it in that arc and pinching a nice comfortable single. So score inches on by 1 now to 109 for 4. They really need another pair to stand up here and produce something. Maybe another 50-run partnership, something. If they could get more than that, I'm sure they'll be happy.
Yeah, they would want to do that at this stage, and we see at the end of 23 overs, the score is 110 for 4. Kevin Sinclair 2 for 35 after 9 overs. Decent start by him.
And he just continues. He started well with that double wicket maiden first over of the morning, and then he's just kept grinding and churning away after that. So 2 for 35. I think he'll take that. I'll probably add another wicket or two, because remember he did have a couple strong LBW appeals that were turned down when he thought he had his man.
Yeah, and what I notice about Sinclair, he strives on his confidence. He's that confident player. Whether he gets hits for a 4, a boundary, a 6, whatever it is, he's confident in what he does.
Well, this might be biased. I don't think he got a touch onto it. It's gone down to fine leg. We'll wait on the umpire to see if there's any signal. I'm not sure what the signal is, if there's any signal at all. Dead ball. Okay. So that's what it is. So it might have just brushed him on the way through, because he wasn't playing a shot. Well, he did play a shot on that occasion, trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, what we see from Ogie's even in the last game, he's not afraid to play shots at the spinners, even though the wicket is quite conducive for spin.
Little use of the feet, and one of the things that as we were talking about batsmen using their feet or learning to use their feet, I was thinking of somebody like a Larry Gomes, who was very good against spin bowling, but Larry had this trigger movement. He used to make a small step first and then a bigger one. This is a quicker delivery, just deceiving him there a little bit. And yes, and Larry Gomes used to make like an initial step, and then so it's almost as if that allows him to pick up and assess length, and then from there he would determine if he's going forward or if he's coming back from there, and it worked for him very well. Instead of starting in your usual stance, you just kind of, I don't know if he relaxed that front leg. That was a teaser, and you could see him Wickham having to reach for it, and slightly awkward in the end, but he played it fine.
Yeah, we have seen these two batsmen actually prodding and chipping down to the spinners a lot, even though if it's just a chip and block.
Again, watchful and not taking any chances. The end of another over, and it's 113 for 4 now after 24.
Yeah, tidy over by Versami Pomo. Only 3 runs coming off that over. We have seen that the spinners are actually doing the trick for the Harpy Eagles this morning.
And they have 3 West Indian spinners.
Yeah. We see with Shamar Joseph only having that 2 overs in these 24 overs that have gone. So 22 overs of spin this morning already.
And you want to believe they'll each bowl out their 10. There's another appeal, but again, probably angling into that leg stump.
Yeah, Sinclair is actually into his last over.
Yep. Not.
What he would want to do is try to better his figures by getting a wicket or 2 now.
He has 2 already. Again, he's on the leg, so he's probably just a little bit. The line is probably a little more towards the leg stump now than it was earlier, where he was more off on middle stumps, and the drift would take it in.
Yeah, and probably what Sinclair would want to do at this stage is, give that ball some air, slower through the air. To give Augies that chance of chipping on the wicket, so he could probably get a stump.
But it's more of the tidy stuff from him, really asking the batsmen to create their own action, as you saw there from Augies, having to use his feet, but when he got there, he just stroked it, didn't try to hit it too hard, go across it in any way, and collected a comfortable single.
Yeah, and we have already seen 5 deliveries in the space of a couple seconds into this over already by Sinclair. Again, that's the end of the over. The score is 114 for 4 after 25 overs. Kevin Sinclair, 10 overs, 36 runs, 2 wickets.
Had a double maiden wicket inside of there as well. So he's done exceptionally well for his team. I'm sure Versami Pomal would take that and be happy. Now he has to consider how he's going to manage his other resources now, to see, somebody has to replace Sinclair at that end. I don't know if he wants to go back to Muti just yet. So he may have to find a 5th bowler now.
Yeah, he also has that change which he can bring, which is Rutherford, who bowls that, that slow cutter deliveries and so on, which would do well on this wicket.
The short ball that is hammered down to long on. Shimron Hepmeyer platooning out there.
Yeah, and speaking about Shimron Hetmeyer, he hasn't been the Shimron Hetmeyer that we know, who can take games away from you.
We just don't know when he would come to the party. That's the thing when you're operating with a player of his quality. Generous flight. And that really is tempting the batsman, tempting the patience there. Pomal just throwing it up there and daring them. Now you're hitting that direction, you're hitting against the wind. And I think that's what he's hoping, that they try to go get under him and go over cover. But they'll be hitting straight up in the wind. He has a man on the boundary at point.
Very,
and a long off.
yeah, very smart bowling from Purmall. Just letting those batsmen hit into the wind.
There's another appeal for an LBW. That one broke through and he's out. It went right through again, coming in with the arm. He was playing for a little bit of turn, and I think it came back in at him. And that is the end of the innings there for the young man, Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, indeed, and Purmall is now getting into his work. Kevin Wickham just being a bit too lazy on the back foot. Probably was not expecting that arm ball.
Yep, 115 for 5 now. But again, Wickham just started to get into his work here, and now how often we've seen that in this tournament so far. We talk about it ad nauseum. Players getting a start and can't carry on.
Yes, we see young Carlton Tuckett strides to the crease. He and Ogis would want to see their team to a respectable total at this stage. They're a bit under pressure, but hopefully these two young guys can help their team to a respectable total.
This young man is the reserve keeper in the team, and he is. We saw him a little bit in the last game. He came on and substituted for a bit. Then he went back out because Julian came back out, and then Julian got struck in the face, and Tuckett had to take over the responsibilities behind the stumps. So this is a big occasion for him. Gets a chance to play.
Yeah, indeed, and he would want to impress the coaches of his team. He would want to get that milestone for himself as well. As we see, two slip is in place for him.
Taking his time, just making Purmall wait a little bit. There is a man, one of the subs was trying to come on, but I think they sent him back off. And immediately he's onto the front foot.
Yeah, Purmall would just want to continue in a tidy spell at this stage as well.
And another good delivery.
Well watched by the young man.
And I think he has to be careful. Some are turning, some are not. And that's the trick of the experience Purmall. 115 for 5 now after 26.
Yeah, as we see, Kevlon Anderson is into the attack now. From one off spinner to another off spinner. And again, Purmall choosing to go with that slower bowler once more.
So clearly the plan is to bowl as many overs of spin as is possible.
Yeah, and it's already up to 26 overs.
So the conditions are really perfect for cricket. little bit of bounce there. In two minds if they should go for the single or not. And then they decide not to bother.
Yeah, watchful by Ogies.
Has just a one slip. Hetmeyer isn't slip now. Backward point man on the deep point boundary. Extra cover on the mid-off. And this one is picked up. There is a long chase and he just bobbles it. And is that Rutherford out there just not able to get under it? He sort of trapped it. And probably didn't see it very well because it came off the bottom of the bat. And in the end, they were able to complete a single.
A good effort still from Rutherford. Still stopping that boundary, saving his team some runs.
Well, at some point, you have to make that decision. Do you go for the catch or do you try to prevent it from going for the boundary? And sometimes it's a split-second split-second decision. Another quick single, and Muti was attacking it nicely, but it struck the pad of Ogies as he was grounding into the crease, but no chance of him getting an extra run. Ogies again looking for a couple. He might get a second. Yes, he will. Not much they can do about that. It's again another opportunity for them to sort of close it down. Two fielders trying to close in on it.
Yeah.
Neither one. Himraj was the one who had to track it down. All the same. Sinclair, though, was attacking it, and I think that was the call that Sinclair should have really been the one picking it up and denying them that second run. Again, good, sensible batting, nothing too extravagant, but being positive all the while. As that over comes to an end, the first for Anderson. And at the end of 27, it's 120 for 5.
And what we could see from these youngsters, Ruskin, is they look that that fit bunch. You can see they running hard between the wickets, giving off that that positive energy.
I mean, these are youngsters, and again, regardless of how many times we see them in this tournament, this is a big occasion for them. This is serious business for them. This is the level, just below the international level for them. So a lot of them are thinking, if we do very well here, the next time people see us could be, at the international level. This one is up in the air, and the catch is taken. That's a good catch. Anderson was there running for all it's worth, and he had to go full stretch. And that is the end of Ogies trying to sweep at one and got a top edge.
Yeah, what a brilliant effort from Kevlon Anderson, diving full stretch to secure a wicket for his team. Beautiful indeed from Kevlon Anderson. And what the Guyana Harpy Eagles would want to do at this stage is just keep the pressure on, knowing that the West Indies Academy is in a bit of bother at this stage.
Oh yeah, they're in more than bother at the moment. They're in serious strife because the one good thing though is they might be thinking, and I suppose this is being positive, is that it's only 120 runs, but if their bowlers can, let's say they get another 40 or 50 runs, that's close to 170, 180, and so they give their bowlers at least a something to bowl at. And who knows, cricket is a strange old game.
Yeah, and we have definitely seen that this academy team has good bowling for them. In the last game against a mighty Red Force, they had the Red Force under a bit of pressure at some stage in that previous encounter.
Yeah, they did for a long period. They did keep them in at bay. First of all, they did it with the bat, and then with the ball, they kept taking wickets at critical times. But it's only the experience of um, I'm trying to remember who Muhammad made an unbeaten 70. You
Yeah.
know, Jason Mohammed used all his experience
Yeah.
to.
And maybe not having that experience at that stage of the innings would have probably see the West Indies Academy to a victory.
Yep, but that's part of the learning here, and that is why it's so important that they go through this. You know, because the only way you're going to know how to deal with situations is when you experience those situations. You know, we could talk till the cows come home,
He-
but until they go through that, you know, themselves and
Yeah.
see, you know, or figure out or find a way to navigate through it and come out on the other end of it, you know, with positives or with, you know, or with a big score because they realize the team in trouble. They require them to stay there and build an innings. They still have a fair amount of overs. You know, this is only the 28th over. So, you know, they have another 22 overs
Yeah.
a plus to try and get another 100 runs. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, we see the captain Naeem Young is into the wicket now, and you
Who
know
has
he's
played some good innings already
yeah,
in this tournament.
definitely. He's no slouch with the bat as well, and he's the one that leads the team, so which means he has a vast amount of experience. And in speaking with him during the toss, you know, he said that his guys are rallying around him, and you know they have been playing good cricket, and he's right for saying that they definitely have been playing some good cricket to match up with these guys who are uh, you know have these bunch of experience who has been playing this cricket for a long period of time.
And they've had success at this level. For 5 years in a row, Guyana won the regional tournament. They've always been thereabouts in the white ball cricket as well. So these are seasoned campaigners, and so when you can do well against them, and I think that's some of the things that they have to be. I'm sure they must be when they have in their meetings, or even when they're just chatting in in their rooms or in the corridors, whatever. You know, and you're talking cricket. They might be just thinking about how they, you know, who they're doing well against or who they did well against, and
Yeah.
and you know,
Rightfully so.
just to build confidence. So it's going to be Young waiting on his opposite number.
Yeah, and in speaking with Puamola Ditos, you know, he said that he isn't going to take these guys lightly because he knows the potential that these youngsters have.
Yeah, it's a serious uphill curve for them. Once they keep going, chances are we could see a vast number of them in West Indies colours, senior team colours, across formats in the not too distant future.
Yeah, very soon we can see that.
I don't fancy the selectors though, because now this is a great shot. They could get a couple here at least, and they might even get a third, but I think they will settle for two. It's good work out in the deep, but I think he hurt his shoulder in returning that one. He hurriedly got rid of it, and now he's paying the price. I know the feeling, because he had to run a long way to his left, and there's Joseph, and then he had to release the ball, and it looks as if he might have just done his shoulder. If you look at him, he's still in some pain.
Yeah, and what Joseph would not want to do at this stage in his young career is, you know, damage that bowling shoulder of his.
Yep,
Because we have been seeing him around the circuit now, generating that vast amount of pace.
it's that rotator cuff that goes, and sometimes that could be the Very, very difficult to navigate. I've seen a lot of players try to play through it, but it's the end of over number 28. It's 120 for 6. A maiden over. A maiden wicket, I should say, for Veerasamy Permaul.
As we see, Anderson is being replaced by none other than
Gurukesh
Gurukesh Moti.
Yeah, he did his job. Because you think now he's going for the jugular now.
Yeah, they're going for the kill now.
Yep. Get your best bowler on and see if these youngsters can withstand the pressure.
And what I could say about Moti is, he has been growing in leaps and bounds in his career thus far. He keeps striving, further and further into his career, and he's doing well for himself at a young age.
And every opportunity he gets to bowl and to play, like I said, I think it only does his confidence, a world of good.
Yeah, and he just finds himself in the wicket column all the time.
And he has support here because he has 2 slips. He has Anderson and he also has Shimron Hetmeyer at second slip.
Yeah, very attacking
Or like a
field.
gully, I think, because he's so much forward, more advanced than Anderson is. So you probably call him a gully up front, if not a second slip. And driving well. Good timing. Only going to get a single, but at least he's not afraid to come out onto that front foot and play that shot. I don't think Muti would mind too much because he does have that support behind the bat there, so any edge could land him another wicket. So Young is on 2, so too is Tuckett. And
Just driven down for 1 from Young.
this is again, it's good batting. You have to tip your hats to these youngsters. Whatever the information is, it's getting through to them. This is the format that you're playing. This is how you accumulate runs. If you're not going to attack the bowling and you can get a single, then take the single, but don't just block it for dot balls.
Yeah, we see that second slip coming out into short cover, trying to stop that single down at long off.
And driven hard again, but Hetmeyer was diving to his right, but I think he really didn't have much of a chance cutting that out. That was hit very firmly.
Yeah, and Young would want to be telling his partner in Tuckett, let's just take it deep. Let's just see how far we could get to a good score. You see Moti giving that one a bit of air, trying to tease Young.
Certainly trying his best there to get him to do something rash. 123 for 6 now after 29.
As we see. This end.
Yep, so and Veerasamy Permaul has done what? He's in his Muti has finished 9 now, 2 for 36. And
yeah, I believe Permaul has bowled 7 overs so far.
But this is the challenge here now. If these youngsters just bat them out, who is to come after?
Yeah, yeah, they definitely would have to make up some overs, which they can capitalize on.
They can capitalize because they would be like 4th, 5th, and 6th bowlers, if you know what I mean. So Young and if Young could stick around for maybe the next 3 or 4 overs, they might have a windfall at the tail end of that.
Yeah, and we know Harpy Eagles also has Hemraj, who can bowl a bit as well.
Yeah, but he's not a frontline spinner in the sense that in this team. So as a batting team, you might be thinking, well, maybe we can, pick him off a little bit and add some very important runs at the back end. But they have to be there for the next 2 or 3 overs. See Permal off, see Muti off. You've already seen Sinclair off, and that's what 30 overs you probably get out of the way. Now let's see how we deal with these next 18 or so overs from the change bowlers. And if you could do this, that is even better. Score off the main ones, and they pick up a comfortable 2 again.
A nice late cut by Tuckett. That would give him some confidence.
Doesn't he remind you of Carlton Bohr?
Yeah, short guy, just like Carlton Bohr. And Ruskin, approaching 30 overs, and we have only seen 2 overs of pace.
Yep. And you want to believe that pace will come at the back end. At some point, they're going to bowl a quicker bowler. We hope. Took at a bounce and turn. He was going to cut it again, and then he pulled out of the shot because of the amount of bounce that he was able to get. And significant turn as well from Permal.
Yeah. As we see, the more air they give the balls, the more spin we see out of the wicket.
So this is good, sensible batting. If it's there, then you take it. If not, then you just kind of play defensively, keep him out, and preserve your wickets. They need something here. They've already lost 6 wickets, only 125 on the board. And Permal thought he had gotten through there, but not on that occasion. Tuckett, late decision, but he played it well in the end. The end of over number 30, 125 for 6 it is, at the end of 30 overs. And we're going to take a breather, and the good coach is going to come back after this.
Thank you very much, Ruskin Mark. So the West Indies Academy winning the toss here at UWI-SPEC and taking first strike at this stage, just losing some critical wickets at vital moments in this game. I'd like to say a pleasant good morning to Andy Payne.
Very good morning, Anil. Good to be back here with you again today, as we see the Academy in battle against the experienced Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And all the wickets thus far has gone to the spinners, Andy. So it's just testimony again, of the amount of purchase that these spinners are extracting from the surface. And they're led by Versami Permal.
As you see, Naeem Young just going into a big shot, hit that one full on the side screen, back over the bowler's head from Kelvin Anderson. And as you know, Young, he's no slouch with the bat. He's been having a pretty good season as well. He's captain of the side, and I'm sure he'll be looking to push on this score here.
Yeah, a bit of width on offer there, but also being given the length, and he just hit through the line of the delivery, and away she went.
And then that one's cut past the first slip, and that one's running close to the boundary in front of us here. Not going to reach the boundary. Pulled back by St. Clair, but if you needed a player in such a situation right now, Anil, there's none better than Naeem Young, who is known to prosper in these type of situations.
Well, it's good news, to the cricketing public that someone like Naeem Young, being the captain of this West Indies Academy team, huge responsibility on this young man.
Yeah, and you'd have seen him from his days playing for the West Indies on the 19 when he led that team. And you've seen all his leadership qualities coming out. And in this academy side, you've seen them in trouble here against Barbados Pride. And Young, who before the rains came, he was unbeaten on a half century and playing a very integral knot.
Yeah, so he does, have a lot of talent indeed as an all-rounder. I know he loves his bowling as well. But At this stage, a lot of work still to be done. 19 overs still available, and I think at this juncture, Andy, very important indeed that both these players really get together and stitch a partnership because they won't want to get bowled out, inside the 50 overs. I'm sure, the coach and the entire think tank, they will be echoing that sentiment that they need to fight and fight all the way down to that final ball in the 50th over.
Yeah. And you just heard Ruskin alluded to it a bit earlier that when you see the senior bowlers who've bowled quite a lot in this innings, I mean, it's only 31 overs bowled to date. And you see Muti, who's gone some 9 overs already. Sinclair, he's bowled his allotment out. And and then you have Pamal, I think he's got 2 remaining. So they've gone to a 6 bowler right now in Shanpal Himraj. So if these two can really think about the new bowlers to come, and as the main bowlers are limited with what they have remaining, and try to form a partnership, like you said, that should be good for the team.
Well, I'm sure that the think tank would have echoed the sentiments that the frontline bowlers are just about almost finished. And what that does, it does give you just a bit of flexibility in terms of, going in the back end, who the bowlers, you can target.
Yeah, but these two need to be sensible about it. Tuckett, who's been there now for some 14 deliveries, he's only on 5. But if he can stick around with his captain in Young and just try to forge a partnership, especially against Himraj and Anderson, without taking too much risk, I think they should be looking to get another 100 runs on the board.
Well, I'm sure that the batters will be very well aware that the likes of Chanapol Himraj is not a frontline spinner by any stretch of the imagination. So they would. Well,
as we speak about that, you've seen the demise of young Carlon Bowen Tuckett. He's went back to cut that one bit close to the bat, and the edge taken by Emlat. He's not very happy with the decision, I must say, with young Tuckett. But the Guyanese team seems to be that they were very confident in the appeal. And he has to go. He has to go for 5.
Yeah, so a bonus wicket here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Chanpol Himraj coming on and immediately getting a wicket. To me, that's a gift, Really nothing in it, from Chanpol Himraj, just rolling his arm over. But he will tell you that, he's better than that.
So against the run of play, probably, so to speak, they've lost their 7 wickets. They're now 135 for 7. And the new batsman coming in is Matthew Ford. Matthew Ford, again, he's no slouch of the bat. He plays in Barbados, so I know him pretty well. So he's come to join his captain in Nain Young, who's also from Barbados. So these two know each other pretty well. And certainly they'll be looking now to do the best they can for this West Indies Academy team.
And I'm very excited indeed, for the likes of Matthew Ford to see how he goes about his application. It's not the same situation when he came in against the TNT Red Force team, where he had all the license to express himself. Here, he needs to be a bit more conservative in his approach, but more importantly, provide that platform of support for his skipper in Naim Young.
And he's got quite a long time to do it. They're just into the 32nd over, so a long way to go. But he, like you said, he just needs to apply himself and show some form of batsmanship, which I know that he does have. So it's very important that for him to showcase that here today.
Yeah, a situational cricket is what's required.
And Himraj, like you said, what a gift of a wicket to him. Not a big threat, I would say, at this stage of the game. But he saw young Tuckett just fall into what was not really an innocuous delivery or anything of that sort.
But Chanapol Himraj does look innocuous indeed. There's nothing threatening about his bowling, Andy. Let's be realistic. There's nothing threatening about his bowling. He's not extracting any sort of, prodigious stone, or he's got that magical arm ball or anything of that sort. He's just arming up and just trying to put the ball on a good length.
Yeah, and as these guys become a bit more experienced, the batters, they will know this is at the stage of the game when you don't give your wicket away. You just want to bat what you see in front of you. The main threats are out of place, so you just need to, bat and capitalize on this. These guys are just here to make up some overs, so you don't want to fall to that.
And it's a case as well to Andy where happy hour could come a bit earlier than you expect, But again, sometimes you could get drowned in honey.
It can happen. But credit to Pomal as well. I mean, he saw that their wickets continuing to fall, so he persisted very much with his frontliners, and they've given you that 6 wickets up to that point. So it needs to say like he continued to go on the attack. So that's the end of 32. Anil and the academy side up to 135 for 7. We've got in the wicket now. We've got Matthew Ford joining his captain Naeem Young, and it's up to these two to try to bat in as long as they could.
So if they were to go at 4 runs and over, they're going to get just a tad over that 200 mark. That's not going to be enough. But at this stage now, very important indeed for both skipper Naeem Young and Matthew Ford to continue the vigil here for the West Indies Academy and bat the entire allocation of 50 overs. That is going to be at the forefront of whatever planning they have for the rest of his innings.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Andre Coley and the think tank inside, they'll be telling these younger players, and this is it, we need to just bat it out. If we can see this, if we can bat here to the end of 50 overs, we should be looking to get up to something around the score of 200, 210 with what strike rate we've got to date. But you need to bat all your deliveries out and don't give your wickets away here. As you see, Pomal comes in for another spell now from the south. He's going into his 9th over, so it's very smart batting needed from here on, Anil.
Yeah, well, I think priority number 1 at this stage here is to see the likes of Pomal out and not give him any more wickets.
Yeah, but this is why he's actually come back in at this time. He came back here trying to prize the remaining 3 wickets out as one of the front line bowlers. He thinks he's into the lower half of the innings as a batting, so he wants to get it done as soon as possible.
Yeah, so looking to really put the rope around the neck here of the West Indies Academy. Versami Pomal, sensing the opportunity to go for blood, as we say, and just continue the demise of this batting meltdown by the West Indies Academy. But both Matthew Ford and skipper Naeem Young, they, I'm sure, are going to have different thoughts on that.
Yeah. So yeah, he's up against his equal number, Naeem Young. Like you said, there he'll have different ideas as to what Versami Pomal is bringing here. But Young, like we say, he's been in lots of situations like this before. As you see him going for the sweep, and he swept that one high and hard and handsome over mid-wicket. You've seen Pomal giving that one a bit of air, and Naeem Young, he really cashed in on that one, Anil.
Yeah, a friendly, gentle one from skipper Pomal, just possibly trying to beat him, with the slowness of the delivery. But, excellent connection there from Naeem Young and taking him downtown over the boundary over mid-wicket for a 6.
One thing we could say about Young to this day, he's just gone up to 13. He's had 2 sixes in his innings up to now, but his selection of shots so far, Anil, has been pretty impressive. He's chosen which balls he knew he were going to hit out of the ground.
Well, it's all about knowing your game, Andy, and backing yourself to execute.
You've seen him now, that one's a bit fuller on the off stump, and he's just stroked that one up to the long off to pick up a single to just keep the score moving along. So good batting again by Naeem Young.
So after over number 32, it's 135 for 7, the West Indies Academy. And when I do my assessment of what has transpired thus far, I'm not convinced that the West Indies Cricket Academy should be at 135 for 7. This pitch here at the UE Spec ground has been a lot better than most that we've seen thus far. So there's absolutely no reason why the West Indies Academy should be struggling at 135 for 7.
Must agree with you. I mean, after you saw the first 2 wickets been down by Matthew Sinclair, he had early this morning, he had was it the batsman Julian and the opening batsman Milius out in the first over, but you've seen the partnership start to forge between Teddy Bishop and Matthew Nandu, and they looked very good up to that point to the dismissals that came.
And just coming back to that, Andy, that first dismissal of Milius, I felt he was a bit reckless, knowing that the breeze is blowing from east to west.
Agreed with you, and a bit of inexperience maybe. I mean, you're seeing that
Because-
it's a newer ball, harder ball. You're not expecting it to turn as expeditiously as he would think. So to advance to that at that point, I think it was a bit needless.
Yeah, it was indeed needless, and with the ball being new, right, the tendency will be more drift than anything else, and that ball just continued to drift away from him. He was playing the original line, and was caught, way down the track there. But again, a bit of inexperience in terms of the conditions that you're batting under.
Yeah.
The breeze was blowing from east to west. Is obviously that breeze is going to take that ball away from the right-hander.
And that's where the academy is good to have them in this competition. So they need to become students of the game and to understand that type of planning going forward. I'm sure Coley and Co, they'll be telling him these kind of things in the pavilion for his future interest.
And I remember some international batsman, I can't remember the name just yet, but he used to take out his kerchief and try and
Another good shot there by, looks like Ford this time, who's brought out the sweep shot. And you saw Himraj, as we say, who's not a dangerous bowler by any stretch of the imagination, just straight on leg and Ford bringing out the sweep shot and picking up yet another boundary.
And against the like of Chanapol Himraj, you want to really cash in at this stage, Andy, because the main strikers, they don't have much in them. But if you put some pressure back on Chanapol Himraj, what it will do, skipper Pramod will have no choice but to bring his main strikers back on
Earlier than he anticipated.
At this stage, he's just really looking to get some overs out from the likes of Himraj. But if Matthew Ford and Naeem Young continues to bat, he may just have to bring them back a lot earlier than he wants to at this stage.
Okay, good observation. And if you're looking at the scorecard, Pramod, he's going to continue, and he's into his final over. If, like you said, St. Clair, he's already bowled his allotment out. There we go, a drive, a little aerial from Young this time. He's just going to pick up one at backward point area. But yeah, St. Clair, who's completed his allotment, Moti, who's only got one remain. So I think he'll be pressed to actually go back to his seamer in Shamar Joseph, who volleyballed some two this morning. And if you look around, I think you've got the likes of Rutherford or Sampson to come to help make up some overs.
Yeah, so Guyana Happy Eagles going with one out and out fast bowler in their lineup today, Shamar Joseph. So there's no secret that the bulk of the work is going to be done by the spinners.
Okay, if you could just as well note that single from Young brought up the 150 for the academy team. They find themselves at 150 for 7. We're into the 35th over, but so some other 15 overs remaining after this. So they just need, like I said, to bide their time and wait for these part-time bowlers to come.
And both these players, Matthew Ford and Naeem Young, they're excellent ball strikers. So once it's in their arc, they're going to back themselves to clear the boundary.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, you've seen the selection from Naeem Young today. He's have 2 6s, and they were really in the slots for them to be put away. So, yeah, you just need to continue to talk to Ford and said, hey, you just need to hang in here with me, guy. Let's look for a partnership, and let's bat it down as deep as we can.
So I think the first option is going to be to take it up to over number 40, do a reassessment, and then continue again.
As some spinning bunks being on offer there from Rasami Pamal. But Pamal, like we said, he's just probably got 2 balls remaining in this spell, and the onus will be on to Matthew Ford to just see him off at this point. Pamal, his record at this level goes without saying, impressive. So just to see him off and see what else they have to bring from that southern end.
Yeah, Pamal, as we both know, Andy has been around the circuit for many years, and every time he goes to the bowling crease, he does bring some value to the Guyana Happy Eagles team. I'm not sure what the stats are when it comes to regional cricket, but I'm sure it's one that's right up with the best in the business.
Definitely, for Sammy Pomo, his records speaks volumes. He's been around for a long time, and he's been a consistent performer for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And to see him leading this team here, he wants to see his team into the final. The Guyanese track record in this format is very good, so he would like to see him through to the final of this tournament. But he's completed his allotment now as well. He's completed some 10 overs for 38 runs, if we can follow it on the monitor, as the academy team there. At the end of over number 35, I think we make it 154-7, Anil.
Yeah, so Versami Pomol again amongst the wickets and picking up very important wickets at, passages are played that you want a bowler to come and do the job. He himself has taken that responsibility as the skipper.
Yeah, he's got important wickets, like you said. He picked up today Akeem Ogis, and who was in a good partnership at that stage when he picked him up, and he's also got the wicket of, I think it would have been Kevin Wickham, who also was in the good score. Wickham got 32 and looking very good, Kevin Wickham. Another player of interest, you were speaking about him a bit earlier when you were off air, Anil. Impressive young player in the making. He would have played for Barbados Pride in the first class season, but another good player that the academy's picked up.
Yeah, having a look at Kevin Wickham, he doesn't look out of depth at all at this level. From the moment go, he was, he just started to stroke the ball around. And, for Barbados cricket and West Indies cricket, we'd want to see some of these youngsters coming through and playing at the highest level, Andy.
And it's good to have the West Indies Cricket Board include these teams of the CCC and the likes of the academy in this tournament, where we can see what we've got in the shed, so to speak.
Yeah, and it must be a blessing in disguise. Even though I share the sentiment that both of us were extremely disappointed that the West Indies did not make it into the World Cup this year. But to me, it's the ideal springboard now, to have all the experienced players, in the mix with these exciting young cricketers now, forging that next generation of West Indies white ball cricket players.
And we would have spoken about that a bit earlier, Anil. So it's good to see what you've got in the shed, like I said, and who you want to take forward. I mean, the next World Cup is some 4 years away, but we want to know that when we're going back out there, we've got a pool of players that we have identified to be taking our cricket forward.
St. Clair 2 for 36, Moti 2 for 36. So at the end of over number 36, the West Indies Academy at 152 for 7. Naeem Young has moved on quickly on to 24 from 26 deliveries, but the role that Matthew Force has in the back end of this innings here, and could determine exactly where the West Indies ends up.
Yeah, but in saying that, his role really here is to be supporting Naeem Young, because as we see how freely a scorer Naeem can be, he will spend some time. Naeem, he's that type of player. But once you give him an opportunity to score, I'm sure, as you've seen, he will capitalize. So we just need Ford not to be reckless and just offer some support to him.
So short delivery there from Kevlon Anderson. And he rocks onto the back foot and deposits that ball into the cow corner region, and it goes away for 4. But a valiant attempt indeed from the man along on. He was traveling like a train to get around there, but unfortunately for him, he was not able to.
It looks like Moti out there on the long boundary. But yeah, a delivery pulled down by Kevlon Anderson, and like we said, this is where the academy team needs to think that this is where we will get our runs now. Pamal, he's finished up as well as St. Clair. So this is where we need to be cashing in when we get the likes of Anderson and Himraj. So you've seen Ford again now just working that one past backward point for pick up yet another 2 runs to add to his score and to the academy.
Yeah, and we're seeing very intelligent cricket indeed from Young and Matthew Ford, just rocking onto the back foot and playing that ball past that third man. You know, a shot that I'm sure that he'd be very proud of. You see that from the top batters from these teams. But Matthew Ford batting at number 9 here for the West Indies Academy, you know, showing, you know, the grit and determination, you know, that his coaches and the think tank of the West Indies Academy team, you know, will want him to execute, how they will want him to execute.
Just saw him pick that single up again, just working that one down to Lawan to get Naeem Young back on strike.
So it brings us to a very important point. There's only one seamer, right, out and out seamer that the Guyana Harpy Eagles you know, has in their roster of the team. And at the end of the over number 37, 159 for 7. So what it does leave the skipper Pramod with possibly one specialist bowler short in this encounter. Hence the reason, the importance of keeping, you know, the likes of General Himraj, you know, continue to milk himself and Kevin Anderson for maybe 5-6 overs as the case may be, and then, you know, you reassess after over number 40.
Yeah, good assessment again. So yeah, you just to milk these bowlers here, and as you can see, Anderson, he will give you something, so you don't have to go searching pretty much, as we would say, and just to keep them out and just continue to rotate the strike and just take what they give you. Another short ball from Himraj, no threat again, and you saw Ford just cutting that one up to the point area to pick up yet another single.
Yes, a short and wide from Channel Paul Himraj. And these part-timers, once you're patient, they're going to serve you up something that you could cash in. But what you can't do is, you know, be ultra aggressive as well.
Sensible batting again by Naeem Young. Just stroking that one up to a long off or single. No harm in anything coming out here at all from Paul Himraj, just bowling it just nice and full and stroking that one down. You've seen him enforce a change in the field, so you've seen extra cover now coming over from the leg side. The square leg, he's going to move to mid wicket. The deep mid wicket goes around a bit to mid to forward the square. So, you know, you just see him just rotating the strike here and just putting the pressure on Guyanese.
But intelligent batting indeed from Matthew Ford. Haven't seen that that change was made on the offside. Decided now to just get inside the line and play that lap sweep down to deep backward square. So intelligent cricket all around in terms of Bhaftami Pramod trying to get some overs out from his part-timers.
He'd be pushing to get a second one here, and Ford, who's very fast, he's back. So 2 more runs again. As you saw that Paul Himraj just pulling that one down on the offside, and Young, he was back and punching that one through extra cover to pick up yet another 2. You've seen Pamal just trying to set his players in the right these areas, but these 2 manipulating the field as best as they could.
And it's important that they continue to milk the likes of Channel Paul Himraj, you know, even though it's at a stage where you don't want to lose a wicket, but you don't want to become ultra defensive as well. You got to keep that intent, you know, when you're batting. You got to keep that intent with whoever is bowling at the back end of the innings. And I must admit that both Naeem Young and Matthew Ford taking every opportunity to tick away at the score.
And yeah, these 2's been doing it very well. And like I said, two you're not coming all rounders, but very good, useful batsmen at the lower order of any innings to have. And like I said, if you're ever in such a crisis situation and you have Naeem Young at the crease, you think you have a man for that. Even at such a young age, he understands the cricket game, and he's one who at the back end always gives you that fight. Well,
it's great to see that he's got that level of maturity at this tender age. And what will happen is like the guys like Matthew Ford, could emulate him, and he does have the opportunity now to give him that rock that he needs in terms of, skipper, you continue. I'm going to stay here with you, for as long as possible.
Yeah, and he's really turned the pressure on, as you've seen. I don't want to say it's a desperate move, but you've seen Pumal, who's gone to his most experience and wicket taking option, and Moti. He's brought him back, and he's going to be in his final over. So he's really trying to get the end of this innings finished.
Well, at this stage, I'm sure skipper Naim Young would want to take the responsibility to ensure that there's no more wickets in the wicket column for the likes of Gudakesh Muti.
Well played again by Young into the cover area to pick up yet another single.
So for Sarami Pomo, the skipper here now desperately looking to try and make a breakthrough here.
I'll play it again by Ford. He's just lapped that one past the square leg area to pick up yet another 2. So yeah, so if they continue to do this here for the next 5 overs, like you said, Anil, and just try to get into that back end, the partnership here is forming very well. But you think you've got another 2 balls from Muti, so try to keep him out. That would be the allotment of the front line bowlers all completed. And those are the wicket taking threats for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So it should be not what it was, the smooth sailing, but easier to try to negotiate going into the back end of this innings.
Well, lovely flight to delivery there from Moti. Very teasing indeed. Matthew Ford really winding himself up there for the big one, but realizing that ball was drifting into the pads and almost yoked himself, Andy.
Yes, Fierce Moti, he's looking for a wicket, so he gave that one quite a bit of air, tried to entice Ford, but Ford changing his mind at the last minute and negotiated well. So that's the end of yet another over, and Moti completes his allotment. He's gone some 10 overs. He's taken 2 for 39, and at the end of 39, the West Indies Academy there 168 for 7. Some fight being showed between Naim Young and Matthew Ford.
Yeah, Matthew Ford and Naim Young understanding exactly what's required at this stage of the innings. They need to bat the entire allocation of 50 overs. Just 1 over away from that last over 10th over trench in the innings, Andy. And I'm not too sure, but possibly Naim Young may now just look to take on Chanapal Himraj in this over.
Still quite a long way to go. I don't think he needs to be that desperate to get on after it right now. The previous over, I think they handled themselves pretty well. You saw them manipulating the field. You saw Ford was happy to play the sweep shot when Pumal brought the extra man into the offside, and Young, he was just happy to punch it down the ground to pick up his 1s and 2s. And I think they need to carry on with that trend for a bit longer. As you've seen, Young stroking that one again up to the long off area to pick up another single. I think this is just what's required for another 2-3 overs before they need to go into it deeper.
Well, possibly maybe for the next 6 overs or so. If they're there at over number 45, Andy, then they do have that ball striking ability where they could take on the bowlers in the last 5 overs. Yeah. But a naughty shot indeed there from Matthew Ford. Just flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump is what we refer to as a notting shot. Yeah. Just trying to play that ball on to third man.
I see him advancing this time, using his feet and striking that one down to low on, but the quick moving Shimron Hetmeyer coming around to his right and picking that one right up in front of the sight screen for a single. So good movement by Hetmeyer on the low off boundary. As you know how he patrols that boundary in international cricket and franchise.
Yeah, saving his team 3 valuable runs indeed. Shimron Hetmeyer does take the responsibility in the back end of the innings to patrol what we refer to as the high traffic areas where the catches are going to be coming. The ball is going to be hit down into those areas down the pitch.
Yeah, and he's showing all around the world what he does in those positions. So, integral man to have in these positions at this stage of any innings, Shimron Hetmeyer. Well played again that time by Naeem Young, back of the length. And like we said, not a lot happening when Hemraj is on. So to work that one again down to the long on area, and our stint I think is come to an end. At the end of the 40th over, the academy team they're 168 sorry for the loss of 7 wickets. Naeem Young he's on 29 and Matthew Ford he's on 17. So as we welcome Ruskin and Riyad Emirates.
Thank you very much there, Andy. So 168 for 7 after 40 overs. Certainly an interesting battle. So it's 171 for 7. That should be the score. So 171 for 7, 21 to Naeem Young, 31 to Naeem Young, rather, as I welcome back Riyad Emirates as well. And Riyad, as we were talking, this could be a very interesting phase of this game because all the frontline spinners have bowled out. And now Virasamy Permaul may be sweating here as to his change bowlers. Now, how are they going to handle the remaining overs, because they have these 10 overs to account for now.
Yeah, Ruskin, the last 60 balls of the innings, you have young Shamar Joseph, who is bowled his first 2 overs for 20 runs. He'll be under some pressure. He's new to this format of cricket. He's new to List A cricket, and then there's the makeup bowlers, so to say. So Naeem Young and Matthew Ford will be looking to butt out these 60 deliveries and try to get anywhere in excess of 220.
That's a good delivery, and they're going to get a leg by 2. That's good, intelligent run in here, because immediately on the ball deflecting, we saw the movement coming there from Matthew Ford, calling Naeem Young through, and they got a comfortable leg by in the end. I think the umpire has the ball. I'm not sure if he's examining the ball, if they're looking at it. He has a look at it, and then he decided that it's okay. They will continue with it. So
young Shamar Joseph will be under some pressure here. He hasn't bowled well in the tournament. He's been up and down really. He needs to bowl that sort of 3/4 length but straight. That's more like it.
Yeah, and he can't bring it up, can't come right up, because we've seen these 2 batsmen already punish anything that is in their half, as we say. And they both can swing the bat and swing it vociferously.
And he has the pace on his side. You just need to get that line and that length correct.
And the radar a little bit off there, and that is I suppose the big ask here now. Can he do a job here for Virasamy Permaul? Because you don't want to undo all the good work that was done already. It's 173 now. If these 2 get away, as we've seen them do in the past, 173 could be 250 in double quick time.
Yeah, I think he's trying to bowl a little too fast rather than just try to get his alignment right and put the ball on the wicket. He's still trying to bowl fast.
There was a stifled appeal there for a catch down the leg side, and but no wide was given, so it might have brushed the pad on the way through.
Matthew Ford isn't happy with that decision. He's expecting to get a wide. He's claiming that he bat his pad. It's good to see Rutherford trying to talk to young Shamar Joseph. He'll have a lot of experience.
And And again, a little bit of a forward shot here, but they all count at this stage. And whenever that happens, I always tell people nowhere in the book says off the inside edge, off the edge. It just says runs.
Runs.
It
don't matter how you get it, as long as you get it.
And, but it's been an interesting battle because the bowlers held sway early. Then we saw that nice little partnership between Nandu and Bishop. And then the bowlers came back again and kind of restricted. But all along we've had useful little scores. Not quite sure why the umpire stopped him. He was almost 3/4 of the way through his run-up.
Running from that far, you don't want to be stopped just about to deliver.
And it wasn't because of the batsman. It was something the umpire heard or saw. And that's a lifter, but it's another dot ball. So they'll be happy with that.
We've seen this from Shamar Joseph in the CPL. He can bowl fast. He's a bit erratic at times, but he has the pace. He just needs to control the space now and learn to bowl within himself. He is not a fast wicket. He's not going to get much out of the wicket. Yes, you want to run in and bowl fast, but it's what the team needs now. The team needs for you to just be as conservative as possible.
And this one hit the edge, and that one went to that's 4 runs. So it did hit the edge, and nothing Imler could do. He was scampering across, and couldn't get onto it. It flew past him and down to the boundary for 4 runs. So Young goes to 32, and 19 to Ford, or 36 rather, to Young, 19 to Ford. It's 178 now for 7 after 41.
Yeah, better delivery there from Joseph. He's getting the ball to shape back at the batters, at the right-handers, and just getting the inside edge of Naeem's Young bat, just missing the stump and going for 4. It's good delivery to end this over.
It certainly is. Going to take a little refreshment break. So we're going to take a breather, and we'll come back as soon as play is about to resume. As we leave you, it's 178 for 7 after 41 overs. So to welcome you back here, the players have been refreshed, and of course we're getting ready for the tail end of this innings now, where we have just about 9 overs remaining, a 178 for 7, and certainly this could be an interesting last phase here with the frontline bowlers of Guyana already bowled out, and it's now up to these, I don't want to call them change bowlers, but they're not the frontline bowlers, so it's obviously an opportunity here, a window for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, Ruskin, it definitely is a window of opportunity here for both Naeem Young and Matthew Ford. They're no slouch with the bat. Naeem Young is so very good all-rounder, as well as Ford. Young has shown his capability with the bat. Ford showed that he can hit the ball a long way. So they'll be hoping that they can bat out this next 9 overs, or even close to batting out these 9 overs.
And they certainly have to go about it in a kind of a responsible fashion. You can't just go, hell for leather and give your wicket away, because you do that now, you might connect once or twice and then you're out. So it kind of defeats the purpose. What you're trying to do is to bat all 20 or all 50 overs and try and cash in as much as possible without taking undue risk, especially early on in this last phase here.
If they can go at a runner ball for the next 5 overs, that'll take them to
That's another 30 runs roughly.
That'll take them to 210. And then the last 4 or 5 overs, you try to get at least 8-9 runs and over.
And this one is hit, it's going, and it's gone a long way. And I was just making the point, my car is parked in that general vicinity, and I didn't want them to be swinging there while I wanted to see some sixes. You always worry, and I think it was Carl Hooper who did that one time in Guyana, hit a 6, hit his own vehicle.
Yeah. I've seen so many cars get hit at Kensington Oval. It's going over the
wall, over the road. Yep.
So good looking shot here from Matthew Ford. This is exactly what they need to do. Just get singles, and when they get the opportunity to score a big shot, just do that.
And there again, when you hit a boundary like that, it puts pressure on these bowlers now, because now they're worried about, can they line it up properly again?
Exactly.
And if they don't, then they could travel. Here he goes again. He got away with that one, and you can see Ford bellowing out there, some disappointment.
Yeah, he'll definitely think that he missed out another boundary opportunity there, Ford.
And he could get a couple here if they hurry. It's a long chase, and they're able to come back for the second run. So good placement, and 2 runs to end the over. And at the end of it, 188 for 7 after 42.
Yeah, Ruskin, 10 runs coming off that over without even taking any risk. So it's that easy now for the West Indies Academy team. These two need to continue doing what they're doing. Just pick up the odd boundaries in between, and they'll definitely look to get over that 230 mark. They can't afford to get out. These two need to bat as deep as possible. I think for Sami Pramod he's going to have some problems on his hands here if he continues to leak runs.
Well, here's the thing as well. Your fastest bowler is operating, and you've seen him beat the bat on a couple of occasions. You feel tempted to put in a slip, because you knowing the state of the game and the fact of your bowling resources right now are a little bit depleted. If you could get a wicket to break this partnership, it might work in your favor.
I'm sure that the thought has probably run through his mind that Shamar Joseph hasn't been as consistent as you want him to be. If he can show that he can be a little more consistent, then definitely he'll give him that option of a slip. But he has the pace. He's shown that he can bowl fast. He just needs now to be a little more consistent.
I think they're asking maybe for the ambulance to move. It might just be at the edge of the side screen there, and it could be causing, I don't know if the sun, the reflection or something is causing a problem for 40, but he's asking that they remove, the umpire is also asking that they remove the vehicle, even if it's just parked directly behind the side screen. So we're going to have a slight delay here. So let me just tell you again, this morning, the West Indies Academy, they won the toss and opted to bat first. And they opened with the normal opening pair, an accomplished pair, that Kimani Milius and Matthew Nandu. But before you could even get into your seats, things started to happen. Kevin Sinclair opened the bowling, and he accounted for Milius without a run on the board. And then the very next ball, Leonardo Julian also departed. First ball without scoring, putting him on a hat-trick. The West Indies Academy were 2 wickets for no runs in that over, and they survived, especially the youngster Teddy Bishop, who came to the wicket and looked like he was batting on a totally different surface. And he stroked his way to a well-played 48. Nandu eventually went for 15. Kevin Wickham also shaped well for his 32. Akeem Ogist chipped in with 19. And, of course, Carlin Tuckett made 5. Those are the wickets to fall. The ambulance has been removed. It hasn't left the compound. It can't. And certainly not without a replacement, because I think at this level you always have to have an ambulance on the ground. And they're going to nip another quick single here. So good, sensible batting by these two. And as I was reading out that scorecard, it just tells me again, look at here. Batsmen getting starts, and then you have these two who also have gotten starts. So it's not impossible to bat on the wicket. You just have to be responsible.
Yeah, I think it's about playing the right shots at the right time. A bit of the batters were careless in their shot selection.
Look at that shot. That's a beauty. He basically walked into that and then just dispatched it, almost as if he was just slapping it past him, and they just sped past extra cover for 4 runs. The man at mid-off couldn't catch up with it. In fact, he never had a chance.
Excellent shot here from Naeem Young. He just advancing towards Shamar Joseph. No respect shown to the big fast bowler. And hitting it straight through the extra cover region for 4.
And no fast bowler likes that. Now let's see what his response is. Typical response. And he just how dare you walk into me and hit me down the ground? And this is the response.
Good response here from Shamar Joseph. He's banging it in short. Naeem Young trying to evade. Just brushing the back of Naeem Young.
I think we both saw that coming. Yeah, and I'm sure Naeem Young saw it coming too.
I'm sure Naeem Young knew it was going to come.
Now let's see if normal order is restored, if you're going to shorten another one at him. He's right up in his bowl. Well, right up in the block hole. And he got his man. So good bowling, good intelligent bowling here on the part of young Joseph. He was under some pressure, and he came through with a peach of a delivery off the pad. But as we say, it never says off the pad. It's bowled, and that is the end of Naeem Young.
Excellent delivery here from Shamar Joseph, right up in the block hole. Naeem Young probably expecting another short ball. He just stood on his back foot. I think he was beaten for pace as well. Pacey delivery, so good delivery, good comeback here from Shamar Joseph. It's a big wicket, a wicket that he needed at this point. And the West Indies Academy captain goes 194 for 8.
Yeah, what a peach of a delivery, an excellent delivery indeed from him. After that very embarrassing slap through the covers, he had to come back with something. One was the bouncer, and then the follow-up was even better, and that gave him a wicket. So 42 overs, we're in the 43rd over right now, 194 for 8, and that is the big elephant in the room there as far as the West Indies Academy is concerned. 8 wickets down. They have a lot of overs left, and the cardinal sin is when you don't bat out your allotted overs.
Yeah, they need to bat out these overs. This remaining 7 overs, 7.1 overs. It's a lot of balls, 43 balls. If they can get at least a runner ball in these last 43.
Yep, you're in business. They all help. And God, the speed gun is up right now. He's really starting to crank it up. He knows he's bowling at batsmen who probably not as capable. And he's really pulling the choke here now.
Spoke about trying to bowl as straight as possible on these sort of wickets, not giving the batsman any room. You miss, they miss, you hit. Exactly what he did in the last over there. Getting Naim Young bowl through bat and pad. Good Yorker. You see another fast bowler replacing Chandapal Himraj.
So Sampson comes into the attack, and an opportunity again for him to show his wares, but I think he wants to be thinking wickets here, but not runs.
His first over here for Sampson. It's coming in the 44th over.
It's so important for him to get it right here, because although they've lost a wicket, Ford is still there, and we know he's a dangerous customer. He already has 29 to his name.
And I'm sure he'll be targeting this end, going with the wind. Less risk of getting a boundary from this end.
Yep.
Bowlers need to bowl. Probably from this end, you need to bowl just outside off stump, try to batters the hit against the wind.
And that one is in the air. There's a long run, but no one is going to get there. In fact, Sinclair just doesn't even bother to attack the ball. He's coming off the boundary, and you could see Himraj coming from his short fine leg position, and Sinclair just cut off and never even bother to attack the ball. Even if he didn't catch it, but at least he could have fielded it and maybe limit them to just the one run, but they were able to scamper a second.
Yes, poor feeling on the part of Sinclair, who's always a really good fielder.
And he just seems as if he goes, no, I'm not sure if he got a touch on that one, but if he didn't, then why wasn't it called a wide? I think that's what the batsman is asking.
I think the bowler was a bit lucky there, not conceding a wide. Seems to be missing everything.
Yep, so I was just making the point about Sinclair in the sense that not for the first time we've seen him have those lapses in the field, and you get the impression he's so caught up in his own little world. You know, maybe he's worried about how well he bowled, if he didn't bowl well, or whatever. And just those momentary lapses, and it's like you have to kind of like jolt him, or, you know, if the ball is coming to him, he kind of like jumps into action, and sometimes it's a lot later than is required.
He needs to understand it's not just about him, it's a team sport.
Yep.
He needs to stay switched on for the entire innings.
Yep. You're working with the bowler, and you know, it's all part of the game. So it's not like, you know, like even if you're deep in thought about your own bowling, when the bowler is bowling, you kind of switch. You know, you
For that couple seconds, you switch on, and then you go back to your normal, and then, you know, you just switch on for that 4 or 5 seconds. The bowler is taking to bowl his balls.
And worse yet, when it comes to you, you have to be switched on. As is the case here now. Does he support him? No. Again, he doesn't even move from his position there. Imraj is scampering to his left. And it's like he is in his own little world out there, that deep square leg position.
Yeah, he's marking the spot on the field, but he's not moving from that spot.
Well, Joey Gary would love him, because he would say, well, Joey said, Mark, stand in this spot. He's standing there. And he's walking across the stumps. They're appealing for, there could be a chance of a run out. And all confusion going on there. He called him for the single quickly, Bishop. And of course, Ford was trying to just regain his balance after he was going across his stumps, and had to kind of bring down the bat quickly. Eventually, they got the leg by. So one more to the score, 198 for 8 at the end of the over. Is it 199 rather? 199 for 8 at the end of 44.
Not a bad over there from Samson. Seems like he's looking to bowl straight, wicket to wicket. He bowled a few Yorkers, which is good to see in the death. So he seems like he knows what he wants to do, which is always good.
So the question here now, can these youngsters cash in here, take advantage in these last few overs? Well, they reached the point now, they almost have to go.
.36 ball remaining, Ruskin. I think they need to go as deep as possible. Even 220 is still a
respectable score. But to his credit, Joseph has bowled very well. He's really given his captain what he was asked, what he was asked of him. Limit the runs. Plus, he got a wicket, so which always helps.
Yeah, you get the very important wicket of Naeem Young, who is looking really good. He's bowled his last 2 overs fast on target.
And a good shot again from Ford. Probably didn't connect as well as he would have liked. You could see him trying to get a big one. So that's a 200 on the board for the West Indies Academy. And there was a period after they were 0 for 2. Early in the first over, 200 looked like just an afterthought. But here we are. And they still have a few overs to tackle on a few more. Problem is, they only have 2 wickets in hand. Joseph is not in the mood to give away runs.
It's good aggressive bowling here again from Joseph. Understanding that he's bowling to one of the lower order batters. He's not going to take him on at this point in time, especially with 5 overs left after this. So just looking to bowl a lot of dot balls. He should be looking to pick up wickets as well. Looking to attack those stumps.
And again, late on the shot, and then he kind of pulled the bat back. I don't think he went through with it, but good aggressive bowling from Joseph. Really asking Bishop to maybe do something he doesn't want to do. Come outside the off stump and catch up with this one.
Yeah, good aggressive bowling, as you say there, Ruskin. He's looked good in these last few overs. His radar has been back on target. He should be looking to wrap up this innings here as quickly as possible now.
And that's a good drive, and that could be 4 runs. And again, Sinclair was just ambling across there. It was going to be a difficult stop for him, but he certainly didn't seem as if he was too interested in getting to that one.
And that's the problem with guys who are at this pace. Anything that's outside of the stumps on a fullish length is going to be dispatched. You just need to get good bat on it. So he needs to bowl a lot straighter. I haven't seen him bowl much variation, so needs to be attacking the stump. It's low order batters at the crease.
That he could ill afford to do is go down the leg side, and I was just about to say that he cannot overcompensate by going outside of the leg, so he has to be smart, aim at that off stump, and even if you hit middle, you know, you might be better off, but you don't want to be starting at leg and hitting and going outside the leg by the time it passes the batsman.
He needs to get back this raider that we're speaking about. These runs here, crucial runs at this stage of the innings.
They're going to go for another well-judged single, and not much else they can do about it. So that completes the over, and at the end of that over, they have pushed on now to, it's a 205. Looks like 205 now for the loss of 8 wickets. 45 overs completed.
We've seen the Guyana Harpy Eagles defend a score of 203 right here at the university grounds, so they'll know how important these runs at the back of the innings is. They'll be hoping to restrict this team as quickly as possible, get these 2 wickets. And I think the West Indies will, as you mentioned before, will be sort of okay with getting to 200 after the
Start that they
got losing 2 wickets in the first over.
Not a run on the board. It was actually a double maiden wicket.
Yep.
By Sinclair, but he's he's moved back into position here again at square leg. They still don't have a fine leg on the boundary. They're using him inside the circle. So again, the captain is asking the bowlers to maybe attack off stump, not on the legs. And immediately there's a big rustle here, and once again Ford might have been just a little bit late getting in there, but the return misses, and he survives.
Not good cricket here from Guyana Harpy Eagles. They know that Bishop is looking to get off strike to give Matthew Ford as much strike as possible. The guys in the infield need to cut the single when Bishop is on strike.
Yeah, you could take a couple pieces, you start a couple pieces in. That's well played again, and even though he's only going to get a single, he looks so comfortable playing the faster bowlers coming onto the bat like that.
It seems like it's very easy pace, especially with the faster bowlers. The spinners, you see, got some spin. When they bowl a lot slower, they got some spin. These two are just doing the right thing at this point in time, just trying to get a runner ball. They need to take it as deep as possible.
Both batsmen, especially with the ball coming onto the bat like that, because the speed is not express, you know, it's a gentle medium, just above gentle medium, and they're able to just go through. It's almost like you're having a net, you know, you're just going through the line of the ball, and can pick up singles everywhere, as is the case here.
Yeah, it's such an easy pace wicket. There's nothing really troubling the batters from the seamers. There's no lateral movement, no swing. Shema Joseph has bowled a couple fast balls, but other than that, we haven't seen any real terror in this pitch.
Yeah, not much deviation for the seam bowlers. .209 for 8 it is now in over number 46. And that's a brilliant shot, but he may only just get the 1 run for it. Hetmeyer is quickly into action. So I suppose as we were talking about the start that they got, this 200 plus represents a fine recovery on their part. I suppose their only disappointment is that they lost so many wickets. That if one or two of those batsmen who got those starts would have been able to carry on, who knows? They might have been in even better position than they are right now.
Yeah, it was a really good comeback from the academy team. You see that they have the ability for their batters to bat long and score runs, but they just seem to lose wickets at crucial time, and no one who got a start really capitalized and carried on. Probably one or two batters carrying on, it would have been a totally different situation here. They could have been close to 250, 275, which definitely would have been a very competitive score.
As it is right now, they have to work with 210 for 8 after 46. So we have 24 balls and maybe another 30.
Another
35.
30, another 35 would be excellent. I mean, they can get up to 240. They would think that they're in with a fighting chance.
And struck him there. He's really, the pace is really a little bit different to anything else that they would have seen. They saw all these spinners, and then all of a sudden you have this man hurling thunderbolts at you.
And if he can just bowl this line consistently, try to hit the stumps, it'll be so effective. Because there's not much you can do when a guy is bowling this fast. His length is okay, but every time he goes away from the stump, that's when they score runs.
Yeah, because you just have to, any kind of contact could fly to the boundary. And just as we're talking about that, it's another boundary down behind point again. Sinclair coming across, putting a dive this time, but even then he couldn't cut it off.
Shamar Joseph would not be happy with that attempt. Firstly from Hetmeyer at backward point. But again, anything outside of the stumps, we keep repeating ourselves. This seems like he's not understanding what he needs to do at this point in time. We see Sheriff Rutherford keep speaking to him at the mid-off area there, but seems like he's just keep wanting to bowl that line outside off stump. He needs to bowl as straight as possible. As you see the field down the offside boundary coming more to backward point.
And and they should have not had a single there, and they just moved him, pushed him a little bit to his right, Hetmeyer, and I think he might have done his finger as well. He fumbled what was a relatively easy take. The ball wasn't hit with all that much power, and he just bubbled it, and they were able to get a single on top of that.
And sure, the bowler won't be happy with this performance here from Hetmeyer in consecutive balls. He's already under the pump. He needs his fielders to back him up.
And that's an even better hit. That's a gorgeous hit. And it went all the way for 6 runs. And he hit that over extra cover. And that thing flew down to extra cover for 6 runs.
That's an amazing shot here from Joshua Bishop. Just using the pace and hitting the ball over extra cover for 6. It's not really a big boundary there, but it's a good hit.
You know, I was talking about net session, but he hit that like it's a net session because he just threw the bat at it. He no consideration for where it going, but it just went and it traveled fast.
Again,
221 now for 8. And they're trying to get, and that was there for the asking, or if he had made any kind of contact at all, he probably could have picked up another boundary or at least a single, because there's a man at third man and then there's a deep point backward more than he is square. And then there's a big gap because Hetmeyer is in the covers. At the edge of the circle there's a deep cover or extra cover on the boundary, just in front of that stand. He's just off the field. So we talk about 12 man. That is the 12 man out there, the real 12 man. So it's another comfortable single taken. So good, intelligent cricket. We had the big lusty blows, but then we had the thoughtful singles taken up. 222, 222 for 8 after 47.
I'd probably like to see Shama Springer Joseph, trying to bowl a straighter line using the deep mid wicket, bringing up the
long on.
Not necessarily long on, the guy on the offside boundary, and trying to bowl some Yorkers into the pads of these batters. It's a good hit up the breeze. I haven't seen much guys clear this field up the breeze, especially with his pace. So someone out there should be relaying this message. You know, Rutherford was talking to him for a while. It's an easy hit on the offside. He just beat the infield and 4 runs. So if he try to bowl that length for him to go up the breeze, I think it's a
because
much
the
better
breeze
option.
will carry it on the offside.
Yep.
And here we go again, and straight Hetmeyer. So just the sound, the ball coming off the bat, it's like hitting the middle of the bat.
Joshua Bishop has looked very good in this short little innings here. He's 16 or 15 balls. He's the one who's doing the bulk of the scoring in this little partnership here. It's a good partnership.
And now Ford does a repeat. And both of them, the ball is like, you're kind of amazed. The ball is just flying off the bat.
It's a nice song off the bat.
And an indication that both of these guys, their eyes they're in right now. It's just a question of, can they get the kind of deliveries they can work with in terms of getting under them. Bishop on 16, and he goes for the big hammer again, but he hits it. He picks up for the 3rd time in the over. He picks up Hetmeyer.
This partnership has already 31 runs. Bishop getting 17 of those runs. So these are important runs here for the West Indies Academy team. They need to continue. They'll definitely want to bat out the
Fill 50.
next 2.5 overs.
If they get a boundary now, it sets them up, quite nicely, because they already have 3 runs singles off each ball. You got a boundary now, and then you milk the next 2 to finish the over with more singles. You're pretty much where you want to be. And here he goes. This is a good hit. That's 4 runs. So just as I was predicting that he would go for a big hit, he just pulled it, because both of them were hitting it back past the bowler on the offside, and they got singles. This time he just straightened it, probably played it a little bit slightly across, and but he played with a straight bat and picked up a boundary. Hetmeyer didn't even move because the ball was so well struck.
Yeah, it seems like the batter is listening to your commentary, Ruskin. He knows exactly what he needs to do.
And just took a chance there. Was trying to get a little greedy there, looking for more. But I suppose you could forgive him for that, because this is the time of the innings where you would expect the batsman to take a few risks every so often.
This is the perfect end to take.
Yeah,
the
this
risk
is
as
the
well.
end with the breeze. But look at how that Guyana flag is so fully stretched out. There.
Strong breeze going across the ground.
And he's gone again. This is in the air, but it's gone for 6. So he missed out the last time, but he didn't miss out on this occasion. And it doesn't have to be 6, like Colin said, where if it goes beyond, you get 12. Here it just has to clear the boundary, and it's a 6 run. So what a fine over that is in the end. And at the end, it's 235 for 8 at the end of 48 overs.
That 6 also brought up the 50 for Matthew Ford. He's gone to 52. Really good innings, really important innings here from Matthew Ford. 52 or 52 balls, so he's done the job. He needs to carry on in the last 2 overs. They want to have him there at the end.
Just
Joshua
to see it
Bishop as
home,
well.
yep. Because at the rate that they're going, 250 is quite possible because they have 12 balls and they're right now at 235, so they need another 15 runs. And the way they swing in the bat, you know, they could probably get that in in 1 over. So this has really been a marvelous turnaround for them. Sure, they've lost the wickets, but they've always found somebody to just do that little bit that they need. And that's going to go for 4. Is it wide? That's 5 of them. Well, and you know we were talking about this earlier when we were on. Where are they going to get these overs made up when they bowl out their 3 frontline spinners early, and then you had to rely on these change bowlers or the occasional bowlers? Well, I don't want to call Joseph an occasional bowler. He was the frontline seamer, but he's the only one really in terms of a genuine fast bowler. But he struggled early when he bowled his 2 overs. They took him off, and he only came back after the spinners were pretty much done.
It's always going to be a risk when your frontline bowlers have been bowled out. I think they were trying to get wickets, pick up wickets.
And here's another one smashed through the offside, and they're gonna get 1 because Sinclair is onto it quickly. But you could just see the intent. They're not mixing matters here. They're really going after those deliveries outside the off them. Anywhere they could extend their arms.
Yeah, as long as it's not on the stump, they keep throwing their hands at the ball, and rightfully so. There's not much danger when you do that.
And the field is so well spread, you know. And he's trying a little bit of invention. He's going to have to hurry here. And he does make it. So is it going to be a leg by? Yes, it is. So 1 by 1, 1 more. So again, it's 242 now. So they're well on course to get to 250 if they can just hold their nerve here.
They're on course to get to 255.
And that's it, 1 back. Could we go for a second run? No, they won't. And so Guyana has to be careful here. Just these last couple of deliveries. If they get another 10-15 runs, it could make the world of difference at the end of the day. So you just have to stay on top of your game here right now. Stay focused. Even if you don't get the wickets, but you don't want to let them pinch 2 when 1 is all that they should get. And that, for a moment there, I thought it might have been a wide, but the umpire kept his arms folded.
Seems like he took some pace off that delivery.
Plus, he's missing his run-up now. If you notice, he's not as fluent as he is. In fact, the ball that went wide, you could see him, he kind of stutter-stepped and still went through with it. Probably, you know, we advise bowlers, if you miss the run, better you go back, start again. This one is gone, and it's in the air. This could be a chance here for Sinclair, and he takes it.
Good catch.
Yep. It went high, give him enough time to get under it, and he took a good catch.
Yes, a good catch there from Sinclair. Getting the well-set Matthew Ford. That's a good wicket to get with an over and 1 ball to go. Getting a new batsman in here is 243 for 9. Well played by Matthew Ford. His team will be very happy with his contribution.
Very important, and at the stage of the innings that he produced that is also critical. So 243 for 9, and so they still have 7 deliveries, 7 legitimate deliveries. They should be able to get to that 250 mark.
Shama Joseph should be looking to It is the end of the over.
Yes, it is. So it's still 243. I thought there was one ball left. There was one wide.
Seems we mischecked it. There was a wide first
Yeah, there
ball.
was the first ball was a wide.
Start of the 50th over now.
And that is going to be bowled in the end by Sampson. And that's hammered. That's just on the rope. It might have just in front of the rope. So it went for 4 runs. It bounced just in front of the rope. But that traveled. Not both fieldsmen looking at each other as after which one of us? Neither one.
This is bonus runs here for the West Indies Academy. They definitely on course now to get that 250 mark. 247.
7 now, yep. And there are 5 legitimate deliveries. Strong wind blowing east to west. And that's another ball hammered out into the deep. They'll get 1. And 248 now. So they're 2 away from the 250 mark. You don't want to bowl a wide, or you don't want to bowl a no ball, and plus you don't want to bowl a juicy half volley and have it, smashed out the ground. So I think all those thoughts are going through the bowler's minds, but he also has to think where he wants to pitch this ball. Well up on the middle stump, and that's not where you want to bowl. Because you're just gifting them runs there and you have to do it over. That's the punishment. We would imagine that Purmall would be disappointed that after the start that they got, to have them bat out the 50 overs and to have them get to a score close to 250. And they're going to have to hurry, and Purmall himself couldn't pick it up. So it's a little bit contagious right now, and that's probably just the disappointment. So that is the 250 on the board. And so what a turnaround this has been for the West Indies Academy. I would think not just Naeem Young, but that entire camp must be happy.
Yeah, as you rightfully said, Purmall will definitely be disappointed with this sort of attitude from his bowlers.
And he's gone. That's gone a long way. And that is bonus here right now. He's playing with house money at the moment. You could just swing for the fences.
Good looking shot here from Joshua Bishop. He's shown that he can hit the ball. He's really playing a good hand here.
Is that the biggest one so far?
Probably is the biggest 6 we've seen here today. He's graced the 30 of 21 deliveries, and as you're saying, Versami Purmall will be very disappointed with his effort here from his bowlers. It's a lack of effort. Take nothing away from these batters, but still think that the position they were in, they should have capitalized.
Yep, you think it. There were 1 wicket, no run, 2 wickets for no runs, 3 for 54, 4 for 82, 5 for 115, 6 for 120. 7 for 135. So even at that stage, you're still on top of things.
Still on top of it.
Yep. And he's gone again. This time is gone right over our heads here. The young ladies are walking there, but they don't know that there's danger coming their way. And in the end, it's another 6. So back-to-back 6s here now. And the score is just climbing. It's up to 262 now.
Yeah, you've seen
and we have 1 ball left.
You've seen a depleted kind of Harpy Eagles team here. No one is actually trying to tell the bowler what area to bowl, what line to bowl. He's just running in and bowling. He's just bowling length at the depth, bowling to get hit with the wind. We haven't seen any wide Yorkers.
He's going again with him, and that is in the deep. There is a man out there. They're going to go back for the second run. They're going to have to hurry. The return comes in. I think he's out. Yes, he is. He was trying to get back for the second run, but just coming up short there, Joshua Bishop. But what a fine performance it turned out to be in the end here. 263, I think it is. They would have gotten the one run and going back for the second, so it would be 263 all out in 50 overs. What a recovery.
Excellent recovery here from the West Indies Academy. I'm sure their coach Kohli will be very happy with this effort after being 2 down for no runs inside 5 balls of the first over. Excellent comeback here from the youngsters. They've shown throughout the tournament they are capable of competing in this tournament, and yet again they have shown it. Matthew Ford leading the way with 52, Teddy Bishop 48, Naeem Young, skipper again with a good knock of 42. Pick of the bowlers for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, Sinclair with 2, Moti again in the wickets with 2. But the faster bowlers has travelled a lot. The 10 overs costing over 100 runs.
Yeah, Joseph had 2 for 59, and I didn't see what Sampson's final figures were, but they were badly spoilt here.
So it's almost 100.
Not for 42. And he only bowled 4 overs. So it just tells you, that tells you the story. 101 from those 2 bowlers alone. And that could very well be the difference when you look at it. And we kept talking about it. When you bowl the frontline bowlers and you bowl them out, and you had almost 20 overs to account for, and you had to rely on Hemraj Chandapal to try to get you, and Anderson to get you a few, and at some point you had to bring back Joseph, and you had to rely on Sampson, and that is the story there. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back in about the next 25 minutes or so to give you the reply, the chase by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they will need 264 to win this game against the West Indies Academy. Stay close, we'll be back.
welcome back after much needed break where we saw the West Indies Academy scoring 263 in their innings against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. As we're back here at the Sir Frank World Field for the reply by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, I have with me Chris Ramsaran.
Yes, good afternoon, Andy. Good afternoon to all our viewers as well. We're back here live in action as we see the Harpy Eagles try to chase a score of 264 for victory.
Chris, you would have seen the healthy recovery, that is, by the West Indies Academy. They found themselves after the first over being 2 wickets down without a run on the board, but to rally all the way up to 263 at the close of their innings. What a fight back.
Yes, indeed, and they had a good start by Teddy Bishop. Then we saw Naeem Young came in, scored 42 or 44 balls, and then we see Matthew Ford and Joshua Bishop with both brilliant innings, getting them past that 250 mark.
Yeah, what a recovery it was. You saw at the back end of the innings, you saw, as you just rightfully just said, a partnership between Naeem Young, the captain, and Matthew Ford, who led that late order rally, and then for Joshua Bishop at the end to come and just put the icing on the cake. So what a fight back as we see in the middle here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It looks like is that Shanapal Himraj, and with him it's just trying to make out the other batsman there, Chris.
It seems to be Kimal Savory.
So Savory and Himraj to start the batting here. And it's Matthew Ford who's going to pick up the bowling for the academy from the northern end.
Good start by Matthew Ford.
Chris, as you would imagine, Ford, he would be licking chops after coming off impressive innings to lead his team up to that 263. So to be starting the innings, I'm sure he would be confident to try to get into this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting.
Yes, indeed. Matthew Ford is that young, exciting talent, and I would like to just say that it's Chandapal Hemraj and Kevlon Anderson that's opening the batting, not Kimal Savory.
So Anderson, thank you very much there to our guys.
Yeah, and Hemraj, he would definitely want to get off to a start. He would want to give himself time, seeing that he has been back and forth into the playing 11, and what he would want to do on this wicket is give himself some time, because as we all know, Hemraj is not that. He is that type of guy that is attacking.
Yeah, and Ford on the other hand, and why you said attacking, he's on the attack. He's got himself some 2 slips, albeit first slip and the third slip, it seems like. So he's on the attack, trying to get a wicket for his team as early as possible.
Yeah, we see Hemraj coming off strike, so he would have some nerves out of him now.
Yeah. So the first run's coming for the Guyana Harpy Eagles off the bat of Himraj. But your thoughts on how the track's played to this point?
It's been up and down. It seems to be spinning quite a bit. So I definitely think the spinners from West Indies Academy would play a big part in the second half of this innings.
Okay, so it will be Anderson to face up to Ford for the first time. Ford, who's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got some good control and some good skills. I'm sure you would have seen him throughout the CPL. He would have started a lot of their innings with the newer ball, and you've seen the skills that this young man possesses.
Oh, we see a lovely drive by Kevlon Anderson down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, so first boundary for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Matthew Ford just over pitching that one, and and you saw Anderson just leaning into that one and just exquisitely, building that drive to the mid-off boundary. So Ford, he's needed to pull that length back a little bit. I'm sure he's looking for some swing, but not a lot on offer so far here, Chris.
Yeah, better by Ford. That previous delivery was just a tad bit too full. And Matthew Ford probably would have been looking for that extra away movement on that previous delivery, getting it too full, and Kevlon Anderson capitalizing on that delivery.
Yeah. So Ford is that type of bowler who maintains that tidy line and length just about the fourth stump. So he's just looking to exploit any type of movement that this new ball will offer. But as we said, a placid pitch here, and we didn't see that amount of spin in the first innings by the Guyana Harpy Eagles when they were in the field.
Yeah, we see this one. Kevlon Anderson punching this one through backward point, getting 2 runs.
So that would have completed the first over by Matthew Ford, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're some 7 runs without any loss. Himraj, he's on 1 and 5 to Anderson, but Ford, he was trying to find that line, which he hasn't really put it as yet, found the correct line and length that he would be looking for. So at the end of that over, you've seen it looked like spin from the southern end.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham takes up the attack from the players' pavilion end. And we see Naeem Young doing what Purmall did in the first half by introducing spin early up.
Yeah. And as you said, you would have done the pitch inspection this morning, and you said you thought it would spin at the back end of this day, and I think by that Naeem, he wants to see what is offering early up with this ball. So Kevin Wickham, he will start the attack from the players' pavilion end.
Yeah, but take into consideration Hemraj is also a good play of spin. Again, shot by Hemraj at backward point, runs to the boundary for 4 runs. And as I just said, Hemraj is that guy. He is definitely a good player of spin.
Yeah, short and wide by Wickham on that occasion. First ball in his spell, he found it hard to find a good length as well. So he found himself to be too short and easily cut away to the backward point boundary by Himraj for his first boundary of the innings. So he's moved his total up to 5 as well. But these guys need to find their lengths as quickly as possible, Chris.
Yeah, indeed. With this pair in the wicket, and having the stature that Hemraj has, they could get that 60 run for that bonus point in a hurry.
And that's what they'll be trying to look for. I mean, we've seen that, and we've seen the introduction of this bonus point system by Cricket West Indies, and all the teams, they really should be trying to capitalize on any additional points they can get. So, yep, sure, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll be trying to get up to that 60 run total and try to get that bonus point.
Got into backward point, no run.
But Chris, you've seen a bit of this academy team so far in the tournament. Your thoughts on the team?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a team to look forward to, as we see a drop catch by that cover point fielder, Leonardo Julian.
It seems like. So a better length ball flighted on the off stump, and Anderson, he was into it a bit early, aerial, and just there at that cover area, Julian couldn't hold on to that one, so first chance is going to Beggin, as that one is cut between point and cover. Good shot by Anderson, running close to the boundary, but Julian, he ran that one all the way down to pull it back to just for 2, restrict him to 2. So 2 more to the score. But yeah, as you were continuing to speak about this academy team,
Yeah, they have been playing cricket pretty decent for, youngsters, having given these big guns a run for their money.
yeah, so good to see the fight in this academy team. They're not just as they're developmental, but they've also shown some competitive spirit about them, and I'm sure they've caused a few upsets. And Coach Coley and company, I'm sure that's what they're telling these guys. We're going to be competitive as we have to be, even though we try to improve on our craft.
Yeah, as you see, second over comes to an end. The score is 17 without loss.
Yep. So another lovely day here today, Chris, at this ground that you very familiar with. You would have played here in your days quite a lot, and to see you doing that pitch report this morning and toss, you said, yeah, the team batting first here should get a good score.
Yeah, definitely, and we saw that. We saw, the academy giving themselves a chance in this game.
Yeah. So forward will continue from the pavilion end or the northern end of the ground, and trying to get a wicket for his team after that impressive knot at the back end. But good to see these youngsters again, like we said, get this opportunity to showcase their talent and class in a competition of this magnitude.
See, well bowled by Ford. Just getting that late away movement.
And that's what we've come accustomed to seeing from our few Ford. Just slight swing movement, slight seam and swing from him, taking it away from the edge of the right-hander. And that's the length. For more consistent length, he will walk to bowl to challenge the edge.
Yeah, and Matthew Ford has yeah, he has been that impact player for mostly all the teams he has been playing for so far. So it's good to see that he's growing as a cricketer and bettering his skills.
Yeah, yeah. No, he's found himself around the setup for some time, as we would say. So he's really growing and improving as he go on. And as I said, his all-round ability is shown in every time that he's had the opportunity to be in the middle. But another solid defensive shot there by Kevlon Anderson, and him Raj, they'll be trying to get a good partnership going, as you said, and just trying to see the new ball, the 2 new balls, to see what they can try to deny the academy any inroads into this batting lineup.
Yeah, definitely. And what these pair would want to do at this point is, try to get as close as possible to the target score. It would do both batsmen a lot of confidence and the Eagles a lot of confidence, because a win today for the Eagles could see them into the playoffs,
Yeah.
which would definitely help them.
As this preliminary stage is winding down, and teams are eager to get all the points that they can to see themselves into that playoff spot. So the Eagles, coming off of that impressive victory over the Barbados Pride, I'm sure their confidence is high, as you can imagine.
Yeah, definitely. And we see, Matthew Ford bowling 5 dot balls so far, which is really, really, really good for him.
Yeah, this is second over. He's been a bit more consistent in the lines that he wants, just about that off stump. And but just Anderson couldn't do a lot as yet, so you've seen him going a little bit wider this time, and Anderson ran that one down to the third man position for just a single. So that's the end of the over. Over number 3 comes to completion, and at the end of 3, yeah, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 18 for no loss.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see, the Happy Eagles definitely has some batting to come, as we see on our screens.
It's a heavy batting lineup with the likes of Hetmeyer and Rutherford included in any batting lineup. I mean, those are two players that you would want to see, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles will hope it doesn't get to them. But if those in the hatch, it's quite an impressive lineup behind there.
Yeah, and with Kevlon Anderson on strike now, he would want to fill the likes of Assad Foodadin and the Crandon brothers, as he comes from that town where they all grew up, which was I think Rose Hall town.
Rose
So
Hall
so
Town,
he has that big gap to fill.
yeah, well, it's a big gap to fill. The names that you just mentioned, some very impressive players for the Guyana over the years.
I see a cheeky shot from Anderson would earn him 2 more runs, which brings his total to
But he's moved up to
14.
14, Anderson. Well, yeah. Again, haven't seen any devils in the pitch to date. So Anderson, who seems to be getting set and just playing the ball as easy and has some time to play his shots. He's been a bit late, and those late daft touches behind point. Chris.
Yeah, definitely. And I would want to believe that the wicket seems a bit easier to bat on now, as the sun is out in all its glory this afternoon.
Yeah, lovely day here at the Sir Frank World Field, UE Spec in St. Augustine. Um, so what a glorious day for cricket. Another short ball, this time by Wickham. Punch again just forward in front point by Anderson. So he's keep his score moving along, and merrily moving along the score for Guyana Harpy Eagles as well. They've all moved up to some 24 without any loss in the fourth over. So Wickham, he needs to look to work on his length. He's been too short in this over. Anderson's been on the back foot for pretty much every delivery so far.
Yeah, we see these the Guyanese batsmen have not even been in a spot of bother thus far.
Not at all. You haven't seen anything. Just about one ball from Matthew Ford that we could legitimately said beat the edge. So short again and cut. This time this one's running down in front of us to the third man boundary. A little bit of a on the edge, but a short wide ball again by Wickham. And you saw Anderson essaying a cut shot, and that one's run into the fence again. So that's the end of over number 4. No threats caused at all by Wickham, and as you can see, the Harpy Eagles, they've moved quietly along to 28 without any loss.
Yeah, it seems as though Anderson is in a bit of hurry. Probably, he wants to go back to the hotel and take a dip in the pool, seeing that, his son is out.
Yeah, what a lovely day for such. Today, I'm sure, a nice day for the pool or the beach here in Trinidad, where you spend a lot of your time, Chris.
Yeah, definitely, indeed.
So
As we see Matthew Ford to continue. Hemraj is on strike. So yeah, we're seeing that roles are reversed today. Hemraj being that
supporting role.
Yeah, definitely. And we don't know him as that type of player, but it's still good that he's still there, not out.
But in saying that, he's only faced some 5 deliveries up to this point. So most of the running-has been done by Kevlon Anderson, as he's been having the majority of the strike. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
This is just the 6th delivery that Hemraj is about to face up. First, Matthew Ford in his 3rd over. So flowing on drive up to mid-on, no runs.
Stopped by Ashmead Ned.
There's
Another young, prolific Guyanese left-arm spinner. Probably missing out on his home team, but he's still getting that opportunity to play with the West Indies Academy in this CG United Super 50.
And that's what's so good about this tournament. It's the amount of opportunities that it showcases. As I was seeking in the earliest tent this morning, we said they get the opportunity to showcase all the talent in the West Indies at this point. And see everything that we have. I mean, the West Indies losing out on qualification for the Cricket World Cup in India, and we have all our main players here competing in this tournament. So for these guys to rub shoulders amongst them as well and given the opportunity, impressive.
Yeah, as we see Matthew Ford straying down the leg side and giving himself a boundary.
Yeah. Ford again, the left-hand, right-handed combination, and as we rightly said, his previous over he would have bowled it to the right-handed Anderson, and he was just about the money for every delivery in that previous over. But now he's up against the left-hander, just finding it hard.
Yeah,
to
what
find
a
that
shot
length.
by Hemraj over the boundary ropes for 6 runs.
I'm sure, yeah, over pitch again, and as we say, in him Raj's half, and he went over the top with that one, hitting that one wide over extra cover for his first hits, and that's the Hemorrhage that you know, Chris, and I know.
Yeah, definitely. That's a guy, that a lot of the region know. That type of player he is. You know
Yeah.
that.
Delivery, it wasn't a half volley by any means, but he was through the line and hit that one high and far over the extra cover region for his first maximum. Pulling his length back, but this time straight on the leg side, and you see Himraj just working that one down to the fine leg region to pick up another one. So
Yeah, again, sensible batting by Hemraj. Just having that boundary and then just working this one off his legs to come off strike.
yeah, so quickly again, could be a bit the left hand right hand combination just affecting these lines that he wants to be bowling. So he's under a bit of pressure at this point, Matthew Ford. But good start by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've found themselves at 37 and we're only in the 5th over.
Yeah. See a cheeky shot by Anderson, and it's good by these two men, just rotation of strike.
Yeah, well, having picked up the boundary early in the over is no risk really associated with what else is to come at the end of the over. They're well ahead of the scoring rate at this stage, so just to try to get this partnership, gain that bonus point for the team, and just move on and to try to get the victory.
Yeah, and it seems, that these two, they're actually thinking, getting that boundary ball and rotating strike.
A slow delivery and offer by Ford. Saw Himraj going into it a bit early, but no danger. Just working that one up to the wide of mid-on to get another single to complete yet another over. So at the end of over number 5, we've seen the Harpy Eagles move up to 39 without any loss. Kelvin Anderson, he's on 23. Shanda Paul Himraj 12, and partnership in the growing.
Yeah, indeed. And this is what the camp, the Happy Eagles camp would want from these two guys to give them that that good start, that positive start for batsmen to come.
And seeing that Wickham, he didn't create much pressure from that southern end. It looks like the captain and Naeem Young, who's going to take up the bowling from that side. Captain Young, he's going to be bowling to Himraj. So I think Young's decided, hey, that experiment by Wickham didn't quite prove much for our team, so I should take up the ball and try to come in here and try to get myself a wicket.
Yeah, and I think it's good by Naeem for making this change. He's that guy. He's that leading guy for the academy. So he would want to try to prize out that wicket for the West Indies academy to get them off and running.
Your thoughts of Naeem and his captaincy, the duration of this tournament so far, Chris?
Yeah, Naeem has been, he has been spot on for most times. They saw that leadership skill in him for the future, and it's really good to see that they give this young man that opportunity to lead this team to a possible victory of the regional Super 50 title.
Um, all ball again by Young. See them just utilize it. Oh, Wickham just throwing that one back into the keeper over his head, but no danger. But yeah, you've seen Young come on and he's just trying to, bowl that 3/4 length and just try to set again his team back. But Young, as you rightfully said, he's been spotted as a leader for the future, and I think he's been doing a good job so far.
Yeah, he's definitely been doing a good job, and you know, it it's a big task on any young player, and he made it seem pretty easy.
Yeah. As you're seeing a bit of a nice breeze coming across the ground here now, Chris, as we feel it here in the commentary booth. Uh, so the players with water have that little bit of a breeze out there, 'cause it gets pretty steamy over here in Trinidad, as you know. We've seen the temperatures and what they've been up to in the last couple of days.
As you see a misfield by McKenny Clark, it's a bit sloppy, and I definitely don't think the coaches would like that one.
No pressure on Clark there at all. So what a sloppy bit of work by him at that backward point area. And we know the backward point is a high traffic area. You need to have your better feeders in those areas. And you've seen Naeem Young not very happy with him, and he's made a change immediately. Looks like Joshua Bishop, who's going to come into that point region right now, and Clark, he's been moved into the cover area.
Yeah, and it's good thinking by Naeem, because you would want your best fieldsman in the best positions at all points in the game, and it's smart thinking by him, moving Bishop to that backward point position, which is a high traffic area.
Yeah, and Bishop's really a gun fielder, good fielder in his own rights, and left-handed as well. So that backward point area where the ball tends to move away to your left. So good strategic move by Naeem Young to have Bishop there. So his first over has come to N Young. His ball, his first 6 deliveries conceding just 3 runs. As you see, the Guyana Harpy Eagles moving up to 42 without loss after 6. Chris?
Yeah, and they are just creeping up to that 60 mark, and it's very good by these two batsmen. They are not taking any risk. They are not giving those bowlers that chance. To pounce on them, and it's very good by these two guys. As we see, Joshua Bishop takes up the attack from the UE spec end.
Yeah, Naeem Young, he's introduced his most experienced spinner in Bishop. Bishop, who we've all know, he's been around for some time. He's played for the CPL franchise, the Barbados Royals, for some time now. So he's young but very experienced, and he's proven in this tournament that he could be tidy. So I think it's his turn now, as Naeem Young's turn to him.
Yeah, definitely, and we have seen Joshua Bishop grow as a young man. He has been tremendous over the years for Barbados in many tournaments.
Yeah.
As we see a good start by Joshua Bishop.
Yeah.
Chandapal Hamer is just being watchful, having a look first before he gets things on the way.
Yeah, very smart bowler, Bishop, who plays in Barbados for the university team up there, and he's very, as we say, he's a very miserly bowler in competitions back in Barbados. So good to get him in, and even to get him in the power play, as Young has brought him in here, introduced him, but he just wanted to set it back for a little bit here.
You see a good shot by Chandapal Hamer, just lifting it over the head of Naeem Young for 2 runs.
Bishop just giving that one a bit of air and taking it a bit wider, and you see Raj, who's not going to see that one in the air and don't go after it, but he succeeded to hit it over the mid-off area where Young was just there waiting, and he had to run back. Had no chance to try to complete the catch, and they picked up some 2 runs.
Yeah, what Bishop probably would not have been accustomed to is these wickets in Trinidad, because having, those different sort of wickets in Barbados, balls coming through more. It's two different type of pitches, so he would have to adjust quickly to this surface compared to the tracks that Barbados would offer him.
Yeah, Chris, you would have spent some time in Barbados and played lots over there. You would have played for the University of the West Indies team, played in our domestic competition, so you know what the tracks there are like. What was your favorite ground playing in Barbados when you were there, Chris? I hope you say Maple.
It would be, it would be biased, but I would definitely say Caville
Okay.
because of all the facilities, the lovely grounds, the groundsmen were always working on the pitches. It would still offer that spin. It would still offer that something for the pacers and even the batsmen as well. As we see, the 7th over Compton and 45 without loss, Guyana Happy Eagles.
Yeah, Chris, I'm not going to let you get away that easily either. So you just want to share what your thoughts on the competition when you were there.
What I could say, it's Barbados. It develops young players a lot. The competition is very, very, very stiff in Barbados, having all those regional players play domestic season in Barbados. And Barbados, I would definitely say, going to Caville, going to CCC, it definitely developed me as a cricketer. It made me show what cricket is about, and how hard you have to work to reach to that level.
Okay, so here's a man from
I
Barbados.
see a top edge from Hemraj, and well caught by Naim Young. Hemraj goes for 16.
So yes, that's the fall of the first wicket. Naim Young, a man who plays his cricket in Barbados. You see Hemraj trying to work that one to the backward square area. Got a leading edge, and it just spooned all the way up. And Naim Young on his follow through completing an easy catch for a cotton ball. So Guyana Harpy Eagles have lost their first wicket at 45 for 1. Hemraj, he goes, cotton ball by Naim Young. So that's the first breakthrough for the academy team.
Yeah, definitely, and Hemraj would definitely be disappointed by getting out, because I think he has been in and out of this playing 11, and he would probably wanted to have get a big score to cement his place in the playing 11.
Well, with the demise of Hemraj gone, enters to the wicket, the exciting Shimron Hettenbyer coming in at number 3 for the Guyana Happy Eagles. He doesn't need a lot of introduction, but his form to date hasn't been probably what he would have wanted to be. So I'm sure he would like to get himself a good score here this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the Happy Eagles would be depending on Shimron Hettenbyer today, seeing that they don't have the likes of that experienced Romario Shepherd, who has left the camp for personal reasons, and we saw they bringing in that young talent of Richie Locknott, and he seems to be a pretty decent young man. Having seen him played in New York for a club team by the name of MMZ, I saw him played for the Marching Patriots, and he's definitely one for Guyana in the future.
So again, Chris, the introduction of yet another excited young player into this tournament, but it is going to be Young who's going to be holding his first delivery to Hettenbyer. And Hettenbyer, who's solid in defense and just defended that one back up the wicket. But Hettenbyer, like we said a bit earlier, his form hasn't been what he would like it to be, or the Guyana Harpy Eagles would like it to be, or maybe by extension the West Indies would want it to be. But Hettenbyer, he needs definitely to try to dig in here this afternoon and put some runs on the 10s, as we said.
Yeah, he would definitely have something to prove. As we see, what a beautiful shot by Shimron Hettenbyer, announcing his stride to the crease in a lovely fashion.
Oh, lovely shot, a flowing square drive. Not a man moved, as they say. He hit that one crisply through the point area, just off the back foot. A very impressive shot by Hettenbyer, and so that's got him going 4 runs to his name. But Naeem Young would think he was a bit too wide on that occasion.
Yeah, and I think he would definitely don't want to give Hetmeyer those arms, to pounce on on any bad delivery. Smart batting by Hetmeyer, just getting that boundary and rotating the strike.
So yeah, so that would bring up the 50 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles with that single. But yeah, Hetmeyer now he would be just think he needs to get himself a score like you said. Anderson, who's gone a bit quiet in recent times, his score is on 25. He haven't had much of the strike as Himraj took over before his dismissal. So now he comes in to strike after some time, and he will want to carry on with his start.
Yeah, indeed. As you see, well played by Kevlin Anderson, just guiding that one through the gully and backward point region for a single.
Clark, who's now found himself relegated to the third man area. Naeem Young is like, yep, we're no longer using you in the point cover area. You're now down to third man. So he felt that one on the third man boundary, well fielded by him to retrieve. So it brings Hetmeyer back into strike. But yeah, the first 8 overs about to be completed, and you haven't seen. Oh,
what a beautiful
ball!
Yeah, what a beautiful delivery by Naeem Young, taking up that leadership role and bringing 2 quick wickets in succession for his team.
As you're looking on that one on the monitor, Chris, a hard length into the wicket. See Hetmeyer just trying to play that one to square leg. Probably Cardinals sent him going across it a little bit, but what an effort ball by Naeem Young. And he sent Hetmeyer packing back to the pavilion. He's gone for 5 and 2 wickets for the academy team in this over, and they've gone a bit cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, and it would take something special for any bowler to have Shimran back in the hot, and Naeem Young has just done that for his team.
And the manner in which he's sent him back to the hut as well, Chris. Like I said, a hard length delivery into the pitch. See Hetmeyer trying to play that one somewhere into the mid-wicket region, missing it and bowled all ends up. So big wicket that is for the academy team.
Yeah, as you see, Tevin Imlak is into the wicket now at Guyana. 51 for 2. They are a bit in a bit of trouble at this stage, but Imlak has been in some form, having scores in the tournament so far, and we see Kevlin Anderson is just getting into his work, a runner ball 26.
Yeah, one famous commentator has always said, you add 2 wickets to any score, it kind of poses a little bit of danger and a different complexion and things. As you were saying a bit earlier how easily they were going ahead and going along. As a loud appeal by Bishop, that one in with the arm. See Anderson getting pinned on the back foot, but the umpire had no interest. He think that one's going down the leg side.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw the keeper going down the leg side, which gives another hint that it's not on the wicket.
So now you've seen a different type of energy being possessed here by the academy team. Chris, you've seen a little bit more eagerness.
Yeah, but giving credit to them, they have always been that eager bunch of guys.
Ooh, that one now spun past the outside edge, and you can hear all the oohs and ahs out there. So they're really into the contest now, the academy team. Well bowled again by Bishop.
Yeah, and just as I spoke, the slower those spinners bowl, you see the wicket comes into play more with more spin on the ball.
Bit more grip, as you said, as you give it a bit more air. So all ball as the new batsman Imlak, he's now going to be taking his first delivery from Bishop. Just looking around to see if there's any adjustments in the field. Young, none. Slip, backward point cover, extra cover. As that one's in with the arm again. Ooh, got a bit of bat on that one with a straighter delivery. And Bishop was very interested, but that one had a bit of bat on it and worked down to the fine leg area to pick up another 2.
Yeah, 2 to Imlak, and what he would want to do is, see himself in, seeing that, he has scores in the tournament so far.
Yeah, as we were speaking a bit earlier about that, those bonus points, and we're now into the ninth over, and the final over should prove of some interest, Chris.
Yeah, definitely, they would want to get that 5 runs to have that bonus point
Yeah.
at the 10 over mark.
So yeah, so at the end of 9, they find themselves on 55 for 2. New batsman in is Imlat, he's on 3. Anderson, who we said going a bit quiet, he's on 27 of 29 deliveries. You know, it's Young who's going to continue to make some inroads into this batting lineup by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So, Chris, challenging score, your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. As we see, the guys would like to battle hard, and Young and his men would want to make this total as hard as possible for the Eagles batsmen. As we see, the 10th over is bowling, and Guyana Happy Eagles would want to get that 4 run to get that extra bonus point. So it would be a battle on for Young and these two batsmen.
Yeah.
Young would want to contain, and these guys would want to get that 4 runs for that bonus point.
Oh, he's hit that one straight to mid on. So that's the end of Kevlon Anderson. Naeem Young, sorry, pitching that one up, and that's taken by Ogis at the mid on area. That.
Yeah, it's just it's just a bit slow on the wicket, and again, Naeem Young using all his experience, and he seems to be the guy for the West Indies Academy in the second innings, picking up all 3 wickets in quick succession.
Yep, Naeem Young, the skipper, he's taking things into his own hands, picking up his 3rd wicket. He's only into his 3rd over as well, so very well bowled by Naeem Young. Pitched that one up onto the middle stump. You saw Kevlon Anderson going into the drive, hit that one a bit in the air, and Ogis at that short mid-on position took what was a comfortable catch, and that set the Guyana teams back in some trouble now at 56 for 3, and we're into the 10th over.
Yeah, as you see, Kemal Savory strides to the crease, another young man, but he has been around this Guyana setup for quite a while.
Yeah, so it will be Savory. He's come out to join Imlat. Imlat is new to the crease. He's only faced some 3 deliveries, so 2 new batsmen relatively into the middle. So the academy team would feel like they've really taken the ascendancy here, and prizing out those top 3 wickets. So it will be Young who want to continue and try to press even further into this lineup.
Yeah, and what Young would want to do now is, just pounce again and get an additional 2 wickets, seeing that he has a 5-wicket haul in the tournament already.
Oh,
Again, well bowled by Young.
You see Savory essaying a big drive, and that one's gone past the outside edge, all taken by the keeper there, who's been really tidy so far.
Yeah, it's a good effort from Naeem, taking up the attack and giving his team a chance in this game.
Just a bit spray that one down the leg side. You've seen them striving for additional pace here. Naeem Young, his radar is just going a little bit off. But yeah, having some 3 wickets, he will be really up. His tail is up, and he's trying to express a little bit of pace. So he's just straying down the leg side on that occasion. But what a fight. But as we said, by this team, they found themselves early this morning. 2 wickets down without a run on the board. They've rallied all the way up to 263 at the completion of their 50 over allotment. And now here after 9.5, they've got the Guyana Harpy Eagles pretty much on the back foot at some 56 runs. So Young just having a word there, Patrick Gustard. I think he's telling about his running onto the tracks, onto the wicket. So he just needs to be careful with that.
Yeah, and what these Guyanese batsmen would want to do is not give Naeem Young another wicket to boost his confidence even more, as he seems to have his confidence on a high at this point. So what they would want to see or do is, just try to bat him out of the game. Again, well played by Savory, picking up 2 runs, giving Guyana a closer smell to that 60 run mark.
So yeah, so that's 58 for the loss of 3 after some 9.4 overs. But Young, he's came in, he's took the ball, he tried to experiment with was it Kevin Wickham to start the new ball from that southern end. Wickham wasn't very threatening, and Young came in himself, and he's now have 3 wickets going into his third over, so he's really turned the tide for the academy.
As we see a wide delivery from Naeem Young.
Yeah, like we said, striving for that additional pace, Chris.
And I stand to be corrected. The Harpy Eagles would not get that bonus point having lose 3 wickets.
Yeah, so 3
My
wickets.
apologies.
Yeah, 3 wickets being down now is set them back, so they won't be able to get those bonus points, as you know what the rules are by the board. So good fight back, as we said, all around by the academy team. Another searching delivery there, and the Savory's going into a big drive again. So that's completed our first stint here. Chris, you've had yourself some 3 wickets. At the end of 10, we've got the score 60 for 3. Savory, he's on 2. Tevin Imlak, he's on 4. As we enter now, Anil and Rayad.
Uh, 60 for 3 in 10 overs. With the Guyana Harpy Eagles chasing a victory target of 63 for victory. I'd like to say a special good afternoon to Riyad Emirates.
Good afternoon, Anil. Good afternoon to our viewers all over the world. Good night in some part. Guyana Harpy Eagles, bit of a bother here, 60 for 3.
But I must admit that it's been an excellent piece of seam bowling from the skipper himself, Naeem Young, really producing the goods here for the academy.
Yeah, skipper Naeem Young has taken it up on his own. He's brought himself on, picking up 3 crucial wickets. He's been very good throughout the tournament. He's been a bit reluctant to bowl.
This one just tucked down to fine leg, and they're gonna come back quickly for 2 runs. So 2 to the total, 62 for 3 in over number 11. Imlak moves on to 6. So Bishop doing an excellent job indeed for his skipper, Naeem Young, into his third over, just conceding 9 runs thus far, but he will want to have a wicket in the wickets column at Riyadh.
Yeah, he'd love to have a wicket next to his name at this point. Getting wickets is always crucial to stem the run flow.
So this one is just punched down to long off. Single offer.
The batting woes continues for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've struggled throughout the tournament. Their batters has really struggled throughout the tournament. Their bowlers has been doing an excellent job. Their bowlers was put under some pressure today, so they're looking for their batters to come trumps. Still have some batting to come. The main run getter Rutherford, Sherfin Rutherford, is still in the hut, so they'll be hoping that he can come and finish off the innings. These two taking them to a respectable score.
Yeah, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, led by Mr. Hercules, the head coach of the team, both the entire think tank, they have tried different combinations as well, Riyadh. Today they've gone back with Chanapol in March, and again, losing three wickets, inside 10 overs is not something that, the think tank of the team will want, and I'm sure they will continue to try and put that puzzle together in order to get it right, especially going into the back end of the innings, the tournament. Sorry.
Yeah, they need to get it right. They need a victory. They need to continue winning, so they'll need to get things right. So you see Naeem Young continues from the southern end. He's bowled 3 overs so far, 3.1 overs, 3 for 15.
So at the end of over number 11, the score (64 for 3) after 11 overs. Savory is on 2 and Tevin Imlak is on 8. So needing another 200 runs in 233 deliveries. So still a lot of balls available to this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. But a lot is going to be dependent on both Imlak and Savory. Short and wide and really looking, he should have put that ball away, was a Savory. Not really getting the timing. It just bounces out to a backward point. Just no run. Score remains on 64 for 3. Naeem Young, 3 for 15. This one is tucked into square leg. They're going to come run 1. Attempting the second, but was not one at all. So just getting the single for Savory. Score moves on by 1. 65 for 3 in over number 12.
Savory know his ability to bat long. He can be the one to anchor the innings here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And this one, just a stifle appeal there from Naeem Young, beating the bat there, but at the last minute just pulling out of the appeal. So Imlak wanting to really announce himself in this tournament. He has some stats, but he needs to kick on here in this innings, Riyadh.
He definitely needs to kick on. There's only 10 balls he's faced thus far, so he has some time. Still has a lot of time. Just need to continue rotating the strike. Good thing there's a left and right hander batting, so you can continue to rotate the strike, put the bowler under some pressure. It's not easy for a bowler to bowl a right hander and left hander every other ball. So
Imlak getting tall on the back foot there and just played a sumptuous back foot cover drive to mid off. And the total goes up by 1. It's 65 for 3. Short and wide, and this one is cut away to the point on the boundary. There's only one on offer. So at the end of over number 12, the Guyana Harpy Eagles chasing a victory total of 263 for victory. They are 67 for 3. Matthew Ford, none for 15. Kevin Wickham, none for 20. But the man with the goal and arm, Naeem Young, 3 for 18. And what a wonderful job he has done for his team. They're leading by example, Riyadh.
picking up those 3 wickets in consecutive overs, breaking the back of the top order of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, picking up 2 wickets in an over. He's done the job. He just needs to continue.
So Kevin Anderson looked very well, looked very good, at the top of the innings. But just at the moment you thought that he's going to kick on, giving it away to a very soft dismissal, hitting the ball straight to mid-on, Riyadh.
Yeah, some very tame dismissals for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, similar to what happened in the first innings with the West Indies Academy, losing wickets at regular intervals, getting a decent partnership, then losing back-to-back wickets. It's always
So Savory just tucking that ball to mid-wicket and immediately taking off a single. Joshua shoved into his fourth over. None for 11 thus far. He's asked some questions. He's got some balls to spun past the right-handers outside edge. So skipper Naim Young continuing with Joshua Bishop. This one is played into that square leg region. Leonardo Julian does the fielding. And the score goes up by 1. It's 69 for 3. And Imlak goes on to 10. So
what they don't need is to lose wickets at regular intervals. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they need to build a decent platform. They've already lost 3 wickets. This partnership is going to be a very important partnership. Just as I said about building partnership, Kimo Savory hitting straight to mid-off, not making good contact, and he goes for 5. 69 for 4, Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles losing their 4th wicket here in over number 13. That ball just seemed to have stopped a bit, Riyadh, as Savory was about to make contact. He was through the shot and the ball did not arrive just yet. So just finding the middle fielder, but the West Indies Academy continues to dominate this contest here now. 4 wickets back in the shed, and it's going to bring out Kevin Sinclair out to the middle.
Yeah, they keep finding ways to get out the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They haven't gotten a peach of a delivery to any of the batters thus far. They just keep giving their wickets away, and it's the West Indies Academy will be happy with these wickets.
Yeah, making very early inroads indeed. Inside 15 overs, 4 wickets back in the hush, Riyadh. The coach of the team, I'm sure, would be very happy, but he will be echoing the sentiments that the job is not over just yet. They will need to continue to chip away at the wickets, but more importantly, put a lot of effort in terms of restricting the scoring.
Yeah, we saw the West Indies Academy losing 4 wickets for just 79 runs, I think it was, and then Guyana letting the breaks off a bit. So they need to not mirror that from the West Indies Academy.
Well, I felt that the skipper Pramod just missed the trick in regards to bowling out his main bowlers inside that 40 over mark, Riyadh, and really and truly Chandapur Hemraj and Kevin Anderson, they're basically part-timers. So Matthew Ford and company, Naim Young, they were able to really feast on those bowling at the back end.
Yeah, they were 89 for 4, 82 for 4, sorry. I could understand why skipper Pramod wanted to bowl out his frontline bowlers. They were 7 wickets down, and he wanted to go for the juggler and try to bowl out the team. I think the Naim Young and Matthew Ford, they knew exactly what was going to happen. If they see now the frontline bowlers, they could probably take a dash in the back in the last 10 overs, and exactly that's what they did. So I think they read the game well. Pramod probably in hindsight would be thinking, he could have slip in a couple of the bowlers in between while they were getting wickets, but that's only in hindsight.
As we both know, Riyadh, sometimes when you're picking wickets, you just want your frontline bowlers to continue. But one must also take into consideration, in the context of a 50-over game, a partnership is always likely to build, and you need that frontline bowler to come back and try and give you a wicket. I felt this where Purmal possibly just lost it a bit
As we
with
see,
that miscalculation.
as we see Ashmin Ned taking over from skipper Naeem Young. I understand probably was thinking that he had Shama Joseph, who's an out-and-out fast bowler, who is a frontline bowler. He had him up his sleeve, thinking that he would pick up wickets at the end of the innings. He didn't have the best of game with the ball again. I think the most successful bowlers on these wickets are the ones who bowl straight, wicket to wicket. He just bowled a little wide of the stumps.
And also important as well on a track of this nature, Riyadh, it's important to have those cutter deliveries, those slower deliveries, and you must have a put and bumper as well, to push the batters back. And just coming back to the three short pitch delivery per over that's permitted in this tournament. Yesterday we had a very good exhibition from McAllister, and Driggs really, showing the effects of what good short pitch delivery, how effective it is, Riyadh.
Yeah, I thought Jai McAllister and Dominic Driggs, they really executed their short balls. They allowed 3 and over. They executed it well. They wasn't giving Allen, who has been the main run scorer for the CCC team, anything that is up. I think they assessed the conditions, they assessed the batter that they were bowling against. They sort of try to bowl in their half as much as possible.
Yeah, Imlak just plays a lovely flowing off drive down to long off. There's a single on offer. So 72 for 4. We are into over number 14. Ashmin Dead, left arm orthodox spinner, into the attack from the southern end. This one is a trifle short. It's played into point on the boundary. There's a single on offer. So a sprinkling of supporters, spectators, still hovering around the ground here. Mostly students, Riyadh.
Yeah, it's good to see that you have some supporters coming around. But that's the end of the 14th over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 74 for 4. And we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break. We'll see you on the other side.
You must take into consideration that a partnership is imminent. Is imminent. You really play into the hands of the academy. And we are back live here at the UE Spec facility, the Sir Frank Warrior Field here in St. Augustine. The West Indies Cricket Academy taking on the very powerful Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Batting first, the Academy were able to get 262 in their allocation of 50 overs. Guyana Harpy Eagles struggling a bit here at this stage of the innings. 74 for 4. The skipper himself, Naim Young, picking 3 early peppers in this innings here of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The last wicket to go was safe record at mid-off. But it's Bishop, Joshua Bishop, bang on target.
It's good to see Naeem putting in some pressure on the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters. It's a forward short leg. Silly mid off. Silly mid off in place. This is a good shot here from Tevin Imlak, hitting way over long on, over the ropes for 6.
So a getaway shot there from Tevin Imlak, looking to break the shackles there, Riyadh. Joshua Bishop has been very, very tight indeed, and possibly just going a bit too full there and allowing the likes of Imlak to express himself. But a very good strike indeed over long on for a maximum. That 6 takes the score on to 74 for 4.
It's actually Kevin Sinclair playing that shot. Again, well flighted delivery, and this time Sinclair opening up and hitting over cover. So
Yeah.
only able to pick up 2 this time.
So a bit of width on offer and a bit of flight as well. Sinclair just lofted that ball inside out over cover point. They're able to help themselves to 2 runs. So Sinclair getting on with the business immediately. This one is played off the back foot to that cover. There's no run.
I'm going to continue to see this type of batting from Sinclair. He's not one to muck around when he's batting. He likes to free his arms, and it's well played through backward point. It's running close to the boundary. He picks up another 3 runs. Good run in here by Sinclair and Imlak.
Yeah, short and wide from Joshua Bishop. Sinclair just rocks onto the back foot, giving himself a bit of room, backing away and going through that forward of point position and helping himself to 3 runs. So Sinclair 11 from 10. So at the end of over number 15, 85 for 4. The Guyana Harpy Eagles losing 4 quick wickets inside 15 overs. To bat Vasami Pomal. So 1 wicket here now for the West Indies Academy Emirates, and they could well put a lot of pressure on the middle and lower order of this Guyana Harpy Eagles team.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They can't afford to lose any wickets at this stage. Need a partnership.
So Ned just pulling that ball into the pitch there, not giving much away there. Sinclair rocks onto the back foot, just plays it out stylishly out to cover. There's no run.
Sinclair, we've seen in the last 12 months or so, his batting has really come along. He scored a lot of runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's been in the West Indies A team. He scored some runs there as well, so he's no rabbit to the bat. He knows how to score runs, so it's important that he stays out there. The longer he stays there, the easier it's going to get for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because he's not going to stick around and and just block and look for ones and twos, he's going to hit the boundaries as well.
And this one is angled into the pads, but there's a short square leg in hot pursuit, and there's no run. So Nandu the man there at that short square leg position. Ned, not a big spin off the ball by any stretch of the imagination, just bowling wicket to wicket here, Riyadh.
Yeah, he'll know these Guyanese batters better than anyone out there. He's played with them, he's been around them for quite a while, so, and they will know him as well.
So excellent running there from the moment that he was off and running.
He would have watched the way Moti and Premal has bowled on this pitch. They've bowled straight, they've bowled wicket to wicket. They've used their variations, not just fast into the pitch, but they've also flight the ball a lot. So
Yeah, Ned, more lower trajectory bowler, I would say. Riyadh there, more just looking to bowl datas. This one is bowled into the pitch, and Imlak just works it down to long off.
it's a good looking shot here from Sinclair. This beating the left of point.
But some tremendous work on the boundary here by Leonardo Julian. Noted for having the gloves on, but doing some feeling out in the outfield today is Leonardo Julian. So at the end of over number 16, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 85 for 4. $88 for 4 after over number 16. So it's going to be Joshua Bishop to continue. And this one is on leg stump. It's just worked behind square. They're going to get a single. And that's all it's going to be. So the score moves up by 1. It goes up to 89. 89 for 4 over number 17. Kevin Anderson getting 27. Sinclair 17.
Good shot here from Sinclair, making room and cutting that ball just in front of point into the boundary for 4.
So a welcome boundary indeed for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So it's Kevin Sinclair doing the heavy lifting at this stage, Riyadh. A bit short from Joshua Bishop, but Kevin Sinclair making the adjustment, getting inside that leg stump, backing away and accessing acreage of space through that extra cover area.
And as you see, there's a sweeper out now for Sinclair. We're going to see a lot more of this from Kevin Sinclair. He's not going to stick around and, as I said before, look for ones and twos alone. He's a very attacking batsman. I think they need to put him under some pressure. Still need to get that ball just under his eye line.
Yeah, rocking onto the back foot. They were not getting a connection. Luckily for him, Riyadh, he didn't get the connection because the possibility of him holding out to long on would have been a reality there.
Yeah, not making good contact. Luckily, he didn't make good contact.
Possibly a bit quicker from Joshua Bishop. So at the end of over number 17, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are chasing a victory target of 263. They are 95 for 4. Tevin Imlak, 14 from 18 deliveries. And Sinclair batting well, 22 from 20 deliveries. Chanapol Himraj getting to 16. looking good, look good for that 16 runs. Unfortunately for him, trying to turn against the tide of the delivery there and only getting the outside, a top edge, and was caught on ball by Naim Young. So I'm sure the likes of Chanapol Himraj would be very disappointed indeed, having having gotten a start. Riyadh, one would have thought that he would have taken the opportunity today to really cement his position at the top of the order for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, the opening partnership woes continues for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Chanapol Himraj getting a decent start, getting to 16 before playing a shot a bit too early, getting a top edge. Naim Young taking a very good catch. But he definitely would be disappointed, after getting a decent start. Pressure is on again, Chanapol Himraj. Sinclair is sweeping this one behind square on the leg side. It's 4 runs. Rolls into the boundary. Good looking shot here from Sinclair. He moves on to 26. Score moves on to 99 for 4.
Some wit on offer there, Riyadh, and Sinclair just played that lap sweep to perfection, and it goes into the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So Kevin Sinclair continues to prosper here. The score goes on to 99, takes Sinclair on to 26. This delivery is ball into the pitch, as we say, keeping it in his half. Riyadh. Sinclair could only rocks onto the back foot, played stylishly out to cover point. There's no run. And again, a very good over indeed here, except for the boundary ball. One ball still remaining. The score 99 for 4. This one is cut away, but very good feeling there at that short third man position. There's no run. It continues. This one is driven by some excellent work at cover point there, ensuring that there is no addition to the score. So at the end of over number 18, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 99 for 4. Imlach is on 18, and that man Sinclair looking very ominous indeed at this stage.
I think Guyana Harpy Eagles will need to pick up the singles as much as possible. They got a boundary in the second ball of that over. Still 5 dot balls, so they need to rotate the strike. Kevin Sinclair needs to just rotate the strike and give him luck, the opportunity to do the same.
So 166 needed from 192 balls. The balls is not an issue at this stage, Riyadh, but 4 wickets back in the shed. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they do not want to lose another wicket, possibly maybe for the next 15 overs or so. They will want this pair to continue for the next 15 overs or so and chip away at the runs, maybe just 4 or 5 runs and over. That's going to take them to 160, 170 after over number 33, 34, and it's going to really set up well for them.
So you see a change in bowling from the northern end. Akim Ogis replaces Joshua Bishop. Comes into bowl his leg spinners.
So short and wide. Imlach not able to climb into that delivery. So bowling change from the northern end. Geese comes in to bowl. Short and wide. Imlach just plays it out to the sweeper on the boundary. So the partnership now 30 from 34. Encouraging signs indeed from both Imlach and Sinclair, but they'll need to take this vigil very, very deep into the innings here. and beaten a bit there in the flight, but still looking to go hard at the ball was Sinclair, just peeling off the outside edge and going out to backward point.
Much better delivery here from Akim Ogis. Just flighting it a bit. That's the 100 coming up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 100 for 4 of 18.4 overs. Still a long way to go for both teams.
165 needed. And this is a nice delivery there. It's played around the corner. Gonna come back for 2. And a loud appeal for a run out. But the umpire is having none of it.
Good running again there from Tevin Imlach. This is what this guy brings to the crease.
Yeah, both these batters are supreme athletes in their own right. Whatever they do, it's very aggressive in nature, and it's no surprise to me that these two batters are very quick between the sticks. So the score goes on by 2. 101 for 4 in over number 19. So it brings Imlach back on strike.
This is a very, very naughty shot here from Imlach. Short ball, not getting up, and he got on the edge. He's bold.
And from the look of things, Riyadh, it did kept a trifle low, but to me it looked like the googly that defeated him. That ball was just coming back into him. But what was he doing?
It was a very poor delivery from Akim Ogis. Very short delivery. Imlach not getting over it. Is kept low, and he's got it on the edge into his stumps. Be very disappointed. It did keep low.
But the batting woes continue for the Guyana Harpy Eagles here at the UE Spec Ground, the Sir Frank Worrell Field. The West Indies Academy making further inroads into this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. 101 for 5, and it brings the informed Shufin Rutherford out to the middle, and we do know how he plays, Riyadh.
Yeah, he is the informed batter for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's put under some more pressure again in this innings. Has to bail them out if they have to get anywhere close to the score.
And he's taken up that responsibility, in a very positive way indeed, Riyadh. Scoring a brilliant 100 at the Oval. He's one of the guys, when he hits the ball, it does stay hit. But at this stage now, the rebuilding process has to start between himself and Sinclair. So 102 for 5 in 19 overs. Still a long way to go. So 161 required, 162 required for victory, Riyadh. Still a very long way to go. Someone in this Guyana Harpy Eagles team will need to play out of their skin. They would need to play a special innings indeed to take their team over the line here. But it's going to be Ashmi Ned to continue from the southern end.
It's going to be an interesting matchup here with Ashmi Ned and Shufin Rutherford.
Well, I'm sure Shufin Rutherford will be licking his lips here, his chops here, Riyadh. We all know the left-hand batter, that matchup that we always come to realization with left-arm orthodox, the left-hander batters. The batters always seem to favor themselves, Riyadh.
Yeah, and he's pulling from the southern end, the end that Rutherford will be looking to line up to hit. It's a short boundary on the leg side, wide of long on, so he'll be looking to target that boundary. Sinclair trying to sweep, not making full contact. Another good dot from Ashmi Ned.
Naim Young, I'm sure the skipper of the West Indies Academy team might just be thinking at this stage, Riyadh, to bring back possibly himself or Matthew Ford. Two batters, Kit Sinclair just getting set, but Shufin Rutherford, you want to try and give yourself the opportunity to dismiss him before he gets set.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably would be thinking to get himself on. He has the confidence. He already picked up 3 wickets. Picked up the first 3 wickets, so he'll be looking to add to that tally. Ashmin Ned on the other hand has done a good job so far. 3.5 overs, none for 12.
Yeah, bowling wicket to wicket. Nothing threatening by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a big spin of the ball, just keeping it very simple indeed. Bowling in front of the batters. And this one is played out to Julian. And he's just ambling to that ball. So at the end of over number 20, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 103 for 5 in pursuit of 264 for victory. We're going to take a break and
So thank you there, Coach, and of course, Riyad Emirates. I'm Ruskin Mark back with Christopher Amsaran, and Christopher. Well, things changed the last time you won.
Yeah,
They were going along quite nicely.
yeah, of course, and that's the nature of cricket. As we see, this one is hit into the boundary for 4 runs. Again, Kevin Sinclair, he blooms with confidence, having a good day with the ball. No, he's having a good day with the bat so far, trying to pull his team out of a hole.
Yes, and they're really in a bit of a spot here because if they should lose another wicket or 2, this could really spell disaster for them. They really need somebody to stick around for a while. Everybody seemed to be in a hurry to get these runs, but you're not going to get it in 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, definitely, it's a whole lot of overs, 300 balls. And what these two in the wicket would want to do is see themselves with a few balls, then play their type of innings.
And it requires a certain level of confidence is one thing, but I think it really requires a certain level of smarts. You have to read the game and understand what is before you at the moment. And right now, this situation requires a little bit of tempering of your natural game, even though you have somebody like a Sinclair who will take his chances. And but the key is the person at the other end has to think, I am just going to bat around him. If he's going to go, I am going to hold up my end of the bargain and not allow wickets to be falling at the other end, even though he might be going good at one end. If we keep losing wickets at the other end, it's a mute case.
Yeah, indeed, and the Happy Eagles would want Rutherford to take up that responsibility, being a senior man in the setup.
And he certainly is capable. We saw that at the Oval when he made a blistering 100. And he was just hitting the ball out of the Oval like with impunity.
Yeah, definitely. And with all due respect to him, he is not just a hitter off the cricket ball. He's definitely a batsman. He proves to be a match winner from time to time.
And they're going to need him to play one of those special innings here today. And it might require less of the big hitting, but a bit more of what you said, batsmanship. He too will have to pick his spots. And
and coming into this tournament, Rutherford would have had some level of confidence because he just came off a pretty decent CPL season. Also in this franchise cricket, he went on to win the GT20 finals for his team in Canada. So he's definitely blooming with confidence at the
Let me
moment.
just tell you that at the end of over number 21, it's 108 for 5. And just to do a quick comparison for you, after 21 overs, the West Indies Academy were 103 for 4. So not much in it
Not much
right
difference.
now. Few runs, but a wicket more.
Yeah, we see Ashmead Ned continues to bowl. Watchful by Sinclair.
And he has to be here. If he's gonna really see his team to a victory here, they're gonna need him to really be very, very careful with his selection, his shot selection. And it's like that. When you get a bad ball, you put it away decisively.
Yeah, brilliant shot indeed from Kevin Sinclair. It goes to show, the confidence of this young man, knowing that his team is in a bit of bother, and he wants to take up that mantle.
So 112 now for 5. He goes to 32.
Again, watchful by Sinclair.
Good comeback delivery by Ned. And that one was way too short. It was just sitting up there and put away nicely. Now they've dropped the mid on back to long on. And Sinclair trying to go behind square this time. And you could see him really turning the bat almost as if he wanted to paddle it over the head of the man at short fine leg. And didn't make contact with it, hit him somewhere in the body.
Yeah, but also he would want to be mindful in playing that shot without a helmet on.
Yeah, he does have a broad brim hat. And this one kept very low indeed. A quicker delivery as well, and almost getting under the bat. Sinclair goes for a little walk.
Yeah, as you see, 5 balls bowled, just that boundary ball, still a good over.
There he goes again. There's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And they were hoping there that that would have been wicket number 6 for them. It wasn't to be. And he goes away, takes his hat, and he walks away at that time. 263, and in reply, 111 for 5.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty even at this stage of the game. Both teams are still in contention for the win. As you see, Ogies continues from the UV spec end.
I'm just double checking this score here because it was 108 at the end of the last over, and he hit a boundary, so that would have taken it to 112. So I'm just looking, so it should be at least 112. Now 113.
Yeah, watchful from Rutherford, being the senior man. He would definitely want to see himself in.
So I think they're going to make a late adjustment. Put the long on. There's a long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and a deep point. And floated that one. And just getting it out of the reach of the bowler. That would have been a real gift had he played it back to him. It was in the air, but it was well away from Ogiest.
Yeah, that single takes the total to 114 for 5.
And Again, just not giving the ball much air. He's just trying to get it to the batsman as quickly as possible, and hopefully it will bite in the surface. And because if you notice, they're playing him almost exclusively on the back foot, and the only time they're coming on the front foot is if they're going to sweep. So a little bit of bounce there, extra bounce for him. So it's a real test here now. Sinclair having to really dig deep here. He has to concentrate. Every ball seemed to present a little bit of a challenge, and he's able to nip a nice single to end the over. It's now at 115 now for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, Ruskin, and from my observations looking on, it seems as though the West Indies Academy only has, 4 out and out bowlers in their team at the moment, being Naeem Young, Joshua Bishop, Matthew Ford, and Ashmead Ned. The other bowlers would have to make up some overs. So Sinclair and Rutherford would keep that in mind, knowing that they would have to make up some overs with those part-time bowlers.
Well, they've used 6 bowlers already, and Auguste is getting in a couple overs now when they have to kind of consolidate a little bit, which is the ideal time to bowl him. But to his credit, he already picked up a wicket. So that's like a bonus for Naeem Young. And Ned is just wheeling away, as is his custom.
Yeah, we've seen Ned is keeping things tight for his team, having just bowled 5 overs for just 17 runs, which is pretty decent at this stage of the innings.
Yep, and he's bowling at a time too when the batsmen want to try to get at him, but they also have to be mindful of the risk presented in going into all-out attack. And he does have outriders at point and long off.
Again, well bowled by Ashmead Ned.
Keeping it on or about that middle and off stump, forcing Sinclair to have to be very, very watchful, very careful. His shot selection is going to have to be spot on here.
Yeah, and speaking about spot on, Ashmead Ned is actually spot on in this over.
Let's keep it tight. Now, can he finish it off? And this one is short, and just as I was talking about finishing it in style, he bowls a short ball and is punished for it with a boundary.
Yeah, and Ashmead Ned will definitely be disappointed in this, having bowled dot balls and then summing it up with a boundary ball. But good watchful awareness by Kevin Sinclair.
That's the length, I think, that he wanted to bowl all along. He doesn't have a slip, and he's going to get punished for it. It's 4 runs. Not much Joshua Bishop could do about that. He was trying to get around to it, but it just beat him into the boundary for 4 runs. So 4 more to Sinclair as he continues to push on here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, Sinclair seems to move on pretty nicely, having scored 42 so far.
So he is certainly pushing his odds out. 124 now for 5. 124 for 5 after 24. So this is a very good hand being played here by Sinclair. And they're going to want him to really continue for a long while. So he's on to 46 now.
As you see, Auguste continues to to prod along, going into his 4th over, having picked up that solitary wicket. Again, well bowled by O'Geese.
And what Rutherford has to be mindful of, he doesn't want to just go into a shell. The key now is just to rotate the strike as much as possible. He cannot just absorb dot balls at the other end. That just puts the pressure back on Sinclair. So he now has to do his part. It's not rocket science, but he has to be aware of it. I'm sure he probably wants to, so as they say, play himself in and then get going. But he has to be so careful in how he goes about this phase here, because another wicket now, and it could put pressure. All the pressure will fall on Sinclair. Here he is, right into the hands of, and it is Julian who's taking that catch there, as he just stopped one there, was hit hard to him, straight at him, and then this time he went aerial with the shot off the back foot. Look at it again, he's standing there trying to place it maybe away from him, and instead he picks out the man, square the wicket right in his chest, and Julian gleefully accepted it, and that is the end of Sherfin Rutherford for 2.
Yeah, as we see Rutherford walks off, as his team now digs deeper into a hole with the score at 124 for 6. The only set batsman having a score is Kevin Sinclair, who is still at the crease on 46 not out.
Kevin Anderson also chipped in with 27, was it? And Tevin Imler played well for his 19. But again, when you're talking about players who I'm sure thinking West Indies cricket down the road, or even franchise cricket anywhere in the world, you can't be scoring 19 and 27. The only way people will really recognize you is if you're producing big scores, huge totals, and consistently scoring. So like on the back of that splendid 100 that Sherfin Rutherford scored, to now come and be dismissed like this, it must be very disappointing, even if somebody who's wherever, because people are watching the cricket all over the world, even if they wanted to say, boy, we might want to consider Sherfin Rutherford, and then imagine somebody has to go into a boardroom now and argue on his behalf.
Indeed.
You're not giving him anything to, anything to bargain with,
Yeah, and these guys would want to take those things into consideration.
Yep. Sampson really living dangerously there.
As we see, O'Geese definitely looks a new bowler.
Yep.
He's grown in confidence after these 2 wickets. Again, well bowled by O'Geese, just giving that one some air.
Getting a little bit of turn as well.
Inviting Sampson to play that big drive.
Yep, making life very uncomfortable for them. It's the end of the over, and at the end of over number 25, it is 124. It is now for the loss of 6 wickets. A maiden wicket as well for him.
Yeah, that's well bowled from O'Geese.
And this is the difference. We were talking about the Guyana Harpy Eagles when they bowled, and they bowled out their frontline bowlers. They got 30 overs from their 3 frontline spinners. But then it's almost like they didn't really account for the next 20 and how they were going to split up those 20. And it came to a point where they were exposed at the tail end, and they got punished for it. Here, we've seen 6 bowlers used already, and they're divvying up the wickets among them quite nicely. The captain leading the way.
Yeah, and also speaking into that, having used 6 bowlers, it means that, Naeem Young is actually thinking. He's thinking, he's not giving the batsmen any time to settle on one particular bowler.
And he's keeping his other bowlers fresh as well. Here's another appeal for an LBW. He's out. And that is the end of Sinclair. And that is the wicket that they were looking for. And it is Ashmead Ned getting the breakthrough. He goes for 46. And certainly a crucial one indeed.
Yeah, as we see, the Harpy Eagles just falling into some deeper trouble now.
What a turn of events here. Certainly. Remember, they started off like a shot from a gun and they raced to 45 before they lost their first wicket. And then since that time, things started to happen. They were 45 for 1, 51 for 2, 56 for 3, 69 for 4. Then they had another brief period when Sinclair batted well together with Imlach. Then they lost Imlach at 102 for 5. And now it's 124 for 6 and 124 for 7. So 2 wickets now at 124.
Yeah, indeed. And, at the start of the game, I was saying, this West Indies Academy team is not one to mess around with. They are young players, but they have been together for some time. So they know about cricket. They know about playing the game.
And they support each other. I don't think they put pressure on themselves or on each other. They just, if somebody makes a mistake, they just try to encourage them because they know the place to discuss that is in the dressing room, or at team meetings, not on the field, So, and that generates a kind of mutual respect as well from each other because everybody's pulling in the same direction. So Gudakesh Muti is at the crease now, and we know he is a big hitter when he wants to. He can score quickly.
Yeah, Moti, he's definitely no slouch with the bat.
And again, you look at the batsmen, they're all predominantly back-footed. They're all playing off the back foot. I suppose it makes sense to giving yourself a time to see what the ball is doing. The end of the over is 124 for 7, a maiden wicket. At the same time, at the halfway stage of the Academy's innings, they were 114 for 4.
The big difference is
those wickets, but yep, those 3 wickets are hanging over your head like. And the problem with the lower order batsmen is that most of them feel the only way to retrieve the situation is to go big, and that could spell trouble. Here we go again. This one is in the air again. Julian is coming in, and he takes it well, right down his throat. And it just goes from bad to worse here. Quinton Sampson it is who goes for no score, and it's 124 for 8.
Yeah, it's a bit responsible from Quinton Sampson, knowing his team is in a bit of bother, and it's 24 overs to go. He should at least, decide, what, I'll see myself in and then play these type of shots.
If I handed you this scorecard and you saw caught Julian, you would think he was caught behind.
Yeah, as we see, Julian, he decided to give up the gloves for Tuckett today.
Yeah, so if you see these 2 catches, you say, what caught Julian Bolo Geese? Geese was biting the edge, so he was taking the catches out in the deep.
But we have to give credit to Julian. It's still
that was
a
a good running catch. Yeah. He had to make up some ground, and then he took it high. He didn't wait for it to fall in front of him. He actually attacked it. And once the ball goes up in the air, it could be difficult sometimes, especially when the fielder is on the move. So credit to him. Yeah, and he took it just about chest height. But the bottom line is 124 for 6, 124 for 7, 124 for 8. They lost 3 wickets without adding a single run.
Again, there's no responsibility in these batsmen. no one is putting up their hand and saying, I'll do the job for the Eagles today.
Well, Verasamy Permaul is at the wicket, the captain. And he gets a beauty coming back at him. And he's like, oh my goodness, as the googly came back at him and almost went through the gate.
Yeah, and we see Ogis is definitely shining with the ball. If he's not shining with the bat, he shines with the ball.
So, quick single to get him off the mark, and finally they get off that dreaded 124 total. They lost 3 wickets without adding a single run at 124.
Yeah, and Moti and Pomol, they're both senior in this Happy Eagles team, and they would want to. I mean, it's probably a bit too late to consolidate, but it's cricket, so
You have plenty overs, yeah. You still have a lot of overs, a lot of balls. And this one is hit in the air, and that's safe because it's going to bounce down to the deep cover position, and it's 4 runs. Nothing Julian could do this time, as the ball was played high in the air by Muti over the inner ring, and down to the vacant area. Loads of space out there, and he picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, again, a decent shot from Gudakesh Moti.
I think Ogis was asking for the man out in the deep, but Naeem Young says no, keep him here, and he decides against dropping the man out on the boundary at point. But for the right-hander, he is going to place a man at that deep mid-wicket position for that slug sweep that so many of the batsmen, that's kind of like the get-out-of-jail shot. When they're not sure which direction the ball is spinning, and that's a good shot. That could be 4 runs. No, he won't. Julian tucked it down nicely and is going to intercept it and limit them to just the 2 runs. So another good over from the youngster Ogis comes to an end. He is 5 overs, 3 for 21. Would you believe it? It's 132 for 8.
Yeah, we're seeing, look at the scorecard, four guys getting starts but not finishing the job for their team.
So 27 overs gone, 132 for 8. When we came on to do commentary after 20 overs, it was 103 for 5. So from that time to now, they've added 29 runs. And they've lost those 3 wickets. Yep. In roughly 7 overs. Including the danger man Sinclair. Yes, another appeal for an LBW, not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, we see, no one in the Happy Eagles team actually putting up their hands and saying, they would be that X-factor player for their team. We saw Sinclair had a sniff of it, but he went LBW to Ashmead Ned.
Ned has bowled well. 1 for 25 from his 7 so far. And it's really a lovely day here. It's nice and breezy, although it's a bit humid.
Yeah, and those guys out there would want to fuel up, get their fluids in, because this sun here is no joke.
Yeah, but it's just sap your energy. But given the state of the game and the success they're having, they wouldn't want to come off the field. They wish they could probably button. And here's the other thing. This game is so close because both of these teams are tied on points coming into this game.
Yeah.
They're both on 23 points. So this is a crucial game. And somehow you get the impression the Happy Eagles aren't really seeing it that way. It's almost as if they just play a game.
Yeah, and at the toss I made that point. In saying to Versamy that a win
lot
here
at
today.
stake, yeah.
Yeah, a win here today would have seen them into the playoffs.
They're not over yet, and the captain is still out there, but he's going to have to play a huge hand together with his spin partner, his spin twin, in Gudakesh Muti. Both of them are left-arm orthodox spinners. And they're just targeting that part there. He just wants to hit it. You could see him almost ready to appeal. Every time the batsman is a little bit late in bringing the bat, the hands go up. And he's off the hand it goes. That would have been a blinder there from Naeem Young. He was close in at that cover position, and that had to stick. There's no doubt about that. That would have been a blinder of a catch.
Yeah, hit very powerfully by Moti. And, you know, we seem to see that Naeem Young is still on the ground as the medic runs out. The physio for the West Indies Academy runs out.
So it's 136 for 8 at the end of the over. 136 for 8 after 28 overs. We're going to take a drinks break. So we'll take a pause here and come back with more right after this. Just welcome you back here. We're getting ready for the start of over number 29. A lot has happened in a short space of time, and the West Indies Academy have really put themselves in the driver's seat here, looking to polish off the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Remember, the target again is 264 for a victory. The Academy made 263, and now they're trying to see if they could finish the job. Here's a beauty. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And Versami Permal was reaching for that one, and they just missed the outside edge.
Yeah, rightfully so. And, you know, Naeem Young and his men would want to finish off this game as quick as possible.
In the air it goes, but it's well played. and it's well placed. It just dropped. I think it was one bounce before it went over the ropes. But again, Julian was close. Probably just not close enough to it.
Yeah, he just missed out on it, just a bit out of his reach.
That would have been probably the best of the lot if he was able to get to that one, because he had to run a long way to get there. And a chance at a run out, and Sammy Purmall was taking his time and then had to speed up to get in at the non-striker's end. So it's all happening now. It's like they're not giving the Guyana Harpy Eagles anything easy. Everything they have to put effort in. If you want anything out of the game, you have to put something into it.
Yeah, definitely, and we have seen a change in the West Indies academy guys. You know, they seem to be a bit livelier on the field.
With good reason. One would have to say, because boy, they have Guyana by the neck right now and they're just squeezing it. They're going for the jugular here, and they're trying to just wrap it up. They just need to relax and just do what they were doing all along. 3 for 26. He's gonna have to bowl that again.
And what Moti and Purmall would want to do is get close to this target as possible.
That's another wide, and so just as I was talking about him relaxing, he's probably trying a little too hard now.
Yeah, they don't want to get complacent at this stage, because you know we have seen things change in a flash in cricket.
Yep. So that's the end of the over. 143 for 8 now. 29 completed. So it's 3 for 28 for Auguste, and Naeem Young is 3 for 18. So he was the one who really started the slide.
Yeah, Naeem Young taking up the responsibility and starting the fall of wickets for his team.
Down the wicket he goes, and it's really he's trying something here. Probably just trying to upset the apple cart here a little bit. Versami Purmall. He wants to.
Yeah, and you know, Purmall would definitely know how Ashmead Ned bowls, because you know
they
both
played so much together.
yeah, and they're both coming from the same background.
And that's a good shot, and might actually get a boundary. Julian again, and not able to hold that one in.
Diving effort from Julian, but for to Versami Purmall. And you know, Ruskin, that's the exuberance of youth. You know, they can dive around in the field, take those spectacular catches, having that youthfulness in them.
Yeah, they obviously everybody wants to do well, so guys are going to be throwing their body and see if they can cut off a run here, a run there, as the case may be. And that, to me, that was one of the occasions he probably could have used his foot just to stop it, and then try and retrieve it after. But he put in the dive. Quicker delivery from net, didn't miss by much, and on that occasion, Purmall opted to go onto the back foot, and just watched it sizzle past the off stump. And he saw him come and he tried to duck it in at his feet. He did so in the end, but Purmall equal.
Well watched by Purmall.
Yeah, because you could see him trying to get down the wicket to him.
Yeah, but also, you know, the academy would want to be mindful in how they approach these last 20 overs or so.
Yes, it's 148 for 8 now at the end of over number 30. So they still have some work to do here with 3 for 28 to Ugis, 3 for 18 to Naeem Young, the principal wicket takers, 1 for 29 to Bishop, and 1 for 34 for Ned. They are the wicket takers. And of course, we're going to take a breather. Andy Payne and Riyad Emrit are going to be the next voices that you hear.
Thank you, Ruskin. Thank you, Chris. As we're back here live at the Sir Frank World Field here at the U-Respect ground in St. Augustine. And welcome back, Rad.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks for having me back here this afternoon. As you see, the Guyana Harpy Eagles looking down the barrel, 148 for 8.
Yeah, very timely to bring you back into this spell, Rad, to just clean up the innings. A man who's known for, you know, finishing off innings. So in comes Riyad. This one's a short delivery this time by Ogis, who's been into a good spell. He's tried to rip that googly again, and there you saw Pamal deep in the crease on the back foot and pulling that one past the square leg for yet another boundary. So 4 more to the Guyanese total. But Riyad, what a fight by this young academy team.
It's a really good fight here, a really good comeback. You saw the commitment when they batted. I think, you know, it's some really, really poor decisions by the Guyanese team on overall bowling, fielding, batting. You know, they came out here with no purpose, no intent when they came out, and it's no disrespect to the West Indies A team. You know, they've been on song. They look like they wanted it more than the Guyanese Harpy Eagles, but you know, just the mannerism of the Guyanese players, they don't look like they want to be out there. Even, you know, watching Samson just before he out, backing up, the batting is in the wrong hand. I know those simple mistakes.
All right, and there's a 4th wicket for young Akeem Ogis. As you're just speaking about that shot selection, another shot not on the cards at that time by Moti. A wide livery, and he's going for the big hoik over the mid-wicket area, and you saw him playing that one on. So Ogis continued to be in his wicket-taking form. So he's got 4. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're lost in 9th. So they're really into the backing of it right now, Ryan.
Again, you know, if he had left that ball, it probably would have been another wide. It's not the best bowling we've seen from Ogis. He got a couple wickets with some really bad balls, but at the end of the day, it's still a wicket, and that's what you come out here to do, to bowl to get wickets. But again, you know, bad shot selection, and it's been like that all day for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Sorry, it's been like that throughout. A lot of poor shot selections, bowling decisions. It's been like that for the entire day.
Yeah, and a team of the ilk of Guyana, you will think that you will see better plans in their role here this afternoon, especially the batting. You can't keep say how much more the shot selection hasn't been up to terms of what we would have loved to see in a run chase. But taking it away from the academy team, you saw Naeem Young when he started his spell, he was right on it, and he continued to impress. Naeem Young, you can see that commitment from the captain himself, and he's led this team to some good victories and putting themselves in there in the table. So these guys are looking ready to be in the playoff. This academy team.
If you don't know which team is who, you would think that the team that is feeling is the Guyana Harpy Eagles, with the experience that they have, the wealth of experience, the amount of players that have played for Guyana so many years with international experience as well. So kudos to to the West Indies Academy team. Coach Kohli, I'm sure he'll be very, very happy with the performances of this young team. Well led by Akeem Jordan. He has shown that he's leading from the front with both bat and ball, and they're just going from strength to strength. And it's good to see that they're really competing with the so-called big teams, the big name teams in this tournament.
Yeah, so that would have completed the 31st, and they found themselves in deep trouble. 153 for 9. Young Ogis, he picked up a 4th wicket, and as you said, like spinners, right? Some days they come and they really spot on and they don't get any, but young Ogis today, he just take his catch.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowled some really good balls, he's bowled some really bad balls. At the end of the day, he has 4 wickets, and that's the most important thing.
It's Ned to continue. You see him bowling a little bit short and wide, and Pomal, who's played a cut. So the deep point area to pick up 1. So this is the final batsman for the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Shamar Joseph, he's about to take strike for the first time.
Surprisingly, that Sami Pramal took a single off the very first ball of this over. It's Ned last over. He should be looking to bat out Ned and bat as much ball as possible, seeing that you're the last.
Recognize.
You're the senior player.
Yeah, you would think he would want to farm it as much as he could, and being as a captain, but sure the academy team will have different ideas. They will want to wrap this up as soon as possible. As you see Ned bowling his first one to Joseph. Joseph can't score on that one, but yeah, right, some of the shot selection from the more established players in this Guyana Harpy Eagles team left a lot to be thought about.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Hercules will be having a lot to say this afternoon. Even, Captain Pramal, although he's one to not say much, but I'm sure he'll be very disappointed at the way that they have gone about their cricket. They have struggled throughout the tournament with their bat. The bowlers has been doing an excellent job bringing back the team into match-winning situations. They haven't really gotten any good scores. Today the bowlers were put under a bit of pressure in the back end. It's time for the batters to put their hands up, and still same old.
Seems like a bit of cramp there by Joseph. He was pressed to go into defense, a forward defensive shot, and he's down on the ground. So it looked like he's picked up a bit of cramp. You've seen the physio running out there on the field to offer some assistance. But yeah, if we just continue to speak on to what's happened in their innings, you've seen Himraj, he went for 16. Anderson, he had a start at 27. Hetmaya, he went early, bowled by Naeem Young for 5. Imlat, he got 17. Savory 5. Sinclair, best in the day, he had a good innings of 46 before he was legged before wicket to Ned. Rutherford, he didn't offer much, neither did Sampson or Guti. But Pomal, he's on 20, not out with the last man, Joseph at the crease with him, albeit getting some attention now for this injury that he seems to have acquired.
It's been like this throughout the tournament. Jamaica has struggled. Jamaica has a very experienced team. They have struggled a lot. They haven't won a game as yet. The Windward Islands, they struggle a lot. They have a mixture of experience, very much experienced players, and they found themselves so many times in winning positions and just still can't go over the line. And we've seen it with Guyana now. A very experienced team with a mixture of youth, and they seems to struggle in every single game that they played. And we talk about experienced team. I'm not being biased here.
No.
The TNT Red Force, they have probably the most experienced team, and they're showing that they could adapt to any situation. They've been unbeaten throughout the tournament, and the senior guys have been standing up and doing the job. So it's a bit of a sour taste to see this in our cricket now. These guys who we expect to do well is not really putting their hands up and making it count.
But on the other hand, Rad, you've seen the academy team here on show today. You've seen the CCC team, and you've seen the fight shown by those players, and they really want to be in it. And you've seen the hunger.
And I've said that so many times, I'm so happy that these guys get the opportunity to play in this tournament, because if CWI did not have these two teams in the tournament, we wouldn't have seen so much talent outside, because they might not have made their national teams. And it's so good to see these guys putting up their hands and doing the job. You know, they've been scoring runs, they've been taking wickets. The CCC team has been playing like they were together for so long. You know, they've been put together a week before the tournament, so it's good to see that.
So yeah, good. So that's being said. On the other hand, again, alluding to what exposure these guys can get, and you can see the commitment shown by them in such a tournament.
And the talent is there. There's no doubt about that. The talent is there, but you know, the talent can only take you so far. You know, we keep talking about giving guys opportunity, and it's a sort of a sad state to see that guys who have been given the opportunity year after year, and you know, this is a tournament that you would want to see the senior guys, so if you want to put it that way, come out and dominate the cricket. But it hasn't been that. It's the younger ones who, you know, now coming through the system, now learning to play List A cricket, who's sort of dominating the cricket. You know, it's good to see, but it's also sad to see that the ones who you expect to do well is not doing well.
All said, Rayad. As you see, Ogis, he's going to be going into his 8th over. He's got some 4 for 33. He'll be bowling to Joseph. You see the Harpy Eagles, they're 155 for 9 after 32 overs, and very much on the back foot here.
Ogis will be looking to get a fiver. He and skipper Naim Young, they have taken the bulk of the wickets here for the academy team. Looking to wrap it up here now.
Oh, that one just passed a short leg feeder. So, but single taken to get Pomal back on strike. I mean, Pomal, as we would think, he would want to have as much as the batting as possible. But yeah, let's continue a little bit towards to the development teams, if you want to call them that, and their coaching staff. I mean, you've got the CCC with Floyd Reefer and the likes of Pedro Collins offering assistance. So I know those guys, and here we have Andre Coley. So they're really putting in the work with these younger charges, and the younger charges don't seem to be letting them down.
Yeah, and they seem like they wanted more than the rest of the teams. Yeah, this academy team has given the TNT Red Force a really good fight. They showed that they pushed them down to the end. It's probably the only fight that the Red Force team has gotten so far in the tournament. They've played cricket, they played good cricket. But they never see that attitude from this West Indies Academy team. This is what you want to see from all the teams.
Yeah. So good run they give that TNT team, but again, you said experience coming to the fore. So yeah, you would have thought to have a much better. But when you see when you saw the fight this morning from that academy fight back at the back end of their innings, you could have seen the commitment, and they really watered it.
And you can see here again, you know, with 111 runs or so to go, Julian diving, 1 wicket to go, diving, extra cover and stopping, and you know, so the commitment is there, the energy level is still there.
Just trying to bowl that googly again, but badly offline, and easy shot for Pomal to work that one past the square leg to pick up yet another boundary. So I think he's moved up to some 25. But yeah, right, you can see them in the outfield. They're diving, they're running around, and they're really showing that commitment and the energy that you would expect from this younger team. And you would think a bit more of application from the Harpy Eagles. They would have been looking to, you know, tip that score off the board with their experience. But that didn't happen today. But good to see the youngsters really, I mean, I'm impressed to see the fight that they've really shown.
Premal getting another loose delivery there from Ogis. Cutting forward a point for 4. He moves on to 29. It's 166 now for 9.
The end of the 33rd. So you've seen, like I said, St. Clair, he's been the only one who's really showed any real fight. He has some 46 runs or 56 deliveries, and you could see St. Clair, he really looked like he wanted to bat through the innings until he was dismissed by Ned, like before, going for a sweep. But yeah, I think Naim Young has handled his team very very well. Can't help but speak on how he's carried this team, this young team. Looks like a bowling change. It looks like Wickham is going to come back in for a second spell from the southern end. Right?
Also, it's strange to see Rutherford, coming in so late to bat. You want your guys who are in form, your best batters batting most of the overs. He batted down at number 7.
Were you really surprised to see him that low?
Yeah, it's a bit surprising to see him down at number 7. He's a top order batter. He's not a low order batter. And
Yeah.
he's the one who's been scoring most of the runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So you want him batting, especially when they're in a bit of a bother.
Yeah.
You want your best batsman batting.
Yeah, you would have loved to see that presence, especially against what you would call the academy team, but that didn't happen, and the pressure just keep mounting on them. So by the time he got in, there's some 5 wickets down. The team is under pressure, and it's asking a lot. So good pressure situations placed by the academy team to put them in that position. But yeah, I would have loved to see a bit more from that Harpy Eagles team and earlier not from the likes of Rutherford.
It's amazing that your best batters in the hub and you keep losing wickets and you keep sending other guys to bat. So I guess they obviously will have their plans. They sit in the team meetings and discuss, if this happens, this is what we're going to do. If that happens, that we're going to do. But I still think that you still need your best batters batting majority of your overs. And if your best batters can't do it, then nobody else is going to do it.
And I mean, if you're looking at it technically, you would have had Rutherford left arm batter, and you had the 2 left arm spinners on. You would have had Bishop and Ned bowling in tandem at that time, and you would think that you ought to have Rutherford in a bit early to just combat the left arm options that were unsure.
If they were in a position like this with probably 4 wickets down, they would have easily walked the game.
Yeah.
With 9 wickets down, it's impossible. Not saying that it can't be done, but it's a very impossible task now to get it done.
We saw Wickham really getting through that over, so that's completed number 34. At the end of the 34th, they're 168 for 9. Pamal, he's on 30 not out, but he's a lot's resting on his shoulders right now. It's a big ask. They still require another 100 and let's see on the one to the 168, 100, so just under 100. Right?
Just under 100 to get in 17 overs, 96 of 96 balls.
So,
Pamal will need to get at least 90 of those 96 for them to win the game.
Yeah,
no disrespect to Shema, but I'm sure Pamal will definitely looking to get majority of the strike, even though he's given Joseph some strike early on.
Yeah, well, we'll require a rate of just 6 and over. As we said, it was even Stevens at 96 off 96, as he took a single off the very first delivery again. As Ogis continued, he's rolling into his 9th. So he showed a lot of thought about Joseph's batting.
Yeah, he definitely has seen something that we haven't seen. Obviously, he's been around Joseph a lot longer than we have, so I'm sure he'd love for Joseph to hit a few maximum here.
Yeah, but Ned, Ogis, he'll have different ideas. As you see him bowl another googly right? This young man, like we said, he bowls them in the knotless deliveries, and he's had some wickets, but when he spotted that googly, he had them in a bit of trouble. And you and I were off air, just looking to see how they couldn't actually pick them.
Yeah, he's not scared to bowl the googlies. He's bowling them at will. He just needs to line them up a little bit more.
Like Brett this time. Good work again in the outfield by this academy team. Diving around even at this late stage of the innings. That commitment is what we want to see.
It's really good. It's really good to see this academy team here. This giving, leaving everything out on the field, and that's all you can ask for. As a coach, that's all you want to see. Leave everything out on the field.
Yeah. Well, like Nandu on that occasion. So yeah, good commitment in the outfield. But you've seen some real promise here to today. This morning when they batted, they found themselves too early down, and you saw Nandu and Teddy Bishop just forging a nice partnership to try to get them back into the game. And as the batting went down a little deeper at the back end, you saw that partnership between Captain Young and Ford and Bishop, who just came on at the end to complete what was a good all-round performance by this academy team. So if you missed it this morning to see that 263 after being in a position that no runs with 2 wickets down, what a fight back.
Yeah, it's always good to see when teams are in the back against the wall, they find some way to get out of it and get over it. They sure did, posting 262.
Which is now look like 200. So another over comes, and then the end of number 35, I would think, Rayad and Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're really up against it as these overs are moving along. Just 1 wicket required for victory by the academy team, and I think Young, he'll be looking to wrap it up anytime soon.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that they can get this last wicket as quickly as possible. Net run rate is also going to be important. And that's it. That's the end of the innings. For Sami Pramod coming down the wicket, it is straight to short mid wicket. And that's the end of the innings. Guyana Harpy Eagles 169 all out in 35.1 overs.
Yeah.
Wickham getting the final wicket of the captain for Sami Pramod.
Good victory in the end there by the academy team. We can't keep alluding how much thought they've shown in this game, Rayad. So to come here and win this game by some 95 runs, that's a big victory in the contest. But if you can say, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, it wasn't much on offer. Old Kevin St. Clair, he got 46 runs off of some 56 deliveries. Kevon Anderson, 27. For Sami Pramod, he was 32. Before he was the last man out, caught at short mid wicket off the bowling of Wickham to give the academy team a win by some 95 runs. Rayad.
Yes, Andy, and we keep saying about this West Indies Academy team, how much fight they have, and they've shown it from the first over of the game, losing 2 wickets and getting to that 263 with Nandu 15, Teddy Bishop 48, Kevin Wickham 32, Naim Young a brilliant innings of 42 at the back end, Matthew Ford 52, Joshua Bishop 37. Those were the main contributors in their innings. Chandapal Himraj 1 for 27, Kevin Sinclair 2 for 36, Kudakesh Moti 2 for 39, for Sami Pramod 2 for 38.
Yes, Rayad, and I've just called the scorecard there for the Guyana team, but if I give you the bowling for the academy team, we would have had Akeem Ogis. He would have bowled some 9 overs. He took 4 for 47. Captain Naeem Young, he had 4 overs and he took 3 for 18, ready to set it up in the middle of the top order. He blew away the top order there, Naeem Young, so he took some 3 wickets. He had support there from Bishop. He had 1, and Ned, he took 1 as well to complete what is a very emphatic victory for this academy team. Very good showing by the academy in this match.
Yes, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles will definitely be looking to get their batting sorted out. They have struggled throughout the tournament. Their batting hasn't been up to par. They need to get it right if they want to go through to the semi-final stages. So I'm sure the captain and the coaches will be very disappointed with this performance. Again, not up to standard. As we see the end of this game, the West Indies Academy winning this match, and Naeem Young definitely think he definitely be the player of the match.
Yeah. He's made a big impact in the game. Is that partnership with Matthew Ford. He came in when the team was a bit in trouble. He bided his time. He batted out and he batted deeply into the innings to come with a score of some 42 runs or 44 deliveries, and then he came back and picked up 3 top order wickets for just 18 runs in his 4 over spell. So definitely he would be looking to be the player of the match. But an impressive performance by the young man. And Raj, I just want to say to the ground staff here, another good track put on here at UE Spec today. I mean, you've seen 2 good days of cricket and some runs being put on the board on both days.
Yeah, it's been another Another good track, consecutive days too. Good track, good wickets. Team that wanted to, who showed that intent to butt out the innings. They batted really well to the end of the innings as well. So good to see that the wickets are improving as well, and well done to the ground staff. So Naeem Young, a judge, man of the match. As we leave you here from the University grounds, the Sir Frank Royal Field in St. Augustine, the West Indies Academy has defeated the Guyana Harpy Eagles by 92 runs. We'll see you again here, live from the Queen's Park Oval tomorrow, 8:45 sharp. Until then, Andy Payne, Riyad Emrit, see you guys.